everyone. Welcome to our July Governor's Grizzly Bear Advisory Council meeting. Thanks for being here. Thanks for wearing your masks. We've got some good social distancing going on here in the room with hand sanitizer, and hopefully you guys who have logged in via Zoom can see most everyone. Dillon, is the sound coming in all right?
Yep, loud and clear, Heather.
Great. And welcome to council members who are on via Zoom. I'm glad that we have the ability to have the option of being in person and being via Zoom. We did it in June and it worked well, and we're hopeful that having this dual approach will work well again today. And we tested out the sound in terms of using masks, but just keep us on our toes if you're not able to hear us, and we'll do our best to keep moving along and amplify sound. Also, welcome to the public who have joined us via stream on YouTube. We will have opportunity for public input and engagement later this afternoon around 3:30, different from just streaming in like we've been doing before. We've been able to figure out a way to have you sign on. And Dillon, just so that council members are aware in terms of how that process will work, and the public, do you want to just share a couple of brief words in terms of how that will work this afternoon?
Yeah, thanks, Heather. So we are doing things a little bit differently to see if this is a better way for the public to engage with the council. In the past, we had members of the public email us in comments, and then I would read them during the council meeting, which is not ideal. We'd obviously like to let the members of the public use their own voice to voice their input to the council. And so we've all had to kind of adapt quickly in these last few months. And that involves, for me, learning how to use Zoom and all the features that Zoom can have. And so I've learned, our IT folks kind of helped quickly train me on how to do this webinar. So it's a different type of Zoom meeting. It's actually a webinar, and it allows the public to call in, and they can speak directly to the council. And so on the FWP GBAC site, there's instructions on how to dial in. So if for folks who want to provide comment, there's the dial-in number and all the instructions right there. So later today, they can do that. And if you have any questions, they can email me directly. And there's also still the portal right underneath it where it says engage and comment, where members of the public can submit comment, and that'll keep that organized and available for the council to see.
Thanks, Dillon. Also, in using this webinar function, we do not have a chat function for the support team or for council members on via Zoom. So as in before, if you're wanting to share anything, please use the raise your hand feature, and Charlie will be monitoring that throughout the next couple of days. So again, welcome. Needing to cover those sort of logistical technology. Any questions about the technology? Great. Morning. Morning. So we will I'll take you through the 2 days of the agenda. Basically, what we're really looking at is the latest iteration of the draft document dated July 17th, and that can be found online on the council website. We posted it late Friday afternoon / evening around 6 o'clock, so it was available for the public to take a look at. The writing team did an amazing job in kind of getting some last-minute comments integrated into that, so we apologize for the lateness in getting that posted, but we made it for the deadline, and we've had a number of public comments come in since then, so I'm glad that the public has had an opportunity to go through that document. If you haven't, it is up online on the council site next to the agenda for today and tomorrow. So what we'll be doing today is taking some time to review this document, take a look at it, really look again at where we've been, where we are, where we need to go in the next 30, 35 days before the end of August, what we need to do to get there, what conversations we need to have while we're here in the next couple of days, how do we prioritize those, and how do we make sure that those conversations have the content that we need and also the structure that we need in terms of getting them integrated into this document so that this document looks the way that you want it to, provides the guidance that you want it to the governor's office. We know that we're going to need to be flexible in terms of addressing content and addressing structure. The way that the agenda is set up right now is that we've got content for today, structure and process tomorrow. We're gonna have to be fluid and kind of figure out how we wanna do that as it's happening. So Sean and I are prepared to be fluid. Public wanted to let you guys know that we need to be fluid. We'll stick to the timing around public input as best as we can, realizing that the priority is making sure that we're engaging in the conversations that the council needs to have. And so if we are running a few minutes ahead or a few minutes late, hoping that the public can adapt to that, but we'll do our best to stay on that timeline, knowing that everyone's got other work obligations going on at the same time. So that's what we've got in terms of the 2 days. What I want to do is, any questions around that? For those in the room, those online? Great. What I want to do is really look at, again, reminding not only us, but public as well, and I'm going to share my screen here, just have a couple of slides in a way.
I think you'll need to go back to Zoom.
So wanting to just remind everybody, council members have been reminded of this. This is really just to sort of set the stage, set the tone, to remind everyone that in writing these recommendations, that it's really about developing the realistic and actionable recommendations to provide the governor's office with fundamental guidance and direction on key issues related to the conservation and management of grizzly bears, particularly those issues on which there's significant social disagreement. And we are focused on the state of Montana. And so you all have done an amazing job at really identifying what these issues are, having these discussions, and you, as 18 diverse Montanan citizens, representing different geographic regions around the state, different interests, different livelihoods, you're all bringing those perspectives forward into our conversations. And I just want to commend all of you for how amazing you've been in terms of your intention, in terms of being thoughtful, in terms of being respectful. I remember in the very first meeting, every one of you, both in your individual calls with Sean and I and in the first meeting, talked about wanting to find a way to share your own experience in a way that could be heard and understood. And all of you really wanted to hear and understand various perspectives. And what you've really worked at is sharing those, hearing those, and finding a way to integrate those into your draft recommendations. And you've done an amazing job at doing that. And there's been difficult conversation, and those difficult conversations have been coming up throughout, and they're more present now because you've got the relationship, you have the content, you've got the understanding from each other in terms of what those conversations need to be, and we're still needing to have some of those. And so just wanting to really acknowledge that at the forefront. A reminder of how much you've covered in the last 10 months. And you know, this slide, and I know for those of you in the room, you can't even read it, there's so much on there, and I imagine those of you on video can see a lot of it, but really covering the 7 different topic issues that were identified in the executive order, adding to those in terms of social tolerance, livestock, agriculture, looking at connectivity and distribution and conflict response, conflict management, role of hunting. And then these last couple of months, you've taken all of that, generated ideas. You've spent an inordinate amount of time writing those ideas out, working in working groups, drafting recommendations. And again, what's not on here are all of the hours in between meetings that you've spent individually, working groups, collectively, in documenting those, which have then been provided for the public to look at online. And for the public, those documents are online next to all of the meetings that have happened previously. And you've all done that with integrity. And that's what has made this process successful so far. And that's really hard. I mean, I remember when you guys were all coming together and wondering, what is it going to be like to have conversation with 18 different people and perspectives, and how can we have these hard conversations when there are so many differing views at the table? And you're doing that, and you're doing that with integrity, which continues to make this document really powerful and really thoughtful. And what we need to do now in looking at this latest iteration is, where are there additional opportunities where you can make recommendations stronger or add recommendations for further clarity, or where there's gaps? Sharing ideas where conservation can evolve, right? There's a lot of new things happening. We've had a lot of conversations around grizzly bear expansion, human development expansion, growing populations, recreation. How can your recommendations really reflect and provide guidance for the current state now in terms of what's evolving, but also for the future? How can you equip Montanans with recommendations that are realistic and attainable, and that can work for both grizzly bears and for people? And I think you guys have done a really great job in starting to do that and articulate that, especially in this latest draft. And I was reflecting on a lot of our meetings, and one of the quotes that stands out for me, and I think I remember many of you reflecting on during the December meeting when Chase Hibbard spoke to you all. And for those of you in the public who aren't familiar with him, he was the chair of the Wolf Advisory Council. And he spoke to the council members in December in our Missoula meeting, and he said, you have to give a little to get a lot. And I think that we've seen a number of you look at how do we give a little, whether it's in terms of wording, not in terms of value. We're not asking folks to change their values or change what their experiences have been, but how can we look at how we articulate these recommendations in a way that serves more common ground? And I think what you guys have really been working hard at is looking at language that can reflect common ground in a way that doesn't then take from your own values and what needs to be moved forward. And there are going to be areas where there's not consensus. And how do you want to move forward with that? And so those are the points where we're at for this meeting in terms of identifying any areas where further clarification can be helpful to strengthen the recommendations. What are the gaps? And how do you want to convey areas that you don't have agreement right now in a way that will be helpful in providing guidance to the governor's office in Montana? So with that, we can move to the latest iteration after Charlie.
Martha's now with us if you want to
Oh, great. Martha, welcome. Do you want to share a few words in welcoming the council and saying hello?
Thank you. Can you all hear me now? We've gone through lots of iterations of being on Zoom, not. So.
Yes, we can hear you in the room.
Good morning, and I'm sorry that I am not there in person. I'll be with you virtually all day and as much of tomorrow as I can. But I just wanted to say hi. I'm sorry I'm not there in person, and to thank you for the work that has gotten you this far, and just to think how close you are to wrapping up. I've been thinking about grizzly bears a lot lately as well, with the Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee this Friday, with your work, and then also, of course, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks' daily work and coordination with other states, agencies, and tribes. So it's just something we're really in the thick of. And I think also there's some, with uncertain times on a lot of issues, one could think that we're in uncertain times with grizzly bears, with the Secretary of the Interior deciding not to continue with the environmental impact statement and reintroducing grizzly bears into the North Cascades, with the recent Ninth Circuit Court decision on the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. And I think there can be that swirl, and it's not that that work is not important, but what it really does, I think it reminds me of what you're doing and what we need to put our heads down and do, and it's the on-the-ground work that matters. And what I'm seeing emerge through the Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee, and I think through your work, is just, regardless of whether bears are listed or delisted, regardless of what others are doing, a real focus on conflict prevention, a real focus on information, education, and outreach is going to be so important. And that's the work that we need to do, that habitat matters, that you are addressing. We're paying attention to connectivity. You have identified a need for new sources of funding to put the resources to bear to be able to address information, education, outreach, conflict prevention, habitat security. And I think that's where the good work is. And so I just am really pleased with where you're going, and I think it will be really helpful. I do want to underscore even your statement that grizzly bear conservation is a shared responsibility. That's a big help, and I think that's a big start. So while others, the status of grizzly bears can be uncertain, I don't want there to be uncertainty on how Montana approaches the continued long-term conservation of grizzly bears and people. And so that's the work you've been doing, and I appreciate it, and I'm following it closely, and I hope to interact with you more. So thanks much.
Thanks, Martha. And
Thank you.
what I realized as you were talking is that we didn't do introductions, so that was Director Martha Williams from FWP. I'm so used to all of us knowing each other that realize that some on public might not know who we are. So I'm Heather Stokes, one of the co-facilitators from the University of Montana with the Center for Natural Resources and Environmental Policy, along with Sean Johnson. And Lawrence, do you want to, we've got mics right here. We'll just go around the room and then over Zoom.
I'm Lawrence Rosefield. I'm a cattle rancher from Big Timber, central Montana. And yeah, happy to be here in person for a change.
Caroline Bird, Bozeman.
Annie Shusky, East Glacier, an educator and a guide.
Karina Bradley,
Alair, Montana. My family has a ranch on Birch Creek where we raise cows and horses.
Lomax, part of a family ranch operation in the Blackfoot Valley. I live in Helena.
Jonathan Ballard, Swan Valley, Montana.
Rob Morney, Wildlife Manager for Sunlight Ranch in Red Lodge area.
Chad Bauer, Municipal Manager for Republic Services out of Missoula.
Cameron Kelsey, guest rancher in Big Sky, Montana.
Good morning, Chuck Brody. I'm from the Flathead, Columbia Falls Whitefish, and I manage Stoltz Forest Products, land and lumber company.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dietrich. I am a retired educator and I live in the Bitterroot.
I'm Nick Givog. I work for the Montana Wildlife Federation here in Helena.
I'm Heath Martinell. My family ranches in southwest Montana, and some of our cattle in Centennial Valley.
Robyn?
Hello, I'm Robyn King. I live in Yak, Montana, within the Cabinet Yak ecosystem.
I can't see other names. Oh, Greg?
Yeah, I'm Greg Schock. I'm up here in the heart of the Mission Valley and a farmer rancher and lived with grizzly bears for 25 years.
Erin?
Hi, I'm Erin Edge. I'm in Missoula, Montana. I work with Defenders of Wildlife, and I'm really wishing I could be there in person, but appreciate the opportunity to have an option. Thanks all.
Thanks, Erin. Any other council members online that I've missed? Because I can't see the list. All right. Thank you all. So now we'll take a look at the latest iteration from the writing team. Really want to give a huge thanks to the writing team, and that consisted of Annie and Erin and Trina and Jonathan and Caroline. I think I was trying to calculate and connected with them this morning. I think they put in over 30 hours since our June meeting on this document, really being incredibly thoughtful in looking at not only revising the structure as per our last meeting in terms of the preamble, the vision, the guiding principles, which weren't there before. They were embedded in the recommendations. So they really worked at pulling out principles that they saw in the recommendations, and I think now there's about 13 guiding principles, and really worked to synthesize the recommendations in terms of getting rid of repetition and really using language that reflected the intention behind the recommendations and looking at wording that reflected common ground as well. So definitely spent a lot of time really being thoughtful at all of the comments that came in from council members. So it looked like every one of you added comments to the document since the beginning of June. So thank you for taking the time of really delving in, taking a look, really wanting to capture your comments in terms of suggested edits, in terms of suggested additions and details. And really what the writing team took guidance from you guys last time in terms of how to really take this document and have it reflect statewide. So there was a lot of content that was statewide, that was specific, and basically you all over the last several months have said you really wanted this to reflect statewide, and so that's what the writing team did. And they did their best in terms of looking at, discussing, and integrating every one of those comments. So you might not see your exact wording in here, but they did their best to take your intention and integrate it in a way that could reflect the larger voice and the larger group of council members. What we'll want to be doing is really looking at this document for where is there disagreement, where is there a gap, and does this reflect what you want it to reflect? How do you want this document to read, and if there are any changes that need to be made in terms of structure, what would those look like, and how would that strengthen the document? And so, really just want to, again, thank the writing team for all the work that you did. I got to be probably a part of half of it. Sean got to be part of most of it, balancing all those schedules, balancing your schedules. A lot of work. What I do want to flag in terms of two main areas, because I know that there's been a lot of conversation, so I just want to put these on the table to acknowledge that we need to have conversation around, is the role of hunting section, and also how do we get a bit more specific in terms of delineating management priorities for the eastern versus the western part of the Cape, and how can that be articulated in terms of helpful guidance in this document. So the writing team is aware of that and wanted to flag those for discussion for today and tomorrow. So what I want to do now is turn it over to Annie. She'll provide you with more detail in terms of what their process and progress has been. Trina.
Real quick, sorry, really quick before we move on, I want to add one thing to your list of two things that we need to talk about, and it has to do with management, but we still really need to figure out where bears belong, because we haven't done that yet.
Okay. And we'll definitely have an opportunity to have more discussion of what we want to add in terms of content for discussion after Annie gives, or the writing team gives their update. So thanks, Trina.
All right. So we spent quite a bit of time meeting up on Zoom, and then we came to Helena and met the 5 of us together once. And the first thing I want to say is we really tried, a lot of our discussions was trying to get everyone's voice in this document and to have each person heard, and the comments as well. I can't even remember how many thousands we're at now. And so really putting the voice into this document, but not putting emotion into it. It was something we worked hard on. The things, so at the last meeting, we really dug into the comments for the recommendations, and if you don't see your exact wording in this new iteration, I took notes, and we can talk about it one-on-one on what we did exactly for that, but I tried to capture what we did with each comment that was made. And so if you don't see something and you're really stuck on it, come see me and we can talk about it. But I don't want to go into detail on those because my spelling was bad and sometimes it just didn't make sense to anyone but me. Things that were really helpful, Darren's comments on who does it apply to were really, really helpful for us, and we went back and inserted where in the state or who this applied to. Something that we kept seeing over and over was wanting more specifics when we said all relevant agencies. And we talked a lot about what that meant, and we can continue to, but the 5 of us decided that by being so specific and listing everyone, we were bound to forget an entity. And so all relevant agencies is our catch-all to be inclusive and not leave anyone out. The formatting was a big issue, going on Google Docs and then downloading it back to Google Docs. All the numbers are wonky. That will be fixed later on. We know that's an issue. Google Docs is just really interesting for that. The things that we pulled out were really the hunting aspect, and trying to figure out where that would go in the document. And so we put our first kind of statement about hunting at the very end of the document, and then we put our conversations and we title it. With my fingers, turn my page. What did we call that? The pros and cons, oh, there it is. Considerations supporting the role and considerations opposing. And so we were also really mindful that there is not consensus on this and that the council could not come to consensus, but we also were tasked with what is it, if tomorrow there was a hunt, what would we want it to look like? And so the people who are able to wrap their minds and think about that and to put forward recommendations if there was a hunt, we put that in one area. And for those who are opposed, adamantly opposed, can't think about that, we have those ideas in here as well. And we tried to be respectful and also let the public know in this document that there is not going to be, thank you, consensus. Whew, I am struggling. Another thing we talked about that we didn't touch on was the appendix and what we want to go in there and what we want that to look like. And so that's something moving forward today to kind of talk about. Management in different areas of the state was a big one that we kept coming back to, how to phrase that, how to get that across, that there are different expectations for different areas of the state. It's not a one-size-fits-all, and that managers have that flexibility without being too specific. We don't want to tie their hands. And then zoning of bears. Where do bears go or not go? It was really hard for us to think about a hard physical line on a map, a highway or a boundary, but we all agree that there has to be some point where management, where we want bears and where we don't. And so we talked a lot about that, but didn't really come up with anything because we wanted to talk to the group. I'm going to pass it over to Jonathan because he really worked, and I think Caroline really worked on the preamble and rewording some of that. Is that okay to pass it to you?
Yeah, we had a lot of great comments from all of you on the council about the preamble and how to word some of that better, and we continue to struggle, but want to take in that input to make sure that we're getting the best message across as to what it is that we as a council do, share consensus, and what's that big picture that we all are striving towards. I think it's really important to nail that down. We also received just recently comments on this latest draft from individuals and organizations, and those also offered some good comments towards that. Some ideas that I think there are more ideas and topics that we have agreed upon throughout this entire process, and some of those have gotten not lost, but just kind of aside. It seems that some of the things we all agree upon can be have so much consensus that we stop talking about them. And so I think there's some additional aspects that we can fit into the preamble, and look forward to continuing to develop that into something that we all can really feel strongly about. I did work on that quite a bit. To me, that's the sort of thing that gets our overall point across, and I'm happy to continue working on that with all of your input, and hope that we get a little bit farther on that today. As far as the guiding principles as well, a lot of those were things that were so common among various recommendations, things that would either preface multiple recommendations or be included in. So we started to try to identify those and pull out those things that were so common across the board, whether it's education or conflict prevention or distribution, connectivity. We did find things that were just very foundational, and so we wanted to just call those out as things that guide our every decision, should be taken into account for any recommendation. Those principles are kind of supporting that and holding them up. tying them together into a comprehensive, plan and with the recommendation. Like Andy said, there's certain little things here that we need to touch up on, the formatting, some of just the final editing. We didn't focus a whole lot on that. We wanted to try to take all of our individual voices and turn them into a council's voice, and so we do have a lot of work to go on that, fine polishing, and we'll definitely get there. But I'm looking forward today to building more of these ideas and getting our council's voice really defined on this document.
Thanks, Annie and Jonathan. Erin or Trina or Caroline, you want to add anything?
Hello. Okay, this is Trina. I think they pretty well covered what we did. I just wanted to remind everyone as we're suggesting word changes or rewording something that we already wrote. I don't want us to waste time on that over the next 2 days, because we put this writing team together to do that for the council, and I think that the 5 of us put a lot of work into getting these things worded right. So as we go on for the next 2 days, I would really like to get to the meat of these, where bears belong, role of hunting, etc., and not waste time arguing over words.
One last thing is, Cole helped us out in a huge, tremendous way. He called each one of you and asked kind of how you felt about this, and took that off of our shoulders. And seeing what he typed up and sent out to us yesterday as the writing team really helped me figure out what direction we need to go. And overall, all of you kind of said we need to cut this down. And up until now, we've really been adding things to the document, and the writing group has been really mindful about keeping what you wanted to add in it. But we're to the point where we need to cut the fat a little bit, and trim up this document, because there is a lot to it, and I think that's okay to have a big document, especially when it comes to the preamble. Our vision is really short and concise, and I think we worked hours on getting that one sentence. Our guiding principles are kind of what every one of our recommendations, these are the baseline, these are the foundation for that. And so each recommendation, these 13 guiding principles play into each recommendation. And so after reading what Cole typed up from all of you, I think that's another one of our steps, especially as a writing team, is to take this and pare it back a bit.
Thanks, Annie. I think you guys did a tremendous job in paring back, and one of the things that I really noticed and respected was that in doing that and in looking at trying to combine things, there were times where you were doing that and then it started to lose the intention of some of them individually. And so I think that the next iteration will be to look through that and make sure that in paring it down, you don't lose something that's there. And that will be we'll sort of get to what does that next writing team look like? What guidance and empowerment can you all as council members give to them to do that? And so as we go through this and look at, are there still some additional gaps that need to be addressed? We're not wanting to wordsmith. I think that if there's something where there's some strong disagreement about something, that we want to tackle that and acknowledge that, and then leave it to the next writing team to really look at how do we continue to finesse this. And if there are words in there that make it to where you disagree with the statement, we need to know that, but we're probably not going to get into that detail during this meeting. And one of the next steps that I want to make sure that we do, I'd love for Cole to give us a summary of the conversations that you had, and then open it up for council members to share their own thoughts. And see if there's anything that they want to add to this discussion in terms of how they've reviewed it, where they see us in the process. And then how do you want to spend these next 2 days? What is the priority? How do we prioritize the things that we have left to address? Because then the writing team needs to take that and come up with a finished product. And so we've got a really short timeline to meet the goal of the end of August. And so be thinking as you continue to hear these updates and hear the process that's happened over the last month, what is your priority for addressing in these next couple of days? So, Cole, do you want to share what your conversations were?
Yeah, so I reached out and had conversations with, I think everybody, I was able to talk to everybody.
Look at your face.
And, can you hear me now? I want to say, just to add to what Annie said, it was a mixed bag. I mean, I think part of some of the council members, I talked to non-synthesis team members. And some of those folks felt that we were pretty darn close and that what we needed now was relatively small tweaks. Other people felt that we were further away. I also want to acknowledge that some people feel, certainly I'm in this boat, that there's significant paring down is needed, but others that I talked to did not. So that was also a mixed bag. From my perspective, one of the most important pieces of writing is the editing process, challenging the words, challenging, can they be interpreted in a way that you don't intend, making every effort to make sure that the meaning is clear. And so that's just a big part of writing. I think we still have a lot to do from my perspective. I also think that what did not happen in the last iteration was much moving things from body to appendix. I think we have quite a bit to discuss around that topic because what ends up in the body and what ends up in the appendix has something to, it really says something about what the council sees as the top priority, really big ticket items to highlight, and what we see as additional context, additional ideas, details that might be meaningful, but if they end up in the body, they can detract from what is the most important priorities. So I think that's a decent summary of the conversations I had with other council members. I sent my notes from those conversations to the synthesis team and the facilitators. If anybody would like to see that email I sent, it should be sent around, just to make sure you don't feel that your perspective was misrepresented to the synthesis team.
Thanks, Cole. And Erin, I don't know if you want to add anything, given you are on the synthesis team, before I open it up to other council members.
I don't really have a lot to add other than I really appreciated the process that we went through, the diversity of the folks that were within the writing team. It really helped us be able to be extremely thoughtful in how we moved forward. And, just we really did take time for each of these. And some of that took lots of conversation, lots of iterations, and individual pieces. I think, Heather, I'm just going to echo what you said about, I'm always one for editing, so I'm good with the idea of trying to pare down this a bit. However, I want us to be very careful to recognize that these did take a lot of conversations and a lot of hours and a lot of back and forth. And so I want to make sure that as that happens, we keep the important pieces. So I guess that's just my 2 cents. Thanks, folks.
Thanks, Erin. Other folks, in terms of sharing your thoughts about where we are with this latest iteration. And Charlie, you're monitoring raised hands online, right? Michelle.
Yeah, I'd like to get a little clarification on, my understanding is what goes in the appendix is what is non-consensus. And what goes in the body of the document is what we've gained consensus on. My understanding is that is what that is, not what goes in the appendix is what is not as important, or what we feel is not as important, but what we don't agree on. That was my understanding from the beginning.
I think that there are some additional conversation in terms of looking at the overall structure and how the report might be strengthened, and so there hasn't been a decision made around that. I hear that as a suggestion at this point. Charlie? Robyn?
Thank you. I just wanted to give a big thank you to the writing team. You guys just did a great job on all of the issues and putting all of this information together, especially on creating a solution around the hunting piece. Excellent job, and I just can't thank you enough for that. And I look forward to seeing what the next iteration looks like.
Thanks, Robyn. Anyone else? What about in terms of how you want to prioritize these next couple of days in terms of content that still needs to be discussed, structure around the document, how to make it stronger? We've identified 3 areas of content so far this morning. I've heard additional discussion is wanted around how the role of hunting section is currently structured, management in different areas of the state, and zoning affairs. So those are the 3 areas that I've heard in terms of wanting to prioritize time for discussion. Are there other areas that I've missed? Cool.
Yeah, that's cool. I wanted to respond to Michelle's comment about consensus and the use of the appendix, because I think it's a topic unto itself. Is that better? Is that the same?
Better.
Because I see it differently. Our process was to put as many ideas as we all had all together. There were a few of those ideas that were non-starters for people, and so they ended up getting taken on. But for the most part, our rule has been, don't change them substantively, respect as much as possible what the person was aiming at, do some wordsmithing. We did some recategorizing by using this principle, preamble, specific recommendation structure. But what that basically means now is we have a list of, let's just call them draft recommendations, that's fine, but it's a list of draft recommendations that at least one person feels strongly about, and that no one else strongly objected to. It was not a non-starter for anyone else. So, but that doesn't mean that each one of those has full consensus and support from the council. That ladder that I just mentioned, full consensus and support, something that would really show up in our end recommendations. That, I think, is something more robust. And because right now, I think what we have is basically a list of things that is not a non-starter for anyone. Everybody's tried to improve to the extent that they had an opinion. But that doesn't necessarily mean it represents this draft consensus. And so I think getting to that real consensus is going to involve some cutting. And not just cutting of fat, but cutting of substance. Because there's disagreement on what is substantive enough to be part of our final consensus. So I think there may be things that we all basically agree on or nobody feels or disagree strongly with. And so there is, a common sense that it matters that ends up in the appendix. But we just, we may not disagree on it, but we don't feel that it's significant enough to show up in those final sort of consensus recommendations where we all bring forward, these are the strongest things we think we can say to the state, the most helpful things we think we could say. So I don't care if we do it right now, but I wanted to respond, given that Michelle just brought that up, because I think it would be important to discuss, you know, because that's, you know, that's what we're doing here. We need to see the different sections of this document as functioning in a similar, in the same way ultimately, so we know what the discussion is.
Thanks, Nicole. Erin?
Sorry, I will lower my hand on that one.
Did you want to say something about something else?
No, I think it had to do with just discussion around yeah, no. I'm just gonna wait.
Okay, so another area that we do need to focus on is looking at how we strengthen this document and how we prioritize how things get written in this document and whether or not to keep things where they are, to move them, what does that look like, and how do we create a process for doing that. And so we'll need to spend some time over the next couple of days talking about that. Michelle?
Yeah. I just would like to say that I think there's a lot of conversations we need to have to reach consensus on a lot of these, and there's some vague, varied approaches, and also where bears need to be and not to be, the east-west idea, and all of those reflect a lot of things in the document. And I also wanted to add, there's a couple things that keep getting taken out, and I want to make sure that they're at least discussed with the council, and that's the update of the 1993 recovery plan, and then more habitat protection. So without habitat, there's no bears, and they'll come down and get into trouble. So I just think there are more discussions that we need to have around all of those things. So I just want to make sure that that's also, I see it as connected to the distribution of bears, but I want to make sure that it's part of that.
So does anyone from the writing team want to respond to that directly, or do you want me to respond to some of that directly?
I remembered my thought. Can I just add something to that a little bit?
Yeah.
Just as another thing that I think we just need to, so the writing team did recognize that discussion around kind of the zones idea for bears, or the idea that, you know, variable management flexibility. And so that is a place, instead of diving into that, because that really is a council discussion that I feel important, that's what we need to focus on today, hopefully, is to try and get to some place inside of there that works for us. But number 10, under our guiding principles for us, was an attempt to get that on the paper without having that full discussion yet. So just so you guys know, we did talk about that, but then backed up from talking about that because realized that it was a larger council discussion. Another thing I just want to point out is that inside of this discussion, sort of, but it's kind of just sort of separate, is we tried to identify some of these and the areas where some of these should happen. And so we just put a placeholder language for in occupied grizzly bear habitat in areas where grizzly bears are likely to occur. This is not directly connected to our guiding principle, but it's more connected to specific actions. So whether that be, sanitation or things like that, but they are kind of not one and the same, but they are somewhat connected. And I did ask for some support team help with that language. So I think that's another area. I just want to make sure we don't miss that, and then it's captured in our conversations moving forward, because it will help us better define some of these.
Thank you. Jonathan?
I'm looking, sorry, I like came on hot. I'm really looking forward to the discussion, because Michelle, the things that you just brought up, I see in our guiding principles, and so I think maybe a better joint understanding of what these sections are and how we are or are not highlighting the importance of certain things. But in this example here with the secure habitat, you know, we have 13 guiding principles, one of which is specific to that and a few others that are related to it. And so out of the hundreds of initial ideas that we had on those initial spreadsheets 10 months ago, we've got 13 that we feel are, at this point, the most important priorities. And so I've felt that we've covered that, and it's important to me that we make sure that we can get consensus, that we've given the proper consideration to certain topics. So I'm just looking forward to, like Cole said, going through these, finding out what do we agree on, what do we not, what's ready and what needs more attention. So I'd like to just make sure to understand that better as to how we are or are not meeting those objectives as a council. And as a writing team, it's been tricky to try to incorporate everyone's ideas or thoughts in a way that won't, with any further adjustments, won't lose the consensus that we've gained on something. And so that's where we are, I believe, right now, is a really tricky spot of any adjustments may make us lose ground. And I want to make sure we don't spend this 2 days losing ground on things we used to agree upon.
So, I was waiting for the mic to come on, right? Martha, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay, so here's a question. The reason that we don't specifically say, revise and update or whatever the 1993 management plan is because we were under the assumption, and maybe wrongly, that that's what these recommendations are for, is to write a new management plan. But do we need to specifically say that you need to update that plan?
Let's see. I'm going between phone and let me see if you can hear me on Zoom now.
Yep,
Can
you're
you
good,
hear?
Martha.
You can?
Yep.
Great. Thank you, Pat. And I'll get off my phone now. I'm having the fun of going between two phones and the computer. So awesome that it's working. So Trina, if I heard your question, it's whether your recommendations, the question is whether the recommendations should mention and specifically note that these would be a foundation for any management plan. Or the question is, should you recommend that we update the management plan? Is your question that whether you want the recommendations should say specifically we recommend that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks updates the management plan?
Yes.
Okay. You certainly could. You know, I'm not going to tell you what to do or not to do. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks came into this process at first wondering about a management plan, and then stepped back and thought that an advisory council and having your foundational recommendations were an important first step to a management plan. And then to think through whether we need one and what it might look like. So if you think it's important that we update that management plan, certainly it's good for us to hear. I anticipate that we will take your recommendations and move forward with a management plan. It just wasn't a done deal, you know, coming into this. So I think we will do that, but I mean, you're the council weighing in on whether or not, I'm sorry that I'm thinking out loud. So the council talking about whether you think we ought to develop a management plan, I think that is worthwhile. And I think it helps us to know if the council is in agreement on that, because I think I've had one conversation with a council member where I wasn't entirely sure of that. So if you think we should and you want to recommend that, I think it would be helpful for us
Okay,
to know,
thank-
for Fish, Wildlife and Parks to know.
Thanks, Martha. Sounds like Michelle's question might have been a little bit different from that.
Yeah.
I didn't hear Michelle's question.
Yeah, I think there's a miscommunication. I don't want to put in a recommendation to update the management plan. I am talking about suggesting or pushing for an update of the 1993 recovery plan, which is very different from the statewide management plan. It is encompassing Idaho, Washington, all the different areas, and it's U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in conjunction with the IGBC and Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. But the recovery plan is different from a statewide management plan. And I do think that it would be good for that to be looked at again. And that's actually not just the state, but it's the state being involved in a more comprehensive look at recovery of the grizzly bear.
Thanks for that clarification.
So that was my bad, so sorry. The only thought I have on that, and maybe no one agrees with me, is that we don't really need a recovery plan anymore because they are recovered and we need more of a management plan. But maybe that's just me.
Cool.
So
Go ahead, Mark.
I just wanted to echo with Michelle the clarification, the difference between a recovery plan and the management plan. And I would say the redoing a recovery plan, that's under the purview of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, not something that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks would do. And I don't know if they're members of the technical team or if Fish and Wildlife wants to speak about that, but that's something that, I would not, it's not for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to redo recovery criteria. That's for the Fish and Wildlife Service.
So this is Cole, and I'm reading from Ken's report in October to us, his slides that he gave us all, grizzly bear management. And it says, so now I'm talking about Montana, not the 1993 plan. But there's a sentence here that says, Montana's approach to managing grizzly bears will be outlined in 2 region-specific documents. In the future, when these plans need revision, FWP intends to incorporate both the Southwestern Plan and the Western Management Plan into one inclusive plan. And this will provide a document that addresses grizzly bear management across the entire western portion of the state. So I'm asking for a clarification. So it's my understanding that Rich Harris was hired to write that one inclusive plan, and that will be happening, it's happening kind of already, and it will be informed by the council. Is that correct, or does that need clarification?
Martha, I think that question was directed towards you.
I could be asking that to Martha or Charlie or another member of the support team.
Rich was hired to be in place to write the larger management plan, but I do want to be careful in that while he has been using information from your deliberations to be getting the background ready for that, we have not wanted to put the cart before the horse. And so your work and your recommendations were key to being in place first before we start with a statewide management plan.
Thank you.
Jody, did you want to weigh in on that?
I was just going to clarify that indeed the Grizzly Bear Recovery Plan is indeed a federal document, is old, as you've noted. We also are moving towards recovery for several populations. So, revising the recovery plan would take a great deal of work that up until this time, we decided to devote to really managing the populations. We are in the middle of a 5-year status review right now, which will update some of the information going forward, I think, which will be really helpful. But as far as actually revising the recovery plan, we don't have that on our docket yet, although I do appreciate the comment. That's not the only time we've heard that it's probably time to update the recovery plan. It's just one of the many things that we are tasked to do and because we're currently under litigation to deal with a 5-year review, that's really our priority right now.
Thanks, Jody. And Robyn?
Yeah, thank you. Jody, I apologize. I was having just a little bit of trouble hearing you. So I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. What U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is doing now is a 5-year status review on the 93 recovery plan. Is that correct?
No, we're doing a 5-year review on the entire range of the species. If you guys are having difficulty hearing me, maybe Hillary can jump in and clarify.
Right, the 5-year review is done on the listed entity. And for us, that is grizzly bears in the lower 48 states.
Can you tell her we can't hear her?
We could hear Jody really well. We had a hard time hearing Hillary, actually. It might have been Robyn's end that she was having a hard time hearing. Robyn, did you have another comment around this discussion? Because I had seen that your hand had been raised prior.
No, I'm good. I just needed clarification for that particular point so I could better understand how that particular recovery plan issue might inform any of the discussions for the council going forward. Thank you.
Thanks. And thank you, Martha and Jody, for sharing that clarification. Michelle, was there anything else that you wanted to say around that?
I just wanted to say that, they're two very different things. And I think that, the state has 2 management plans and they have plans to combine the 2. And so that is in process. And I'm assuming that what we're doing in this room will inform that process, as well as public comment and diversified partners involved in that process as well. So I don't think we're arguing here. I mean, I think we're here.
No, I wasn't intended to argue yours. I was just looking for additional clarification on which plans were which. And I also don't, the council, we can talk about this later, but the council, for example, recommended, even though we're a Montana council, we did make some funding recommendations, for example, that NRCS conservation practices could be adjusted so that federal funding could help pay for conflict reduction practices. And so I recognize that the council doesn't have authority, even in Montana, but I don't think it could hurt if the 1993 plan, if the council agrees that it could use an update, I don't think it could hurt that a Montana group would suggest that. So I don't disagree with you at all.
Thanks, Joel. And the writing team definitely took a lot of these recommendations and put in the Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Park work with other federal, state, tribal entities. And so that is throughout this document, even if Montana doesn't have the lead in taking a charge on updating a plan like that, or in some of these other areas. So there's a lot of language in there that encourages the state to work collaboratively with these other entities. So, other important items for discussion or flags that want to be raised that we haven't covered, so that Sean and I are really clear about how we prioritize these next couple of days in terms of making sure we are addressing the content areas and structure for this report. Cool.
I have one thing that I'd like to bring up to the council that is not, so far as I can tell, been specifically part of the recommendations yet, but I think it might be important for us to talk about in the content. And that is that as Fish, Wildlife, and Parks develops its one comprehensive plan, which, you know, I assume will be comprehensive and, you know, it will be a strategy for how to manage the grizzly bear in the state. I think it's in keeping with a lot of the principles that are here and with our other recommendations that the state would then make a concerted effort to reach out, particularly in the western part of the state, to communities in focused sessions to hear people's thoughts and concerns and feedback on that plan. And it's something that's not been down yet, and I feel remiss that I haven't suggested it before. But I think that kind of active outreach to Montana citizens, particularly those in the connectivity area, would be critical. I wonder if that might be worth discussing in the content section. Thanks.
Robyn?
Yes, thanks for that, Cole. Good point. And I would just add the one thing that, based on the conversation that I had with Cole about kind of where we are in our process, I would just like to say, let's make sure we take the next 2 days to get down to those things that we need to talk about specifically. And so we can meet our deadline. I think we can. But, you know, I'm the Pollyanna of the group, but I'd really like to see us put our time there. And I know several other people have said it, so I'm just agreeing with what I'm hearing in the room.
Thanks, Robyn. Erin?
Yeah, Cole, I appreciate that comment. And so with something like that, I guess I'm wondering, because I would like to dig into the couple of topics that I think we really need to dig into to kind of move forward. And I'm wondering if we don't, if Cole, you know, thinks about drafting that for us to talk about, because I don't know if that's a major topic that we would need to talk about, or if it's more something that a sentence that we would need to add that maybe we could talk, you know, get through pretty quickly. So.
Thanks, Erin. Michelle?
Yeah, I just want to add that, and this is Michelle speaking, I just want to add that I have tried to add that into the guiding principle, you know, about working lands, to add local communities as well, to be very much a part of the process moving forward. And so that I've tried to put it in a couple times, and it has not made it in. So this has been a discussion on Google Docs, and so maybe it hasn't been as well broadcast, but I think local communities are really important to be a part of the process.
Nick?
I agree with you too, Cole, but I would say that, you know, everything, a statewide grizzly management plan will go through a robust, healthy public process. I mean, people, you know, I dare to say that it's hard to find an agency that doesn't make itself as accessible as FWP. I mean, at the commission meetings, people can go to any one of the 7, you know, regional headquarters and testify. I challenge you to find another state agency that does that, as well as meetings in those local communities, and everybody would have an opportunity to comment on that for an extended period, as well as public meetings in those communities. But if we want to put it in there just to encourage it, I think that's fine.
Yeah, thanks. I want to just make clear that my suggestion is, you know, I recognize it's a public process, and I recognize that there's an opportunity to participate in commission meetings, but an effort, a concerted effort to go to the communities and hold sessions in those communities with the collaboratives that are active there, with landowners, that's a little bit different. And so it's a little bit more specific. That's what I'm suggesting.
Thanks. It's good to have these clarifications, and as I'm listening to it, I'm reminded and remembering of the conversations of the writing team and where they've integrated incorporating local communities and those voices and that collaboration and reaching out to landowners. And some of it was separate in terms of wanting to give voice to various communities, whether it's working lands, whether it's looking at making sure that there's communication and active outreach to local communities. And so I don't think there's disagreement around the room with that. I think what will be really important is to go through this document and look at where it needs to be strengthened. Because I do think it's incorporated in there, and if it's getting lost, then that will be a task in terms of this next iteration, is really going through and looking at how to make that a bit more stronger so that it doesn't get lost. So there are a number of folks who we haven't heard from yet this morning, and just wanting to give opportunity if Lawrence or Caroline or Chuck or Pam or Chad or Brett or Keith, or Greg, do any of you, Darren, have comments or thoughts that you'd like to add to this conversation? Or is it pretty much ditto?
Let's keep going.
All right. So what we'll do, we're just a couple of minutes early, but I feel like this is a good point to take a break. So why don't we take a 15-minute break? It's 10:15 now, and we'll resume at 10:30. mental, flexibility when it comes to things like this, and a lot of help, like why you wash your hands or why you has been acknowledged that we need to spend some more time on and get some more specificity into these recommendations to make them stronger. It's really around these management areas and zones. And so I've asked Lawrence if he could start the conversation. He's really been the one at articulating this thought a bit clearly. And so I wanted Lawrence to kick this conversation off in terms of what you're thinking that could be stated that would make some of these points stronger and recommendations stronger.
Well, I don't know really where to start. As long as grizzly bears are listed, which will probably be for quite a while yet, there are limitations on the agencies, both the federal and the state agencies, on what they can do as far as managing different in different areas.
Can you speak up for us a bit?
Can you maybe just pull your mask up while you talk, because you're really.
You can't
You
hear me?
can't do that.
All right.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Is that better?
No, you need to put your mask back.
You speak right into the mic.
Thank you.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I'll try that. I got a thick mask.
Everyone needs to keep their mask.
Okay. I've traveled some in eastern Montana, and I have yet to run into anybody that wants grizzlies in eastern Montana. The Endangered Species Act, as I understand it, we've got, I think, just 5 recovery zones left. I think we took the one in Washington off the list, and I'm not sure why that happened. I mean, I'm not sure if that was a political thing, or if it was just recognizing that it's too cumbersome or difficult or whatever. But, and maybe, Jody could respond to that and tell us whether that's true or not. It doesn't really matter to us, I guess, because it's not Montana. But, well, number one is people in eastern Montana don't want it. Number two is, grizzly bears in eastern Montana do nothing, to get grizzlies delisted. The thing that's going to get the grizzlies delisted is to have them in the 4 recovery areas, in significant numbers. We've probably got enough in Yellowstone and in CDE, but the other 2 we don't. And then there's the connectivity thing. That we need some connectivity between all 4 areas, I think, in order to end up with a delisted population. As I've said before, we could have thousands of grizzlies in eastern Montana, and that doesn't contribute to delisting at all. Another aspect of it is that we've only got, 10, I think, bear managers in the state. They're all in western Montana, which is where they should be. We need several more in western Montana. I think if we get grizzlies wandering in eastern Montana, there's probably not gonna be near the conflict response that there is in western Montana. And, you know, we all agree, I think, that we would like to have more bear managers. And we're all hopeful that we will, but that takes money, and that takes money from some kind of state taxes or fees or something. And that's probably not going to be an easy sell to the legislature. So that means that eastern Montana will even get less attention as conflicts increase in western Montana with the increase in population. I know that some people don't like the idea of lines on a map, but you know, really, if you think about it, everything to do with grizzlies involves some kinds of lines. I mean, we got the recovery area line, we got the buffer zone around the recovery areas, and we got, what was it, zone 3, I guess, for MCDE, and even U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has different management in the different zones. And I think Fish, Wildlife, and Parks will have an awful time trying to manage a statewide population. So I think we do need to think about different management areas. Yeah.
Thanks, Lauren. So there was a lot that you put into that, and I appreciate that, and I want to just pull some of it apart and see if some of it is addressed in this current draft in terms of conflict prevention and being proactive and doing outreach and really addressing not only where bears are, but where bears may be. So that doesn't necessarily draw lines, but it talks about being proactive in those approaches. And in the conflict response section, there is specific language around funding for bear managers. Certainly not, we don't have anything in here that talks about east versus west. And so I think in hearing what you've shared, wanting to hear from you or other council members in terms of what additional specific language is needed to make stronger this case of being proactive in terms of grizzly bear expansion and management that needs to be coordinated around that. So, Erin, I see that your hand is up.
Yeah, I don't know how best you want to do this. If you want to start with me or go around the room, or because I know this is our big topic. So I have a lot of thoughts on this, and I mean, I've been pretty consistent in really feeling strongly that as a council, we shouldn't be drawing lines on a map. That being said, I also recognize the challenge of resource availability and response time and all of those things that we have somewhat tried to integrate within this document, and being very mindful about that. And I think, Lawrence, your point about lines being drawn, I mean, I think that's one of the reasons I come back to is that the management agencies, whether that be Fish and Wildlife Service with other agencies and creation of the conservation strategies, have created zones, or and then Forest Service is using those zones in their forest planning documents, things like that. I feel really strongly that as a council, I do not feel comfortable putting those lines on a map. And I feel like it takes a lot bigger input and public comment and discussion around if that's going to go into a management plan. And so I guess with number 10 of our guiding principles, I think what that does, and again, we have to have discussion around this as well, it recognizes that there is some diversity in our landscapes. And I know it's not quite there yet, but I also wonder, Cole, in that email that he referenced earlier, that he sent to the writing team, had a suggestion maybe that I think would be intriguing to talk about as a council around, and Cole, I'm going to let you speak to that, but talking about this kind of within a management plan or potential future management plan framework, because I really am not supportive of drawing lines on a map where just because a bear may be in eastern Montana, that bear may be removed. I think what it gets to more for me is the conflict mitigation, conflict response time, because what I also fear is the last thing I would want to happen is that resources don't get allocated to certain areas where conflicts do still occur, but maybe they're not considered high priority, if that makes sense. So I'm struggling a little bit with this because I'm recognizing the issue, but I'm also really wanting to make sure that we're not saying something that would actually pull resources from an area, if that makes sense. Sorry, that was sort of a ramble. I apologize, guys.
Erin, this is Cole. I want to start by saying I agree with you that just because a bear is in eastern Montana doesn't mean it needs to be removed or that it's a problem. And yet, it seems to me that without some kind of way of prioritizing existing resources and any new resources, our recommendations are kind of hollow. So, you've got to have somewhere where you focus on transportation infrastructure. If you're going to make sanitation recommendations, we heard from Chad about how much one bear-resistant garbage can costs compared to, the standard. And so to be recommending that we will invest in bear-resistant garbage cans to the same degree that Hellville should, it seems just unreasonable to me. So, but I also agree that it's really not in the council's expertise to draw a line. And so what I would suggest is we could recommend that FWP, in working with partners, distinguish two zones. One being essentially the landscapes in between, right? Western Montana, the language we use in our vision statement, and the other zone being everywhere else. And we could basically say at least two zones and leave the further detail up to them. But it seems at least clear that there's a whole bunch of Montana, and still bears are basically in a third of it. And in order to try to prioritize where your conflict reduction manpower goes, where your transportation and sanitation infrastructure goes, I think you do have to distinguish it. Another major piece is our vision basically says that we support meeting of the recovery goals in the 4 ecosystems, and we support a connected landscape in between those. And we recommend that there ought to be translocation sites that are not within the 4 ecosystems in the connectivity area that are remote and acceptable for translocating bears. And I think that's one of our major recommendations. I think it's one of the things that can give FWP some of the social license it currently doesn't have. And yet we can't really say much about where we mean until you have this distinction between this east-west distinction. So I think we could, one of our core recommendations at the outset at the beginning of the recommendations could be that FWP work with partners to distinguish those two zones. That means that we don't have to draw the line, but we recognize the need to prioritize.
It was Jonathan.
Lawrence, I appreciate your clarifying that. I know you've been bringing that idea up quite a bit, and something that struck me, regardless of a hard line, we talk about sometimes it's a highway or a particular, distinct area. I think one point that's really valid there is that we will, regardless, have highly managed grizzly bear populations, and then those that are unmanaged, because they are bears that are expanding out of areas that are either met their recovery objectives or close to it. Regardless of it, they have populations capable of expanding into new areas of the state, and we've all spoken about the importance of getting ahead of the bears with our messaging, with outreach, with management. Yet bears continuously this year have showed up beyond those lines. In areas that never were expected to see a bear, that first sightings in years. And, I think that's a good thing, but it also draws attention to the fact that there are places that will not be prepared with the support of management for grizzly bears in their communities. And so without needing to draw a line, the recognition that there are places that are better prepared to have grizzlies than others is something that we should take into account, especially with the acknowledgement that resources are thin at best, and that we need more. They're going to be focused in certain areas and not in others, and it's something that's just a fact, I believe, in management, that there will be areas in eastern Montana that will have bears before we planned on them having bears, and there will not be resources available for those communities. And so we need to have some sort of support in place, even a recognition of that situation is, in a weak way, some sort of support. But there is a distinction there, and I think not to recognize it is to just brush a truth under the rug. And so it's a good discussion to have. I don't have any answers, but I just thank you for bringing that up, and it did make me think about it in a little bit of a different way there.
I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate what you said, Jonathan, and I appreciate, Cole, you really trying to articulate some language that can be inserted into the recommendations, because I think we have touched upon this, and what you're all struggling with is how to articulate this into the report that can be reflective of the conversation and reflective of some of the shared understanding and consensus around this area. So we've got Nick, Annie, Michelle, Trina, and then Robyn.
Well, I would just say on one thing, I disagree with Lawrence in that we do have one bear management person out in eastern Montana, and that's in Red Lodge, and that obviously came about reactively when bears were showing up there in large densities, as Brett well knows. But, I would say that you're right, there are some zones. I just spent last week looking at the Lewis and Clark National Forest plan, and it talks about grizzly bears, and it talks about the primary conservation area in zones 1, 2, and 3. But those decisions should be part of, I think, what is in a statewide grizzly bear management plan, as well as the management plans for the public land agencies. And in fact, it says in that one, we do not expect long-term survival of grizzly bears in the high woods, little bells, crazies, and castles, or something like that. And that may have been due to road densities, again, long-term survival, but that doesn't mean there'll never be a bear there. So our report is riddled with calls for more resources, which we all know we need. I think that's a good thing. And lastly, I would encourage everyone on this council to go read the court decision on the delisting, because it was a similar approach. The states stripped the significant conservation measures out of the conservation strategy. The judge wrote in there, they were told this is not valid scientifically or legally, and they lost. And it's all in there, so I think doing that in our recommendations and encouraging the state to do that is setting us up for failure, not success.
I'd like to point out in our new document, Guiding Principle 12, connectivity is important to the long-term sustainability, persistence, and resiliency of grizzly bears. Connectivity areas will exist in diverse social and environmental settings. Not all of these settings are conducive to permanent habitation, but should be managed to promote genetic and demographic connectivity and biologically suitable, acceptable habitat, being mindful that biologically suitable does not always mean appropriate. And so in our guiding principles, we talk about the connectivity zones. Not all of those are conducive like towns without explicitly saying that. And so it's in the guiding principles, or we've tried to get to that idea. If you turn to page 5, public and state land, 16(1) A and B. Relevant agencies should create consistency around food storage requirements across state and federal lands. And B, bear-resistant infrastructure should be available at all federal, state, and local campgrounds. We talked about this one and trying to whether or not to make it specific for Western Montana, and we didn't want to because of black bears. And so if we recommend food storage across the state, priority would be given to Western Montana in these connectivity zones, but it also could get to Eastern Montana where it wouldn't be a bad thing. And so we toyed around with those two on whether or not we wanted to insert in grizzly bear habitat or soon-to-be occupied habitat. And then if you turn the page to grizzly bear distribution, relocation, and connectivity, 19 and particularly 20 are the ones I'd like to highlight. 20 is, I'll read it. Relevant agencies should work with relevant state and provinces, landowners, agricultural producers, and communities to create plans to establish new suitable relocation areas inside and between recovery areas, which further the conservation, connection, and recovery of the grizzly bear. And so we've implied through the document that we're not talking about expansion areas. We're really talking about areas in the connectivity zones where the community as well as FWP come up with where to put these bears if need be. And so we never recommended moving bears into an expansion zone. And I do like what Cole had to say, and I hope if you could write out a little bit more about defining connectivity and expansion. And when we talk about zones, those are the two things I think a lot about, is this bear connecting to another population, or is it expanding into Eastern Montana? And so there has to be some wiggle room with expansion. You know, the Rocky Mountain Front is still, they're not connecting, but it's suitable habitat there. And so I guess I can't draw a hard line on the map either. Animals don't follow hard lines. And so I really liked Cole's idea of connectivity and expansion, or these two kind of zones. But Lawrence, I wanted to draw your attention to what we have tried to do in the document with those few numbers and kind of see if some of that wording helps. Michelle?
Yeah, I have thought about this and struggled with this, and I finally said, well, I'm going to throw in my teaching experience. As a teacher, sometimes things come down from a state level that don't make any sense in the classroom. They don't make any sense. And you're just sitting there going, oh, how, what, you know? So I spoke with two bear managers that have been in it for more than 30 years, and they expressed concerns with the idea of zones. because they felt it would tie their hands more. Right now, there's flexibility on a case-by-case basis. And I think the people that should really be making the decisions should be the people on the ground, the landowner that's affected, and it's all based on the circumstance, because all the conflict circumstances are different. The amount of resources available to fix the situation, all of those things, that mayor manager on the ground with the landowner make a decision. And they have that flexibility right now on a case-by-case basis to do that. And I think that is really important, and I think because situations are so different and people's attitudes are different, there should be that flexibility, and the fear that zones might take that away, and for two reasons. One, talking to both of them, they said, well, 30 years ago, no one wanted bears here, nobody. And now over those years, they've sat down and drank a lot of coffee in people's living rooms and kitchens, and they've created that slow, increasing social tolerance by building those trusts, et cetera. And so having a drawn line, there's not that impetus to do that, because the people are saying, well, we don't have to ever be tolerant of grizzlies because we've got this line here, or we have this varied approach for our area, so we really don't have to worry about that. And then also the people that have a lot of social tolerance for grizzlies who might not report a conflict because they don't want any trouble. They don't want that grizzly to get in trouble, which has been happening in the Mission, and with a lot of those backyards where they love having the grizzlies in the backyard. Oh, he got in a little trouble. We don't want to tell anybody because he'll get in trouble, and then that perpetuated and became bigger, and then that grizzly was put down in one instance that I know particularly, but I think that happens a lot too. So I want to make sure that the right people are making the real decision about what's going to happen in conflict resolution. And I feel like a case-by-case basis, and both of those bear managers said that the protocols right now are written to give a lot of flexibility in those situations. I guess that's my thought on this.
What I'm wondering is, behind this idea of wanting to create zones, and Annie, I really appreciate you kind of highlighting where in the document the synthesis team really tried to provide some distinction and some clarity around what you all have been talking about in terms of what should happen within connectivity areas and what should not be happening outside of connectivity areas. And I'm wondering if we can think about, are there statements that might help clarify that say, yes, new relocation sites within connectivity zones, no new relocation sites outside, right? Like, would that start to address some of this? And in terms of how to prioritize resources. And so what language might need to be used in here that helps address some of this prioritization, if that's some of what's underneath the concern. So what I want to do is try and move this conversation to what language might be helpful in articulating what's sort of underneath this area of needing zones or maps, like what are you really trying to get at? So if as you're continuing to share your thoughts around that, if you can start to articulate some of that in terms of suggesting some wording that might help move this conversation as discussion can happen in terms of what would be agreed upon or not to go into the document. So we've got Katrina and then Caroline.
Oh, and Robyn.
She has her hand up.
Okay.
So I agree with Lawrence. I don't think grizzly bears belong in eastern Montana. I also don't think grizzly bears belong in my yard, but here I am. But I think what we do need to focus on is if we're going to reestablish some zones, where those zones will be. And of course, the funding issue, because right now there's not enough funding to manage our bears where they are right now or where they were 20 years ago. And also, I really would like to put in our recommendations, something more specific about managing those prairie bears more harshly than maybe in the recovery zone, or, you know, one striking you're out on the prairie. So I think those are some things that we could start writing, and I think we're getting somewhere now, I hope.
Try not to be redundant, because I think we've had a lot of conversations, and I would say this isn't something we haven't talked about. I think we've talked about this a lot. And I think it is an area that, we, you know, like the last time, I think I characterized it as like, this is a challenge. This is where the challenge lies, and this is the challenge that we need to meet. I feel strongly that, and in agreement with much of what's already been said, that the expertise around either lines or zones is not at this table, and that it should be something that the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, working with all the other relevant agencies, discusses. But I do want to link it back to what we talked about earlier with this idea of adding some recommendations around a management plan, and adding recommendations about very deliberate and extensive community input, public involvement, and that also should help inform how communities feel about where and when and how they will work with, tolerate, accommodate the presence of grizzly bears. I can't say that. I can't say there isn't anybody in eastern Montana that doesn't want a grizzly bear. I don't know that, but I would like to ask. And I think that's where we should be, is rather than making those decisions, is encouraging Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to do that outreach in order to come up with a management plan, and using their expertise to talk about that flexibility in meeting the challenges of a potentially expanding grizzly bear population. We know, I think of it that way very much so, that there are the core populations, there's the connectivity, and then there's bears that are expanding. And those are different, and they're going to come up with very different situations, and we need to respond to them differently. Yes, it's going to take resources, but we know that. We know that all of this is going to take extensive resources, and it is one of the main themes, and I think one of the most powerful themes of our recommendations is that acknowledgement that if Montana is going to meet these challenges, we need the resources to do it. I do not feel comfortable with the zone or the line idea, because it needs to be flexible, it needs to change, and it needs to be responsive to the people who live there.
Brent, and then Jonathan, and then Robyn, and then Darren.
So initially I thought that we should be managing for bears in Montana and not western Montana and eastern Montana. However, I think I've come to the realization that there probably is an east and west, and there probably is a line, and that could be a gray line instead of a hard line. But I believe that we're trying to figure out connectivity between Yellowstone and Glacier area, and I think that. I think there needs to be that distinction. I don't know how to do that, but I do agree with Lawrence. I think there needs to be some distinction.
I was gonna actually put my hand down, but it just strikes me, we've described areas that there's currently exist are likely to exist in the near future, and we do have areas that theirs are unlikely to exist, yet will in the near future. And again, we don't need to draw lines, but there are separate, I don't know the word that doesn't make people think it's a line, but there are separate considerations, geographical considerations within the state as to how prepared communities are for grizzly bear to either pass through or have permanent habitation. And it is different because we can't put someone out in eastern Montana whose job it is to drink coffee until a bear shows up. That's just not a good use of resources to do that. And like people have said, we have a hard time properly supporting the areas that we know there are bears and there are active conflicts and active management going on. And so we should be able to give some recommendations or considerations that account for the best use of resources. And an area that will not receive the amount of resources necessary to deal with an eventual or potential conflict does need to have some sort of other type of consideration at play. And I agree with what you said, Michelle, but I also was wondering, just for context, those managers work within boundaries, hard lines, that it's either the Region 1 or 2, or, you know, we saw bears in the Red Lodge area, so we get a manager there, or like Wesley out in the prairie, and so we have areas already that they work within. So I was kind of confused by your statement as to them warning against doing that, because it seems to me they already work within lines and areas, and so why wouldn't we have those in other parts of the state?
Yeah, he was talking about zones, as in this zone, this is how we'll make decisions about bears, and this zone, this is how we'll make decisions about bears. And so, and those would bisect, you know. So it was just the idea that that without a case-by-case flexibility and kind of a blanket, you know, first strike, they're out in the prairie kind of thing, takes away the folks that are out there that might not have problems with bears getting in their backyard or being in their backyard. So, yeah, I'm not talking about geographic areas where they work. I'm talking about zones that would say, this is how we're going to treat it here, and this is how we're going to treat it here.
Thanks, yeah, that makes more sense, but it also makes me think we're talking about a couple different things in this conversation. And so streamlining that down and figuring out what it is that we're all meaning about these zones or areas, because it sounds like there certainly are either zones of particular actions or zones of geographical inhabitants that are different, and so there's probably some common ground here, but we're on different maps, and so we're not seeing it right.
So, we talked about zones and doing maybe different things in different zones. If we're going to recognize that we want to try to have connectivity between Yellowstone and Northern Continental Divide, there's going to be some management plans in between there that's going to be different than outside of those areas. Like no hunting, the bears would be done differently, dealt with differently in those areas. So we're already going to be making some distinctions on zones.
So we've got Robyn and Darren and Erin and then Chuck. And then Chuck. Robyn?
Yeah, Erin was before me. She's been waiting for quite a while. I'd like to hear what she has to say before I pipe up.
Great.
I wanted to just bring up a couple of things. So back to some of the zones that are in place. So there, you know, the state does also have agreements in conservation strategies with the Fish and Wildlife Service and other agencies where they have looked at zones. And I just want to give you guys an example of some language for it. Zone 3, for example. Grizzly bear occupancy will not be actively discouraged. Grizzly bears will not be captured and removed just because they occur in Zone 3. So while it's recognizing that it's a different zone and management is going to focus on, say, conflict prevention, it's also recognizing that bears won't just be removed from that area simply for being there. And so I think when I come back to these, when I come back to this idea of zones, I really hesitate at us identifying those zones. And it doesn't mean that I don't recognize that there are differences, but I think that within the context of the agencies and public comment and public input and meeting with communities and all of that, I think recognizing that process, keeping us at that higher level is important rather than us arguing over what happens in each zone, because I don't think necessarily we'll come to consensus on that. And also I feel like we can talk around the idea of I think we can recognize the need for this discussion with the agencies that will be making these decisions.
Thanks, Erin. Robyn?
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad that I let Erin go first. She sort of really helped. I support what she just said there. And I'd also like to say, I think it would be a really good idea for us to build on what Caroline was talking about and Jonathan. Again, instead of making those hard lines, but then going back to that bear on the east side, eastern part of Montana is going to be an issue. And let's go back into our document, and Annie pointed out some great places where we're already addressing some of these issues, and maybe just make sure that we raise that awareness that this came up in our group, that the east side is going to be a problem, and we can maybe strengthen our recommendations that are already there that address that issue.
Thanks, Robyn. Darren, Chuck, Chad, and Annie.
Yeah. I'm sitting here listening and been thinking a lot about this since Lauren's email. I'm a big fan of the word zone, lines. I mean, I'm not sure I'm there yet. But living in what I would consider the eastern part of the state, I do think that there are significant issues. And really what we're talking about is prioritization, money, resources, personnel. And if I'm reading it correctly, and I heard the presentations correctly, Zone 3 is part of the management plan, but yet to be determined eastern boundary. That's what they're needing help on, and that's what they need the discussion on. We're not drawing a hard line there. We're trying to give input and trying to give an idea as citizens of Montana. Not that we're not the experts, and I agree with Caroline 100%, that there's professional people out there that can help us. But I think we do need to support that there is an eastern boundary where we'll take significant resources, personnel, that is different than the already established in western Montana. And I would also say that above Route 90, north and east, that big L in the state we need to recognize that as a council and support that somehow to give Fish and Game, Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks some support that they need to start planning, they need to start working on it, but the prioritization is also there. And that, I'll give an example, the Stanford bears. They watched them, they moved them, they saw them. When they had a problem, it was immediate, it was swift, a decision. That could be moving them back, that could be doing other things, but I think they need to maintain and support that kind of decision process in eastern Montana, above Route 90, east of 87, whatever that route may be, whether we're drawing those lines or not, but we need to recognize as a council that there is difference. And we're not anchoring anything in eastern Montana with the large roadless areas that was used to first establish the recovery zones, the 4 recovery zones. There's nothing there in eastern Montana. a lot of private land, there is public land, there's no big roadless ways. We're almost setting them up to fail if we don't recognize that it's different. So on my part.
I have well said, Lorenz and Darren. I mean, and Lorenz and I did talk a lot about this and knew exactly how this would play out. I hate to say that, but I really think we would gain far more public support from eastern 2/3 of Montana and from the landowners if we did have something like that. I mean, we can't say everyone, Carolyn, as you said, that doesn't want grizzly bears in eastern Montana, but every rancher and landowner I've ever interacted with said, you can keep your bears on the west side. We don't want the restrictions that go with that on access or land use or you know, you try really hard to be respectful of other people's, and Nick and I had a conversation, and so I went back and I read the Ninth Circuit, and I went back and I read Christensen's decision. And the lines that they used in Wyoming are a little different. They were right up against the recovery thing. And there again, it was very obvious. They were making opinions, legal opinions and legal decisions on people that knew absolutely nothing about the biology of the bear or the problems that people have. It was very frustrating to read those decisions because it was done by people that have no idea of reality of what we deal with. I think we need something. I think we'd be remiss in our mission to the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and the governor if we didn't address it.
Jack?
I'm gonna take my hand down because of what I was gonna say was redundant to what Chuck and Darren just said.
Annie? And then Heath.
As I am listening and trying to move forward and looking at our guiding principles, we collectively know there's a difference between connectivity and expansion. I don't really like saying east and west because are we dividing the state in half down the middle, or is it the Rocky Mountains front is eastern Montana? Like, what is east and what is west? That's pretty wishy-washy. And so I keep going back to connectivity and expansion and trying to figure out if we could draft a guiding principle, because we keep saying that, and the guiding principles are what every recommendation is tied to. And so if we can come up with a guiding principle that says management in connectivity zones will be different than management in expansion. Resources will be allotted differently based on geographic location to connectivity of bears, or if bears are expanding and not promoting genetic and demographic connectivity with the rest of the population. And so I hear Lawrence and Darren and Chuck that we need something, and we all are saying we do, and we all kind of have this underlying understanding that expansion areas in eastern Montana is different than connectivity. I feel I live in part of eastern Montana, not much of it, but I'm technically in that watershed. And bears have suitable habitat in that part of eastern Montana. And so that's I guess I really want to get away from eastern and western as a definitive line, as a line for us. And then I want us to start thinking about how can we craft a guiding principle that underlines the entire document. So instead of having to go to education and outreach and say it's different for expansion versus connectivity, we need a guiding principle. You, Heath?
Thanks, Annie. then Cole.
Yeah, I guess I was gonna say something a lot similar to what Annie just said, and also Cole and Trina, I think, kind of touched on that, but it gets hard to put a specific line, and then not have that draw criticism. But I guess what maybe we could possibly say would be if we could make recommendations to be less tolerant for conflict bears that are not critical to connectivity. So to me, that would be anything that's, like Annie was just classifying as an expansion bear, possibly. Those decisions around management for those conflict bears possibly could be made more aggressively than bears that are in areas of connectivity. And that I'm somebody who lives in an area of connectivity, I guess. So I also appreciate the fact that we're addressing landowners needing help, and looking down the road, I as problems increase in local communities, we don't want to forget those. But I just think especially as far as resources go, that if people all across the state are having those issues, we're not going to be able to deal with it. And I just think as far as drawing a line, for me, just the distinguishing between whether they're critical to connectivity or not might be one way to look at it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't see any big contradiction in what Erin and, Lawrence, Darren, Caroline, Chuck, I don't think we're really disagreeing. I agree with Annie that expansion versus connectivity may be a better way to characterize it than east versus west, but I would add that you still have to define it. And I'm not saying we define it. Again, I think you have to recommend that the managers define it. It's about resource prioritization, as Darren emphasized. It's not, I think it's a red herring, or it's a straw man to say that we're talking about some line across which, we're going to build a wall, or we're going to prevent anything from crossing, or we're going to go back across it and get them. Nobody's talking about that. We're talking about how do we prioritize resources and what's really the main goal, connectivity, and what's not a goal, meaning indefinite expansion. That's, I think, what we're talking about. And it's fine to call it connectivity and expansion. And again, I like that characterization better than east-west, but still, it needs to be defined. We need to recommend that it be defined in the management plan. And then, mostly the reason we need that is because we need to know what to link the rest of our recommendations to. We need something to reference when we're making an individual recommendation about sanitation or whatever. We need a reference point. And so it's more we need to, I think, recommend that up front, that it be in the management plan, that it be defined, and then use some placeholder word that then we can reference back either to the number of that recommendation or to the terms we come up with, maybe connectivity zone, expansion zone, whatever. But I just want to make the comment that people have said bears don't recognize lines. I think we all know that. We're not talking about that kind of line. We're not talking about walls.
Trina, Darren, Michelle.
Let me just pull over here and forget what I was going to say.
Darren?
You can go to Michelle first.
Michelle?
Don't come to me. I just wanted to say that all of the things we're talking about, whether it's connectivity or expansion, whether there are resources available, whether it's a subadult male or a female, those are all in the protocols already. That flexibility is there. The bear management specialists take all those into account, as well as working with the landowner to make the decision. So I don't want to take that away by saying, well, because it's a connectivity barrier, this is kind of where you're gonna go, because it's a, I feel like they already are making decisions based on all of those items. And I personally, I don't feel comfortable putting, and I'm not gonna say lines or types or changing those protocols, for those bear managers on the ground.
Now, I wrote some things down here as everyone was talking and in between things to try and get us maybe off center. I'm trying to move us forward on a recommendation that maybe we can start wordsmithing or talking about or moving forward, if that's okay. And one thing I don't think anybody remembers is it doesn't matter where they go, east, west, north, south, they're still under the ESA. If the bear is standing in Miles City, it's still under the ESA management. So it's not like we're losing that, even if we're asking and putting these lines in. So it doesn't tie the hands. There's still things. We're just trying to get Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks support that there is differences in eastern, well, I hate, well, you want to use eastern, I don't know how else to put eastern Montana, but that's just the way it is, north and east. So can we, and then don't kill the messenger, like I said, this is really rough. Can we as a council support as expansion occurs east of the Rocky Mountain front and north of 90 warrants special attention and new challenges? And those conflicts will increase and should be addressed in Montana's Fish, Wildlife, Parks Management Plan and funding allocation. Something of that sort, because we're not drawing a line, we're just telling them that you have our permission or our support to establish Zone 3 Eastern Division and how they need to manage it versus not. We can't send Wesley all the way to Miles City. He's got no tires left on his vehicle this past spring because he's running all over right now. So we're either going to have, like Jonathan said, someone sitting in Great Falls or Stanford waiting for the bears to get there, or we have to have that line, for lack of a better word, or that area for Fish and Wildlife and Parks to prioritize, plan, and develop funding for the next 5 to 10 years. So I'm in support of it. I appreciate, Michelle, your comments, but we hear the bear managers saying their hands are tied. We don't have enough information, we're running out of spots, we're running out of things, so I'm not so sure just by doing this is taking those decisions out of their hands. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is still going to be making those decisions in making that point. We're just trying to help them figure out how the best places to allocate resources and that. And then to prepare the eastern prairies for increased garbage and sanitation, and so we can work with that over the next short haul. I mean, it's not a line. I'm just trying to get us off center a little bit on a general idea and move us forward on a recommendation that we do recognize. Everybody in the room recognizes there's differences. So that's all I was trying to get at as a move us forward.
Thanks, Darren. Does anyone want him to repeat that?
Is there a better, yeah, it's really hard to do. It's going to be really hard if you guys can't share a screen where things get written down to like follow somehow, because just listening to that sentence, I'm a visual person. I don't know if somebody can.
Into our draft?
I wonder if we can just do, like, just have a screen with just that sentence.
Charlie share his screen and just type it in.
Charlie can.
Yeah, and then also I guess I wonder if Cole might, so I'm still really struggling with putting any sort of line, I will tell you that. I mean, just to be honest with you, if there's a way to integrate kind of what Cole was talking about with what you had just mentioned as a possible place to start. I'm really, I don't know that I can get on board with us saying like I-90 or, it's just, I'm really challenged with that, but I would like to see those two ideas maybe on the screen so that we could have this discussion. So I appreciate the potential to draft something to talk about.
Yeah, Darren, I also appreciate you kind of capturing what's been said and trying to articulate that to give something tangible for this group to work on. We have Trina and Caroline.
Okay, this is Trina. So, first I want to address Michelle's concern. I think what we're talking about is not giving them a hard guideline but just saying, you're still flexible, but in these areas, you can manage more strictly or personally, however you wanna say it, because these bears aren't as important to recovery, et cetera. The other thing is, we need to talk about expansion, because, as Erin pointed out, that's not the right word, because bears also expand in places where bears already are. So as we're trying to figure out what to put in our guiding principle and how we're, trying to figure out how to define those, I wonder if, Martha or Cecily or somebody could tell us what we should be using instead of expansion.
Anyone from the support team want to respond to Trina?
Could you repeat what you said? Because I'm not sure I followed exactly what you were asking. A different word instead of expansion?
Yeah, so we're talking about, bears that are expanding, like out, let's say the prairie bears, that aren't in a recovery zone anymore, they're just out there. We're talking about defining those bears versus the bears that are in the connectivity zones and in the recovery areas. So how do we define that, that population of bears outside recovery zones? Because expansion isn't the right word to use, because they expand within recovery areas as well. So how do we distinguish between the two?
I'm not really, obviously the populations are, as they're growing, the growing populations are expanding in kind of all directions, and they run into different, for lack of a better word, obstacles, depending on which direction they're expanding into. I guess I kind of like where Annie was going, where, she's kind of describing whether or not, particular bears are contributing to connectivity or not. And to me, I think you guys are really starting to focus in on kind of what our challenges are as the bears are expanding, because there's plus sides and negative sides to the expansion. And I think the idea that we do kind of need to prioritize and maybe think differently in different zones is what we were trying to get at, when we asked you to think about geography as it relates to bear management. So I'm not sure how else to describe it, but the bears, the expansion can be helping with a long-term management goal, or the expansion might not be contributing very much to a long-term management goal. And I don't think anyone is expecting you to draw lines on a map. But I think thinking hard about conceptually, if there is differences in how we want to manage the population in the long term, depending on geography, that is relevant. And so I think this conversation is really kind of getting at the heart of what we're trying to ask the public is,
is expansion anywhere bears want to go totally the long-term goal, or are there some limitations to that?
Here, you bring up what I just added to that. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know what your idea was.
I guess I would have to agree with what Erin said, though. I think number 11 in our principles is very well worded to give, it's Montana's diverse landscapes. Sorry, somebody just require flexibility to utilize varied approaches for grizzly bear management. I mean, I think that's broad enough to give the agency that flexibility, but also saying we will. I mean, I think that's well done as it is to address this, and I'll say it again, I think these are things that a statewide grizzly bear management plan will look at, which is, as I understand, underway now.
Erin, and then Jonathan.
Did you say Erin or Darren?
Erin, you?
Okay. Sorry, it's kind of hard to hear. I wonder if we don't already have this language to some degree. I wonder if our vision doesn't help us in this conversation. So if we could integrate just the conversation of the recovery zones and landscapes in between, if we don't, east versus west is really problematic to me, just for many reasons. But we do sort of identify that as a priority, right? The landscapes in between and the 4 recovery zones. I'm wondering if we can't use that same language so we're consistent within the drafting of something, whether that be 11 or 11 with something new or whatever. But I don't know that we need to get more specific than that in this document. I think, as has been echoed into the management plan or things like that, I think the agencies will get more specific in drawing those lines. I don't feel like that's, but we have already identified this kind of area. And so I don't know that we need to reinvent the wheel there.
Thanks, Erin. Jonathan?
I've got a shot here at a guiding principle that we could work with that covers some of these things, and I think that there's recommendations that could support that at another time, but I'm just thinking, as a guiding principle, there are parts of Montana that are unprepared for the presence of grizzly bears and will remain so as resources are prioritized within existing recovery zones and the landscapes in between. I think that clearly states that we acknowledge the issue, and I do think that there are recommendations that we've discussed here about prioritizing those community listening sessions and outreach in those areas that are unprepared for this, to be able to identify a list of priorities as to how the resources that really aren't available for those areas, but how can we make best use of limited resources. But regardless of those recommendations, that's a guiding principle I just wanted to throw out, I guess, for comments or other questions. I could read that again, if that would help. So, there are parts of Montana that are unprepared for the presence of grizzly bears and will remain so as resources are prioritized within existing recovery zones and the landscapes in between.
Yeah, that's cool, and I still think you need to be more specific. I think we need to be more specific, because I mean, so much of the value that we can provide, if we provide real value on this question, is clarity. Some way, even if people disagree, that they understand the rules, that they understand the protocols that have been developed. I mean, that's why when the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Hillary worked to redo the table that explains the decision-making process with conflict bear, make it more clear, and then bring it around to local communities and explain how it's used, there's so much value in that. And I think if we continue, I don't actually think we can define it more specifically than the landscapes in between, but I think we have to suggest that FWP has to distinguish the difference between the in-between and everything else. And I think it has to be clear enough where everybody can look at it and use the same language and understand what it means. And that maybe instead of a line, it's a set of criteria for what counts as a connectivity bear and what counts as an expansion bear, similar to the table that we're talking about. Maybe it is a line, I don't know. But without that kind of clarity, you will not have trust. Because people will assume that, you know, individual managers are interpreting it however they want to. You need some kind of common agreement about where is investment being made on behalf of grizzly bear connectivity and, you know, habitation presence, and where is it not being made. And I think we really need to encourage Montana to make that clear. Again, not our role, but we could basically have, I don't think this is a principle either. I think it's a recommendation that within the grizzly bear management plan, it's made very clear the difference between the landscapes in between that we reference in our vision and what's not in between.
So I'm wondering if number 11 guiding principle does get at this conversation, and perhaps we might need a couple of tweaks to it to make it more clear or stronger. And then an additional recommendation or two under the grizzly bear distribution, relocation, and connectivity section where it points out the prioritization of resources similar to what Darren just articulated and, well, what you just articulated in terms of FWP defining connectivity and expansion, or some of those terms, however, or landscapes in between. Is that?
Which number 11 are we talking about?
Talking about 12.
Okay, 12.
Oh, sorry. 12, guiding principle 12.
See, this doesn't get there for me. I think 12 is, there's some pretty squishy language in there. I don't think it's incorrect, it's just.
But perhaps some adaptation to it that makes it more clear and stronger, that reflects this conversation.
I mean, I think it's fine to say, look, some landscapes are more appropriate than others. That's the essence here. I'm just suggesting that we need a specific recommendation that in between is defined from everywhere else by the agency. And so that's all.
I'm hearing that as a suggested addition, and I'm also hearing that there be a recommendation around prioritization of resources, that it's clearly articulated in this section. Carolyn?
And I also think we get to it when we have a recommendation around the management plan outreach, and we can add that into, just like Cecily just asked us to do. Also, I think the prioritization of resources is crucial, and that would help, right, give that clarity to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I liked what Darren had. I think we've got the pieces here. I think we've got a zone of agreement, but I agree with that prioritization of resources. It's dealing with problem bears. You know, it's dealing with bears that get into trouble. And let's not forget, it's not that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks isn't all over the state. They are. But we don't have bear managers. We don't have a lot of resources, and that's okay. And my last point is that the resources that are put on the ground for all wildlife, like crossings and anything that enhances wildlife habitat, is good for all wildlife. So I don't think we need to be putting a lot of bear resources in these areas of expansion, but anything that we do for wildlife is good for all wildlife. Just to make sure that we remember, it's not like it's a vast desert out there with no wildlife and no presence from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And it also, well, I'm just going to stop now, but I also think that we're not looking at a high density. Okay, I'm going to stop because I don't know that for sure, and Cecily's going to get mad at me. Like if I say something like,
you know, we're not looking at necessarily a high density of bears out there, but I don't know that for sure, so I'm just gonna stop. But I think, my point being, I think we've got the pieces in play, and I'm not sure. I think what we need right now is what you were just trying to, give us, Heather, is like, okay, now what? Who's gonna do what in putting that into place? I feel that way. I don't know that Lawrence and Chuck do. So I think we need to come back around there too.
That's exactly where I just wanted to go, and we've got a good 15 minutes before lunch. So a couple of suggestions. One is, I wonder if Jonathan, if you wanted to take a look at that guiding principle and see if you can edit in reflection of this conversation. Cole, if you wanted to draft a recommendation around the FWP and definition. And Darren, we can start to use yours around the prioritization of resources. And we can bring those back after lunch so that we've got something to put up on the screen and that's tangible that we can look at. And definitely wanting to, before lunch, to check in with Lawrence and Chuck in particular, but Chad, I see that you also want to share some comments about where we are in this conversation. Chad.
Thank you. Is this on? Okay. As I said for the last hour and listened to the comments, I am going in a circle myself, but I do think I agree very strongly with Cole that we need to have some kind of a strong definition or recommendation to FWP as they're going to write these plans. And one of the things I think we take advantage of is we've got 9 bear managers that have a ton of experience, that have the flexibility because they've been in those positions for 25, 30, 35 years. What we're not taking into consideration, I don't think, is the fact that these bear managers are probably going to be retiring within the next 3 to 5 years. So we're going to have brand new bear managers across the landscape that do not have the experience, do not have the flexibility, haven't worked with these folks before, so they're going to need clear and concise definitions of how to do their job and what that looks like. Yes, can they work with landowners? Can they work with communities? Of course they can. But what does that look like when you've got a gentleman that's built a 4-year relationship by having cups of coffee, and you have somebody brand new come in? So while I agree with, I think we have the foundation, I think we've got a lot of really good ideas, I think there's a lot more work that has to be done with this, defining those specific areas, whether it's connectivity or expansion, and what does that look like in the state.
Lawrence and Chuck, after hearing this conversation for the last hour plus, where are the two of you in terms of some of the suggested recommendations here in the last 10, 15 minutes? How do those fit with you guys?
Hello? Yeah, okay. I'm encouraged by the discussion because I think everybody has some level of concern over this issue. I kind of like the approach of areas of expansion don't work exactly. I mean, what we're really talking about is areas of expansion that go beyond the whole connectivity area, I guess, which just happens to be western third of Montana, but nobody wants to identify it that way, I guess. The lands.
Can you speak up a bit? They're having a hard time.
Oh, sorry. I don't know, I think we might have, of all the suggestions we've had, I think we might be able to make something out of it that would work to to kind of reassure people that, there's not a big emphasis, or that, anyway, this council is not, expressing a big emphasis on having grizzly bears all over, the eastern part of the state. Because I know there's a lot of concern out there about that. So I think if we sit down and do a little writing, we might come up with something that'll work, combining the several suggestions.
Great. Thanks, Lauren. Chuck?
Probably doesn't agree with me.
I'll reserve judgment until I see some writing. I think as much clarity and detail that we can provide the state, the better. I mean, that's why they appointed us. It's called an advisory council to make recommendations. And I think they'd appreciate that greatly. I need to see what we come up with in writing.
So it sounds like we've got some folks that will put some of this that they've written on their notebooks, we'll put on the screen right here at the beginning of lunch and be able to look at it when we return. Cole?
I think it's fine if we share what's on it, if we each come up with a slightly refined version of what we already put out there and share it after lunch. But I also think we kind of need to move on from the topic, yet it's critical. And so I think there's a next stage writer or writers that we're going to have to identify sometime over the next few days. And I think we have to kind of leave this, if we have all heard each other around the table here, and if we have sort of three statements to look at, then that whoever the next stage writers are will have that. And it seems to me like we've got to, for the most part, move this on and get it to the next stage.
And that's I think, in putting it up and making it tangible, wanting to make sure that we've captured what we've heard so that the writing group has that guidance to then wordsmith it. But I really want to make sure that we have captured the essence in writing, and some people need to see that on the screen. So I don't think that we'll take too much more time, maybe limited at 15, 30 minutes when we come back from lunch, just to make sure that we've covered this adequately. Lauren?
Something I forgot to add is that Cecily came on and kind of encouraged us to reckon with this issue. And I've heard the same from other people within Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, that I think that's one of the big challenges, is to try and figure out how in the world to manage grizzly bears in different parts of the state. And I think even going back to the original sheet that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks gave us with their different ideas, they were asking for help on this kind of an issue, and I think that it's appropriate that we give it some serious consideration to come up with some good help.
Well, as you're talking, and I'm trying to listen to Michelle about some of the flexibility, would it be two words or a couple words that would maybe help this document, or as this word is with tolerance for non-conflict bears? Would that help people get off center a little bit on this idea?
I just wanted to throw one more thing out there. A couple years ago, during some meeting I was at, one of the FWP biologists made a point to say that we're not recovering bears to overpopulate the state with them. There is a number of bears, and we don't know what that is yet, but there is a number where we get too many bears. And so, I don't want you, especially Lawrence, to be imagining eastern Montana as full of grizzly bears as it is of rattlesnakes. So, I mean, you're not gonna be wading through grizzly bears to get to your garage, and I understand your concern about having grizzly bears in eastern Montana. If I didn't have any, I wouldn't want them either. But I think that's one thing that we need to keep in mind, is there is a maximum capacity of grizzly bears in Montana. And even though we don't know what that number is yet, we also have to factor that into our recommendations.
Well, I really appreciate the movement around this, the thoughtful conversation around this, and for several folks really trying to articulate what potential recommendations could look like in terms of adding to this document. We can go ahead and break for lunch. I know Sean went to go pick up the order, so he'll be back momentarily, and I'm wondering if in the meantime, if Trina, if you wanted to pull up the Google Doc, and maybe Darren and Cole and Jonathan could give you their wording, and we could get that up on the screen when we come back from lunch. But if we could do that now, given that they've already written it, and then you guys can take a break. So we will break for lunch now and resume at 1 o'clock. And for those of you joining remote, Trina will put it into the existing that July 17th Google Doc so that you guys can take a look at it once she's got it up. And so we're going to do that here first before leaving for lunch.
Heather, where is the place for eating lunch outside?
I think there's just a common area. I don't think we're allowed to bring food into this room.
No, we're not.
Is that right?
No, I think Wendy's talking just out that door and right out here.
Oh, outside?
Please outside. Okay, sure. Cool.
Thanks, everyone.
I'm just going to share my screen now while we're waiting for everything to get plugged in.
Yeah, I think it's the 185.
Dillon, can you hear me?
Yes,
We've got a minute.
but I don't see whoever's screen we need to share, so I just shared mine for the minute.
Do you have like, kind of stipulations, say like, you want to work one, two minutes? If not, put a point on thumbs up and say.
So we're viewing your screen, Dillon.
Yep. So I'll turn it off. We were just I just put it on there for whoever needed to take over.
Well, right now we can put the camera from the room.
Yep.
And then we might have Trina share her screen.
However you had it set up earlier, that'd be great. Then I can just keep it focused on that screen, and that was working out well.
Okay.
Well, can you switch to me?
Can you switch to Sean? Because we switched out our computers, so it's Sean's computer.
Okay, yeah. So Sean, I just added you. Want to turn your video on and maybe show the room, and then I'll spotlight it so it stays on your camera. There we go.
That's the beauty part about that place, we just kind of have a lot of everything, a little bit of everything right there.
I'll take a technician from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of really cute guys, but.
Hello. Hi. Your lunch. I'm very full.
No.
Are you falling asleep?
Oh my gosh, that'd probably work, wouldn't it?
Oh,
wow. Get him propped up.
Or shoot 6 and just hold it.
Yeah.
guess depending on where it is, you might be able to like use it as a.
All right, everyone, we are back up live on the YouTube channel, so just wanted to give everyone the heads up that we are back. Looking for just a couple of people to return to their seats here, and then we'll go ahead and get started for the afternoon.
From the first meeting.
Charlie, can you send me the link for the Zoom call?
For the phone or for which?
For Zoom.
Video.
I can send it to you.
No, what she said.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Great conversation this morning. I thought we really made a lot of good headway, both in terms of content and process, really thinking about what are some of those key issues that are yet in front of us. How do we work through them in a way that really builds some shared understanding and then is framed in a way that we can bring forward as part of the report and the recommendations we're putting forward to the Governor's Office, to fwp and other partner agencies. Just before we jump back in, I was reflecting before today's meeting, as I'm sure a lot of you were, about where are we and how does this process unfold? How do we get across the finish line? And a couple of things stood out to me. One, in the document that you guys have written, and one, I was looking for some guidance from some of the different guidebooks that I look to for different facilitation techniques and so on. And I'll start with the first, which was like, okay, so we've got this really complicated, thorny issue of grizzly bear conservation and management. We've got 18 diverse voices from across the state. We've got some real challenges here. How do we work through and get to a document that actually adds up to more than the sum of its parts and isn't some sort of dilution of, you know, one person's recommendation and another person's recommendation, but really highlights those key pieces? And I think, you know, I think each iteration of the document is getting closer and closer. And there was some guidance in one of the books I was reading that was just like, well, how does a group achieve this? And the first, these are kind of, I don't know, points that are probably self-evident in some ways, but it's good just to be reminded of them. Because this is hard work, and you guys have talked about how hard it can be and how frustrating it can be, but that it pays off if you can reach that end line. So the guidance was be patient and persistent. Keep working to understand one another's goals and needs, as well as their fears and aspirations. Face conflicts and overcome them. Explore possibilities by putting yourselves in one another's shoes. Challenge underlying assumptions. Search for imaginative solutions. And then share responsibility for reaching a result that works for everyone. And a lot of that resonated with me because you guys are walking that path, and I can see elements of those different guideposts throughout the conversations you've had. I think a lot of that's represented in your vision statement. And so that's the piece of your document that I wanted to just touch on before we jump back in to the conversation that we left this morning. And I know that you guys are still thinking about the exact wording for this, but right now your vision statement says that you envision fully recovered grizzly bear populations in the 4 identified recovery zones in Montana and landscapes in between that accommodate grizzly bear presence and connectivity while maintaining the safety and quality of life of those that live, work, and play in Montana. And I asked myself, well, what does that really put forward in terms of your report and your conversation? And I looked at each of the elements there and I said, oh, this is really powerful. 1, you want to facilitate recovery in the 4 recovery areas. 2, you want to prepare and support the landscapes in between for both people and bears. 3, you want to prepare people in other Montana landscapes for the possibility of bears and proactively prepare management options for them. And 4 was implicit in here, but is really explicit when you start reading through the recommendations. You want to engage local, state, and global citizens to help meet that vision. So I think you guys are on a good path. And before we jump back into some of the nitty-gritty of the recommendations, I wanted to just reflect back on how much progress I think you're making and how powerful I think that vision is, both as a vision statement and a construct for the rest of your recommendations. So I think that also bought us a little bit of time to get the technology set up. Trina, are you able to get in on Zoom?
I am there.
Are you there? And Dillon, can you give Trina screen sharing ability?
Yes.
So what I'm going to ask Trina to do is go ahead and put her screen up. Over the lunch hour, we had a couple of council members take some time to reflect on this morning's conversation and try to grab some initial language that helps articulate what we were talking about. How do we really think about these different management areas, and what's driving your concerns around that? How do we start to set priorities? How do we think about the differences between expansion areas versus connectivity areas versus core areas? And what does that start to look like in terms of guiding principles and recommendations? So I'd like to invite the people who drafted those to share what they came up with, and then for us, for just a little bit, to have a brief conversation around anything that might be missing there, or some simple tweaks or adjustments that we can make. And then I'm going to suggest that what we do is think about that, sit on it overnight, reflect on how it feels, whether it captures your intent, and we'll revisit it again tomorrow so that we can hand off the content of what we want to say to our final writing team. And then after we do this, I kind of want to suggest or invite your thoughts on whether or not this is a good process for moving forward generally, that we take an issue like we did this morning on management areas, we take some time in person to do some listening to meet those interests or address those needs, and then before we leave tomorrow, we actually have some language that we can build on. So it looks like
Can it be just a little bigger, Trina?
we're close. Yeah, Trina, is there any way to zoom out just a little more? Or zoom in? I think you got it.
Can you go up one?
It's a lot better.
Can I go up one?
And then
Bigger?
No, because
it looks like
oh, it won't.
you put these in the existing
Shelley, you trained
They're in
document.
as
You trained
suggested.
both?
Okay.
I'm trying to.
So that we can read.
And I think Cole actually has something that's written separately somewhere, so I wonder if I can invite Cole to share what he has first. And I don't know if that's in this document.
Is this at the very bottom of the document? I think that's where it's
Okay. Roll with me.
We're getting there. There we are. Perfect.
Oh.
Scroll with me.
Scroll
All
to
right.
Cole.
Look at that.
Scroll to Cole.
Can I read it? Okay, so I'm proposing this as a recommendation. In its comprehensive grizzly bear management plan, the council urges FWP to clearly define how it will distinguish landscapes in between that are not considered important for connectivity from other landscapes. This distinction is critical for prioritizing management resources and clarifying the overall goal of grizzly bear management in Montana.
The word not's not in there.
What's that?
Word not is not in there.
I think you misread that.
I think you misread it.
Where,
It's supposed to be
sorry,
the way it's written, not the way it's
where does it say not?
What did I not say?
Sorry, I might have said not by that or considered, so.
Maybe it should read not or,
Yeah, the
or
council
not.
urges FWP to clearly define how it will distinguish landscapes in between that are considered important for connectivity from other landscapes or from other landscapes that are not.
That are not essential to recovery.
I think it's implied in the current version, but I think Chuck's asking whether it needs to be more specific or
Yeah, I think
just
you're right.
in case.
I think it's.
I was thinking that are and or are not
The government,
important for connectivity.
other landscapes.
I think it's implied in that. Okay.
Yeah, I think.
No, not there. If Erin's right, if everybody's reading it as implied, then that's fine.
Yeah, I think it's.
basically saying draw a line.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Cole. Are there comments, observations, concerns about this as at least a starting point for a recommendation that captures the conversation this morning?
Sorry.
All right, I see Michelle's hands up. Michelle?
Well, I feel like you're just saying draw a line, but, I guess I would want to take out, just because we don't have delisting, and we're probably not going to have delisting for many years to come, or a few years at least to come. I would like to see more agencies, like to say, to make this specific to the plan, I think takes away something. And the council urges FWP and relevant agencies to clearly define how it distinguishes between landscapes in between that are considered important activity from other landscapes.
All right, so that's clarifying who this is directed toward, and I think Michelle was saying that maybe not just FWP, that this could include other relevant agencies. People agree with that? Have any comments?
What was your term? It was like all relevant agencies or?
Oh, yeah, all relevant agencies, I think is what we put in there.
We could add that. Is it, who writes the grizzly bear management plan? Is it FWP and Forest Service and all that?
Isn't this gonna have some public hearings anyway?
So there's another piece of what Michelle was saying, and she's saying, do we need that introductory in its comprehensive grizzly management plan? Does that add anything to have that specificity, or could it just read the council urges FWP and all relevant agencies to clearly define these different areas? Jeff?
I believe that it needs to be in there. I think that was kind of the direction that I got from Cecily this morning, that they're asking for help, and this is going to be part of, the recommendations are going to be part of a statewide management plan for Montana. So I agree that it needs to still state what it states.
And not relative.
Thank you, Jeff. Erin, it looks like your hand's up. Erin?
Yeah, I mean, I think it can be in here. I think the reality is that it's also going to have to be in coordination with conservation strategies and other documents that other agencies have worked on for a long time. And so I think it's accurate to put in coordination with other relevant agencies. I'm trying to, yeah.
This is a little bit of a, it's not a version, but it's something relevant to this, but also other I think many of the recommendations. It's just that it's one of the 7 areas that we were asked to address was this cooperation amongst agencies and coordination. It seems to me like that being a principle in everything we recommend, that this is done in collaboration with all the relevant agencies and partners. In most cases, will prevent us from having to, clean ourselves over how that is incorporated into each individual recommendation. So if the appropriate coordination is included there, we don't have to belabor sentences with a lot of qualifications, in my opinion. I think it goes without saying that, first of all, addressing recommendations specifically to the main agency that we think is responsible and to the specific process, the development of a management plan, is helpful because there's not doubt in what we're specifically referring to. And I think it's also at the same time important that, if coordination happens, so why can't that be a principle so that we don't have to tie ourselves in knots about it in each recommendation.
All right, thank you, Cole. So a couple of things there that I heard. One was just this this principle or an idea of a guiding principle around coordination, cooperation among agencies, which seems like it does surface in many of the recommendations that are currently there. So that's probably something that does make sense and would help alleviate the need to put that in many separate places throughout the document. The other is this question of the context of the comprehensive grizzly bear management plan and whether or not that provides helpful direction and guidance to at least FWP as they're thinking about this question. Any other thoughts or questions about that, Charlie? Someone want to weigh in?
Question, so when you're pointing this at FWP or any other coordinating agencies, are you implying in here that working with the public, we would distinguish or define how we would distinguish these landscapes in between as well as elsewhere? I guess what I'm trying to ascertain is if the vision is that FWP would sit down and define that, or whether you're suggesting FWP through further public processes would define that.
Well, what I was trying to suggest this morning was that FWP should make its best effort to define it in its plan and strategy, and then take that plan and strategy around for feedback and input from local communities, and based on that feedback, perhaps it would be adjusted.
So,
Katrina, and then Michelle Tan.
Two things. One of our guiding principles that we added this morning was related to this, and we were talking about defining these landscapes in between and all the other landscapes as a council. So I don't know if we still want to do that and tell them what we think they should mean, or if we should just say that they should define them. The other thing, because we have a guiding principle, and that may change, but because we wrote a guiding principle about this, I think this last sentence could either go in the guiding principle or just be taken out, because we also have a guiding principle about prioritizing resources.
All right, so just so I'm clear, Paul, you were suggesting that this is an actual recommendation, right, not a guiding principle? And then we had the kind of tangential but related conversation around a component of this around cooperation, coordination among agencies could be elevated as a guiding principle. Okay, good. Michelle and then Erin?
But right now, I think the relevant agency that's really in charge of critical habitat is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So I think that that's first off, I guess, so I really want more than just going straight to a management plan. And this would be the only recommendation where we mention the management plan. I mean, all of our recommendations are kind of heading towards that, and other plans and ideas, and a recovery plan possibly. So I don't think we need to put management plan in there. And I do think that prioritizing resources is a guiding principle. It's already there. So I still would like to read this over and look at it more. But to me, this sounds like drawing lines, so I'm not sure if I'm not sure if it's any different than what we already have.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. And I see Erin's next. It looks like maybe Caroline would like to say something. So just to remind the council what we're doing, this was an opportunity to try to capture this morning's conversation. What we want to do is get close right now and then sit on this overnight and see how people are feeling. We'd like to really think about what are the ways to capture the sense of the conversation this morning, which from what I heard was about trying to distinguish between what the different realities are out on the landscape between those core areas and connectivity areas and these expansion areas, and then to set some guidance around prioritization within each of those different ways. So if there's a way to capture that more clearly than this, or build upon this, I think that's the direction we're headed. Erin? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I just want to clarify from Trina's comment about adding guidelines. I think ideally what we could do is pull out, because I know Trina put Darren's suggestion in here at the top under 10 under guidelines. And I think actually we need to discuss that kind of down here as we go through this, because this wasn't inserted as like, this is now a guideline of the council, right? This was, here's some language, let's talk about it. And I think, you know, Cole's draft kind of gets at what Dillon or what Darren drafted as well. And so I guess I'm just like, I want to make sure we're not also repetitive when we don't need to be. And also that we're all looking at the same thing right now. Yeah, thanks, Trina. That way we can discuss all of these rather than having them in different places. Because I don't appreciate, like, I hate to keep reiterating myself, but like, I don't, east of the Rocky Mountain Front and north of 90, like, I just can't, I think when you read Cole's document, it recognizes the entities that may need to be at play and identifying that. I don't think that that's our role. So I want to make sure we discuss all of these before moving forward, because I think it's important for the next writing team.
Yeah, thank you, Erin. And I guess I didn't realize that there was Darren's above, so glad to call attention to that too. So let's just read through everything that was drafted over the lunch period and see how that informs the conversation. And then we can talk about whether or not we want to dig into this more or hit the pause button and move on to another topic. But Jonathan, you done some work kind of reflecting on this as well. You want to share with us what you came up with?
Sure, and I'm just trying to capture simply the discussion that we had and find the right words to say something that we've all already said. And so for the guiding principles, though, and the idea of just some basic fundamental truths of the situation, I've got kind of two different things that popped in my head. The first I shared earlier, that there are parts of Montana that are unprepared for the presence of grizzly bears and will remain so as resources are prioritized within existing recovery zones and the landscapes in between. Another alternative or separate statement to that is that within Montana, there are areas both critical to the long-term vitality of grizzly bears and areas that are not critical to the long-term vitality of grizzly bears. So those are just two statements that I kind of gathered that I think have just some objective truth to them. Whether or not it feels good, they seem to be true to me. And then some possible recommendations that might then be attached to these. If you just drop down a little bit, Trina, thank you. First, that FWP should, in consultation with relevant entities, identify areas critical to the long-term vitality of grizzly bears and prioritize non-lethal conflict prevention and response in these areas. And then conversely, identify areas that are not critical to the long-term vitality of grizzly bears, prioritize relocation or removal of management bears in these areas.
Thank you, Jonathan. And I think let's go ahead and layer Darren's in on top of this and then see kind of if there's any additional comments that people want to share or feedback you guys want to provide, direction you want to provide, and then go from there. So, Darren?
Yeah, my summary was just one that we tried to just get something on the ground, so I think Cole's took quite a bit of that and incorporated it. But the council supports and understands that the expansion of grizzly bears occur east of the Rocky Mountain Front and north Interstate 90 that do not contribute to connectivity of recovery zones, dictate special attention, management, and allocation of resources. And those areas need to be clearly articulated in the Montana Fish and Wildlife and Parks Management Plan.
guys, it's really valuable just to see some words on paper and have something to respond to. Then we can actually be speaking from the same page, so to speak, and really having a informed conversation about what's there or not, and where you're feeling comfortable and where you're not. So taking a look either at any of those individual pieces or as a whole, people want to provide any additional input or guidance or reflection just now? Or do we want to hit the pause button and think more about it? Trina?
Trying to figure out how to say this. I don't think it should say east of the Rocky Mountain front and north of I-90, just for the fact that grizzly bears could also expand in other directions, and there just are going to be too many people that will not accept that definition. I think we could just take out that part of it and just say expansion of grizzly bears that does not contribute to connectivity.
And I mean, just a point of clarification, I mean, north of Interstate 90 encompasses Glacier National Park and the Bob Martin, I mean, yeah, but the front, where does the front end? And, you know, I mean, the little belt, that's pretty vague. I mean, there's the Rocky Mountain front, of course, we know, but there's a point down around Augusta where it's not quite hitting 90.
Great, thank you, Nick. So I guess I see Erin's hand is up. Do people agree that having those geographic markers of the Rocky Mountain front and north of Interstate 90 can possibly be removed in the statement if they would have a problem with that? I see a lot of thumbs up. Any thumbs down? Okay, looks like we'll take that out. Erin?
Sorry, I have too many windows open to find my mute. I think this, I support taking that out. I cannot support that being in there, but I will say that I also think that the way this reads is almost opposite of, one, I think Cole's, our discussion around Cole's kind of gets to this already. So I guess I'm questioning the need for this one at all. Or I'm wondering, the way it is worded, it sounds like those areas are being prioritized to some degree over the connectivity areas. So I'm just a little bit, I'm just trying to figure out if it's just the way I'm reading it, or if it kind of implies that. But I guess I think the way I read this is that, and I kind of played with this a little bit over lunch, is that we're recognizing that expansion is occurring outside of 4 identified recovery zones in Montana and the landscapes in between, that Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks will have to balance expansion with the need to prioritize resources. And I really think that like, we're trying to recognize that this is happening, that expansion, that there's going to have to be a balance. I don't know that we need to, I don't know that we need to articulate this in the FWP management plan. I just feel like it's sort of repeating kind of what Cole is saying. So anyway, that was a suggested edit on my end.
Copy and paste your rework in here now. Thank you.
All right, really good conversation, guys. I think we've got a lot of the pieces in play here, and it might be worth just taking a step back and trying to do a little bit of shuffling and wordsmithing. But what I'm hearing is that you guys do see the differences between these landscapes. You do recognize the different needs that they have for both people and bears, and you're trying to articulate how to balance those appropriately and provide some sort of guidance that's more than just awareness building. And I think all of those things are really helpful pieces to hold in mind. And I think what I'm hearing from people who are especially on the writing team was, you know, how are we making sure that this actually goes beyond what's already in the document and provides the kind of clarity and direction that you guys are seeking. So, I think we're getting close. I'm gonna suggest that unless there's anything else, we start tackling one of the other issues up here and we sit on this one for a little bit longer. Anyone else that wants to weigh in on this and capture something that's not here somewhere or provide a different angle on it? Trina?
I just want to, point out, in my opinion, these three things are all separate things. They're not reiterations of each other. I think they are specifically talking about things, and all three of them need to be somehow involved in our document.
Can you clarify what those three things are? That would be helpful just as we move forward, and then it looks like Keith's hand is up.
Hard pass.
Okay, so Trina's gonna take a pass and come back on that later. Keith, you wanted to weigh in?
Yeah, I guess my comment was just on the one that Cole had written, asking to distinguish what landscapes in between means. I was just wondering if we could make some type of recommendation concerning the use of the maps that Cecily showed us back in Bozeman with the modeling the movements, projected movements of bears, you know, if that could be used to determine what's most important as far as landscapes in between when management decisions are being made. Just I thought if that map would be something that would be beneficial.
Yeah, thank you, Keith. And I think that it's good to provide as much direction as possible on these things. So if you want to specify kind of how you want FWP and relevant agencies to think about the definition and incorporate science and existing mapping and modeling, you know, I think those are all things up for discussion. Michelle?
Yeah, just a quick clarification. Those maps were just between Yellowstone and the NCDE. It wasn't really considering Cabinet Yaak as a Bitterroot, so it wasn't about all four, just for clarification. And I had put in a recommendation for identifying likely connectivity zones and connectivity areas and habitat. And, you know, maybe that's really what we need to be looking at here. Let's identify those likely areas, right? And there's different reasons for identifying those likely areas. If we talk about identifying them, we talk about prioritizing resources, which we already have in the document, I'm pretty sure. I just have to look. And offering flexibility, I think we touch it. I don't know if we need to add on. I mean, I feel like we're kind of running down a weird path and we're repeating things and saying it slightly differently, and I really need to sit on this tonight.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, because there is a lot in the existing document, and I think what we tried to revisit this morning was this idea that there are different landscapes, including these expansion landscapes that seem like they aren't as explicitly mentioned in the existing document. Talk a lot about landscapes in between, and how do we think about the priority setting issues that are embedded within the existing recommendations too. So it does feel like there are some elements that are already in there in some places, but that this could provide some additional clarity, especially for those that had concerns. So let's sit on it. I think that's a good idea. I think a lot of our heads are spinning right now with all the different possibilities of how to capture these different elements. But I do want to just thank, you know, Lawrence for kicking this off and framing it for us this morning, for the conversation that you all engaged in. Just listening and observing this morning, that was a really important and rich conversation, so thank you for that. Do you want to pivot? Oh, Lawrence.
Before we would it be hard to, we probably won't come back to this till tomorrow, is that right?
That's probably right, yeah.
Could you I don't know whose computer that is, but could you email those to all, to all of us so we can have a look?
They're on the Google Doc.
They're on the very end of that document that you're on right now.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's a good clarification.
Make sure we know where that.
If you hadn't scrolled to the very end, you wouldn't have seen it. So. All right, time to pivot. So, I'd like to transition to the role of hunting conversation, and this is one that the council talked about quite a bit. The writing team talked about how to really capture the direction moving forward, and I know Cole's been sitting with us a little bit too, and has offered a couple of different suggestions moving forward. So I'd like to invite Cole to just kind of share a few thoughts from his perspective on what's currently there, how to capture the scope of the conversation that's included the story of the council's deliberations, recognizing that you have a diversity of views and haven't reached consensus on a role in hunting, wanting to articulate some of the rationale for those different perspectives and positions in some ways, and then think about, well, what is it that you want to say around the role of hunting that reflects those differences and also provides some meaningful guidance moving forward. So Cole, do you want to kick this off?
I wonder if it makes sense, does somebody from the synthesis team want to describe just really quickly how they see the way it's currently framed, functioning, like, here's the reason why we've sort of broken out and we currently have, that'd help me in giving feedback.
Yeah, Jonathan, do you mind that, or Erin maybe, or do you want to do it? Jonathan's gonna do that. Thank you, Jonathan.
There's really been quite a few iterations of this. I have so many, I'm probably gonna miss a couple of steps in there, but the discussion's really gone back and forth as to how much and to what extent do we cover this within our main body of our recommendations. And I think that largely we agree that we were asked to cover it within the main body of our recommendations. However, it's an area that clearly we're not gonna find consensus. So we wanted within the body to describe a bit of that process. I'm trying to find the document here. The role of hunting within the body. And so we put this kind of descriptive paragraph of the process that, why we made the decision to cover it the way that we did, put this into the main body, just to describe, I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about this. There's a lot of different viewpoints within the council, there's a lot of different viewpoints within the public comments that we've received. And just because of what a variety of ideas and opinions and values exist on this, that we wanted to give it fair consideration, but also describe that process that we took later in the document. So we put it down into Appendix C, which Trinity can go down to that. And even this has taken a couple of different formats. Initially, we had two statements, one in support and one in opposition of the role of hunting. And we worked to bring those into a less values-based presentation of that material. And we ended up with kind of a bulleted list that initially were kind of intended to be fairly objective. In this last iteration, though, we kind of added back into a lot of what initially were going to be the recommendations as to how the hunt might proceed if there were to be one. Those are now in the consideration supporting the role of hunting. The considerations opposing the role of hunting has also grown some since that time. So I would think that these need I think in general, the three different sections, describing our process in the main body, the considerations around the role of hunting, and the last section, which are the input without consensus that the council would like to provide in the event that there is a hunt. So right now, we pretty much have 3 sections that describe that we don't have consensus on any bit of the issue of hunting, kind of broken up into different areas. And so I think that what we as a council could get to is deciding how we want, I feel like we've done this, but how do we want to address this issue? Are there simple, basic items that we can find consensus on about the role of hunting just objectively? And how do we share that information in a useful way to FWPs since they've asked us to provide that information to them? So I guess, you know, in the long run, it's been a difficult task to try to put these in the right areas, and things have been moved each time to try to accommodate different council members' ideals and ideas about that. So this would be a great time to try to get some additional clarity that we could decide how to handle this situation, handle this topic. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Jonathan. I guess what I wanted to share is that under the considerations around the role of hunting, there's not consensus there. It's kind of 2 parallel columns. And then neither is there consensus in the next section, which is the following input without consensus. It still feels to me like we can say some things together with consensus that mean something, you know, because we recognize we're not the decision makers. And we know that the decision will be made one way or the other. Like it is going to be made. And so what we could do is model like just a robust public discussion where we respect each other. But try to diffuse things that aren't good arguments, diffuse things that aren't true. So, I mean, one thing we could say, just as an example, something we could say in the body that would be substantive is that it is not easy to decide the appropriate role of hunting. There is significant social disagreement, and anybody who would pretend that it's easy is mistaken. We are a council representing diverse perspectives and have recognized that this isn't simple. That alone, I think, would be a contribution to whatever the future conversation is, public process is, when Montana decides one way or another about whether it will hold a hunting season. That's something we really could say together. There's other things down here, seems to me like we could say together that are actually listed in the place at the very bottom where without I have yet to find somebody that disagrees with the statement that hunting is unlikely to be a good tool for conflict prevention or for conflict response. And don't we agree on that together? Isn't it valuable as a council to say that people have spiritual and cultural traditions that would lead them not to want a hunting season, but also other people have spiritual and cultural traditions that where hunting is an important part, and we can just recognize that fact? Simply saying those things together, I think they diffuse some of the worst parts of whatever the future public processes are. So that's one thought I have, is that maybe we're not so far off of consensus on some of those points. Slightly more controversial, but still maybe possible, is to say that, yeah, no matter whether we want hunting or do not want hunting, we can imagine a scenario in which grizzly bears were responsibly managed without hunting. And we can imagine a scenario in which they were responsibly managed with hunting. That would, I think those statements would do a lot. And I think that's one thing I wanted to say. Another thing I wanted to say is, as I read down through, well, I know we all kind of heard different things from Martha when she shared with us at the last meeting here. I think we all interpreted her feedback a little bit differently. What I heard was that less helpful than yes, no positions were substantive reasons and arguments behind why people were concerned about the role of hunting or why people were for it. But what I see when I read down particularly the column of considerations opposed to the role of hunting is basically statements of viewpoint rather than reasons. And I think the first one is an example. Hunting should not be implemented as part of management strategy for grizzly bears. Grizzly bears should be and need to be managed in perpetuity under regulations similar to what is proposed in the Tribal Heritage and Grizzly Bear Protection Act. That's a position. There's no reasons given there or argument. And so I don't see how that does anything helpful. The very next piece there, in consideration of the spiritual and cultural significance of grizzly bears shared by many in Montana, including some Montana tribes, hunting does not have a role in grizzly management. It seems to me that either you have to copy and paste that into the column right next to it, which is that in consideration of the spiritual and cultural heritage of other people, hunting is important. In which case, what does that really do? Or we could just agree around consensus prior to this section that, look, there's legitimate spiritual and cultural perspectives on either side of the issue. So maybe there is a place, such as this considerations around hunting, where the folks who are against hunting could provide reasons and argument, and the same for the folks who want to see hunting. But what I see here is some just statements that are exactly what might not be helpful. And the final thing I'd say is that I think anywhere in the document, if statistics are used, they should be cited. They should receive a citation for where it came from, plain and simple. I think that's all for now.
All right, thank you, Cole, and thank you, Jonathan, for framing this up to begin with. This really has been a contentious issue just because people do hold such diverse views on this. And I think the writing team did a really commendable job thinking about how do we honor everyone's positions, how do we talk about it in a way that reflects council's own conversation, the input from the public, and does the things that Cole's talking about, which is looking for areas of consensus, while thinking about, well, what is some meaningful input to provide to the agency? Looks like Sabrina has comments made. Anyone else want to either share their own perspective or build off of anything that Jonathan and Cole have offered so far?
I would like to just add for, I raised my hand.
Trina. Yes, that's all right, Erin, I got you. So Trina, Chad, Erin.
Okay, so Cole, you did a great job of bringing us into this conversation. We knew hunting was going to be hard the first day that we met, and for good reason. So what I would like to see happen with this is what Cole said. Let's figure out what we can all agree on, get that in the body of our document. I would also like to go through these things that are actual recommendations for a hunt. And even if you don't support hunting, if you could be okay with those recommendations for a season, then we could get those as recommendations into the body of our document. I don't know if we can do that, but I would really like to work on all of us coming to consensus on those actual recommendations. The reason that we kept all these statements in here is because we didn't want to take them all out and discount that side of the argument. There are valid arguments, I'm sure, to not having a hunting season. So hopefully we can work on those too and get that a little more productive. I'm gonna stop there.
All right. Thank you, Trina. I think what I heard there that's really important is that there may be areas where we can reach consensus. There are probably other areas where we may not reach consensus, but are still where we could provide some input on if there were to be a hunt. And then there are still these considerations. So I'm seeing those kind of three layers of the puzzle here. Jeff?
I was just going to say the same thing. I completely agree that I think as a council, there are quite a few issues related to the role of hunting that we can agree on, and we can get consensus in the document, and also want to agree with something Cole said in regards to the information in support or against does need to be tangible, and there's a number of statements on the opposition side that I struggle with, and I want to know where some of that data came from, and where it was cited from, because I have a real hard time believing a couple of those things that are in there, and I want to make sure if we are putting a document together that the data that we have in there is credible and tangible, and we need to verify it.
Thanks, Chad. I know Erin and Robyn are online and ready to talk, and then Brett and Nick. And just on that last point, Chad, I think that's part of what we can do to help support the writing team is if there's areas that are identified as being more statements or more positional without getting to the underlying reason, we can go back and work with people to make sure we're clarifying those pieces. Thank you. It's hard to speak through this thing. I'm having a hard time breathing. Okay.
So I just want to clarify something about citations. So the writing team was given citations on some of this. We just struggled with where to put citations within our document. So one of the reasons why you may not be seeing citations is because those are set aside at this point as far as like how they're going to be incorporated in regards to like a formatting issue, where they would go, how it would go, because we were uncomfortable with keeping going on trying to format this section without this discussion. So that's just a point of clarification that citations were given to us. The other thing I want us to be careful about doing is not recognizing values, right? And so when we say, when it's noted that maybe something is more of a values-based statement rather than a data-based statement, or I think part of this discussion, which makes it so challenging, is so values-based. And so I want us to be sure that we capture the values-based discussion that occurred without trying to get too into one side criticizing the other's values. And I think it can sometimes come across that way. And so I just want to be careful that we don't do that, while also recognizing if there are things we're in consensus on, great. But if there's not, that's okay too. And it can go either inside this document, or we do have this section that I think can be valuable, that is input without consensus. So I think we just also need to recognize there's value in separation, and there's value in realizing that this is a complex issue that we can have differing opinions on.
Great. Thank you, Erin. I think that was really well said, and just reflective of how much you guys have really listened to hear one another throughout this conversation. And if we could capture that is a part of it, that there are these underlying values and you are listening to each other as part of that input piece, that's great. And then if you could amplify that up to the extent that Cole was saying, hey, we recognize as a council that this is really challenging for these reasons, and that needs to be input that we share forward in terms of how careful we want our public agencies to tackle this challenge if they move into it. Robyn, and then Brett, and then Nick. Robyn?
Yeah, thank you. I agree totally with Erin. She just, she really captured a lot of what I was thinking as I was listening to the discussion. And again, I just want to thank the writing team especially, but also all of us who have been struggling with this issue. And I just want to say that I think we have come up with a really good way to give input, but also honor the process that we went through. And as I was listening to folks talk about, you know, one side of the list or the other side of the list, I could go to the other side of the list and make some of the same points, but that's not what we want to do. And that's why we got to where we were on this. And that's why I think what the writing team came up with, these the considerations, and then we have a paragraph. in the body of the document that explains our process. If we want to tweak that a little bit and, you know, make that a little bit more clear, but I very strongly support Appendix C like we have it. I think this is just a really good way for us to meet, honor our process, but at the same time give that input. And I would really want to see us use this this format going forward. And I think I'll just leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Robyn, appreciate it. Brett?
Taking my hand down for that.
Brett is gonna take his hand down for the moment. Nick?
Well, I guess, I like what Cole had to say about maybe just a statement early on saying that this is difficult, but I mean, well, you know, to say that hunting will never have a role in management, I mean, you know, wildlife is managed in our country by state agencies with the exception of those under the ESA, and if we look at this as a long-term document, making a choice to hunt is management. Making a choice not to hunt a species is management. So I don't know if we want, even in the statements on both ends, I don't know if we want to try to strive for more consensus or if that's way more wordsmithing than what we want to do. Maybe a statement like Cole's would solve that early on.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. So I see three things here, and I'd like to kind of propose that as a roadmap. So it looks like Trina is just copying in, I think these were the 5 suggestions that Cole brought forward for the council to see if these could be elevated to the point of gaining some consensus around these. They're more about how we're approaching the issue. I think the consideration side, I think there's more, just some fine tuning there about how those are presented, and you guys can continue to think about that and provide input to the writing team who's doing that. The piece that wasn't clear to me was where to put the input or guidance if there were to be a hunt. And do you guys want that to be where it is now, which is under the consideration in support of a role of hunting? Do you want that to be called out somewhere else? And I think it's just more about that. I think all the pieces are there. I just think we need some clarity on how these different pieces come out in your document. Trina, and then Erin, did your hand up? No? Trina?
My head.
So the way I see this coming together is our paragraph, I should have scrolled there, hold on. Here. So I think we should have this heading in our recommendations. We should have our little paragraph here that explains how we went through this process, that we come from different backgrounds, et cetera, and then follow this paragraph with our recommendations for a hunt, if there is one. And then the things that we can come to an agreement on can either be bulleted or however we decide to put them in there. But if we come to a consensus on them, I think they need to be in the body of the document. And then the rest of it, as far as for or against hunting, that could go in the appendix so that we can all explain our sides of the argument or whatever, so that we can kind of explain a little more in depth of how we came to these ideas, and that's where we can have our citations and all that, so that every person has their opinion shared, but it's not taking up space in the actual recommendation.
Great. Thank you, Trina. I'm just going to summarize what I heard. I think it actually revisits where we were at one point earlier in our deliberations, where someone offered the idea of, if we have this opening paragraph that explains that we don't have consensus, would it make sense to put the, if there were to be a hunting recommendation there or move them into an appendix. Your preference would be to have them in the main body of the document. See Michelle's hands up, Erin's hands up. Others? Do you want to go or Erin? Erin, do you mind jumping in?
Just quickly on that, if we do not have consensus, it probably should go inside the appendix. So I think around the considerations, if a hunt were to occur, I think it can appropriately go inside the appendix. I think if there are any points that we are on consensus on, whether that be hunting will not place the need for conflict prevention, then maybe that can go inside of it. But I think if it's not consensus document, if it's not a consensus section, I think it really does need to reside inside this appendix as such. And I think that's the honest way to present it and recognizes the different viewpoints here.
Thank you, Erin, and that's a good reminder. I think that's kind of what we had decided last time, is that we were trying to draw the line around whether there's consensus or not, and use that as the criteria by which to say whether something's in the main body or in an appendix. So thanks for bringing that back up. Michelle, did you want to weigh in? And then Jonathan?
Just real quick, I see what Cole's saying as far as, you know, it being such a difficult subject and the two sides, but I actually think that the writing team captured that quite well in that paragraph, that there were diverse rules, backgrounds, opinions, that the public comments were also diverse, and I think that is captured, that it's difficult. I also think that the considerations, if there is a hunting season, needs to go in the appendix, because I don't think, well, I know I can't get behind it. That if it way down the line it happens, that's going to be a public process, and you know, I'm not against putting them in the appendix, but I can't have them in the main body. So yeah, I feel like what Cole is talking about that we agree on is captured in this paragraph, and I'd like to keep them in the appendix.
Can I ask a clarifying question for Erin really quick before?
Yep, so we've got a clarifying question for Erin from Chad, and then Jonathan Trainer.
Erin, if I heard you correctly, you had stated if there were things we could agree upon on hunting consensusly, you wanted those in the main document, but the rest of it would go into the appendix.
Yeah, so I think,
Did I hear that correctly?
yeah, because I feel like if we have consensus on something, then I think then it probably rises to the level of the document. But I feel like if we don't have consensus, but still have thoughtful discussion around other things, such as the consideration if a hunt were to occur, then I think that can be and has been put inside the appendix in a way that represents those topics as well. The previous iteration kind of had those pulled out a little differently, and I think we can kind of go back to that if we needed to and talk about it, but rather than having everything we have right now in the two columns. But yeah, that's right. If we have consensus. If we don't, I don't feel like it should go in the document.
Thank you, Erin. That was helpful. Jonathan?
I find it hard to believe that we don't all agree on things like female grizzly bears with dependent young, as well as dependent young should be protected from hunter harvest. I find it extremely hard to believe that none of us wouldn't agree with that. And I think that we're getting stuck on not supporting hunting does not mean that you can't have consensus on what a hunt would look like. Another one that I would find it hard is that hunting seasons may also be time to reduce exposure of females to harvest. Early spring and late fall hunts tend to focus hunting pressure on males. Things like these, I think that people have put a lot of work into coming up with recommendations that would contribute to the conservation of grizzly bear populations if a hunt were to happen, regardless of whether or not they want to hunt or if they necessarily support that hunt, because it's not going to be up to the 18 of us to decide that. And just as a thought exercise, if tomorrow grizzly bears were approved to be hunted and this fall there was going to be a hunting season, our being silent on the issue does not contribute positively to any kind of discussion or progress towards that decision as to how it's going to happen. All of these things are going to be open to further public comment. That doesn't mean that we should ignore them. A dynamic season closure prior to tag delivery based on static population levels, that is a safeguard for the populations of grizzly bears. So it seems to me that refusing to discuss things that we all agree upon does not take us in a positive direction on this. And it's not that we don't have consensus, it's just that we refuse to address an issue. I don't think that's a positive direction for our council to take.
Thank you, Jonathan. Trina, do you want to weigh?
Yeah, very well said, Jonathan. You said exactly what I was gonna say, but probably in better words. So my question to, I know that we have people on this council that can't get behind a hunting season, and that's perfectly fine. But to Jonathan's point, even if you don't support a hunt, wouldn't you like to have a say in the recommendations about a hunt? Wouldn't you like to put your support behind not hunting females with young, et cetera, et cetera? So I think Jonathan is right. I think this entire consideration supporting the role of hunting under Appendix C can be turned into our hunting recommendations, and I just don't see how we couldn't agree that telling FWP that we want to protect bears while hunting them, by agreeing to these, you're not supporting hunting. You're not saying, I want you to go hunt bears. You're saying, if you must, do it this way. And then at least you're still part of that conversation.
These are the parameters around the hunt. Good. Thank you, Trina. It sounds like Brett wanted to weigh in. I think that you guys have had a really substantive conversation around the role of hunting, and to me, it's really that question of how do you want to present this information? Is it going to be in an appendix and presented, based through the lens of saying, we don't have agreement on a hunting, and so we're going to put these recommendations there, or do you want to have the conversation and try to reach some resolution? Well, maybe there are some ways to address some of this, recognizing that we don't have agreement. Brett?
And I just to add to everything is that, the governor's asked us for our opinion on the role of hunting.
Yeah, thank you, Brett. And I think you guys are there. I know it feels a little bit contentious at times about how to communicate this, but you guys have done what the agency has asked, which is to share your perceptions on both the bigger question of the role of hunting, and then what are some of the specific recommendations that you would offer in the event that a hunt were to move forward. And it's about, to me, it's about where you want to put those. Michelle?
Yeah, I appreciate everything that you guys are saying. I appreciate the idea of having a say in how the hunt would go on, should a hunt be, but I can't get behind making those recommendations when truly I feel like the science does not show that hunting can be a part of grizzly bear management. So I guess it depends on how you say it or how you look at it, but I can't do it. And, I do see your point of view, but I just don't see the need to have those in the main body of the document when we don't have consensus on the efficacy of hunting as a management tool for a large predator like grizzlies. And we can talk about it all you want, but I don't see myself moving beyond this. And I've labored over this, and I knew, and I understand everything that you guys are saying, but I can't go there. So I would hope, and I said this in the document, that we could try to focus on things that we do agree on, rather than keeping circling around this. That's where I am.
Thank you for offering that, Michelle. Cole?
What I want to say, that it's in response to you, Michelle, but not in response to the same issue, is that if you think there are good reasons, good scientific reasons, facts, that basically cast doubt upon the idea that any kind of hunting season could be compatible with conservation, then I think it's important to see the reasons, see the studies, see what you're citing. Because just saying that, just having a view in the appendix that says, I don't think the science supports a hunting season, I don't see how that's helpful to anybody. So I'd like to understand, like, for example, I can imagine an argument that says, historically, let's say, this is completely hypothetical, I can imagine an argument saying, the plan being what it is, historically, the agency has not had the personnel to enforce a hunting season. And so the actual take is higher than the estimated take. I mean, that's a reason at least, right? It's an argument. But what I see right now is just X statistic about how many Americans support hunting, or a statement that says the science calls in the hunt into question. And I haven't seen, please point it out where I've missed it, but I haven't seen the reason in the argument. And I thought that's what we were being asked for, is pro or against, what is the strongest argument for your position? Which science what are you pointing to? What study, what facts? So it's a separate issue, obviously, from where, if the hunting season was to happen, where would we put our recommendations for that? But it's what I'm getting at when I say I don't see how it's valuable to simply have a viewpoint, meaning I don't think hunting should happen. That we have values, and that's important. For example, based on my spiritual beliefs or based on my cultural tradition, I value grizzly bears such that I don't think a hunt should happen. That seems completely legitimate to me. It's a values-based point. But statements about no hunting season and instead citing like the Tribal Heritage Act, I don't see how that's helpful. If there is science that really calls into question the legitimacy of a hunt, then I think we should point to it specifically.
Thank you, Cole. Looks like Mick wants to weigh in, and then Erin, and then I kind of want to just do a check-in on where we are with process and where we want to go with this next. So, Mick.
Yeah, I mean, this statement, hunting is an impediment to movement and population linkage and threatens the distribution, abundance, and social structure of grizzly bear subpopulations. That's all contingent on how a hunt is structured. I mean, I've long said that if your goal is, were a hunt to occur, the take should occur in the areas with the higher potentially densities of bears. That isn't going to affect where the bears that are more closely to linking to others. Scientific studies show that hunting of grizzly bears does not reduce conflicts, enhance human safety, or manage populations. Of course it's managing populations. You're taking some out of the population. I mean, I actually have a real peer-reviewed paper showing you that a hunted population of brown bears, of grizzlies up in Alaska had a better cub survivorship and larger litter size. So, I mean, I agree with, Cole, that we need some citations on this if we're going to put it in there, I think.
Erin?
I think we need to get to a point. So I agree with Michelle in the fact that we can circle around what should be in the body of the document or what should be in the appendix forever. And so I feel like I would really like to get to a point of agreement that, that if there's not consensus on this, that we should try and make the appendix the best document it can be, and stop arguing about putting stuff inside of the recommendations. Because if we aren't going to get there, we could talk about this forever and still not get there. So I guess that's just kind of a, you know, something that I think we really need to consider. And I also think we need to consider, you know, I hear, you know, all of this and I'm listening to all of this, but I think, Cole, when you say things like you're, you know, it's not necessarily valuable to simply have a viewpoint, I think that kind of can feel like you're dismissing values even when you back up a statement that talks about values being important. And so I think we just need to recognize that inside of some of these, on both sides, there is a values-based thinking interspersed throughout it. And so dismissing those, maybe because they don't have the data you want them to have, may not help us in our discussions. What it may do is feel like it's dismissive of the statement itself. And so whatever side you take, I just want us to be cognizant of that and also be aware of that as we kind of move forward in this.
Erin, I hear you, and I don't think it's illegitimate. We had thousands of public comments to this end, and we have obviously everyone around here. If you went around the room and said, is there a scenario where you're open to the hunt? Everybody's got an A or a B answer to that, right? And so, if that's all we're talking about here, then we could just put in one column, we shouldn't have a hunt, and in the other column, we should have a hunt. And that's a values-based discussion that nobody has to back up. But my point is that that's pretty limited in terms of its value to FWP, and in terms of our not abdicating our responsibility as a council to have the hard discussion. I think having the hard discussion means that if you make a claim, it ought to have facts behind it. It ought to have premises and a conclusion. And so if it's just simply that, it's a value statement, I don't want it or I do, or I have a spiritual belief or I don't, that's fine. I'm not dismissing somebody's ability to express that opinion. But I'm saying insofar as the rest of our feedback is useful, I think it ought to have argument rather than just statement. That's all.
All right, thanks, Cole. I want to check in with where we are, and then I want to suggest a way forward, because I feel like we are starting to get into some back and forth here that may not actually help do exactly what Cole you're driving towards. What is it that we can put in this report that's helpful to the agencies and helpful to the public? I think to the extent that we want to talk about some of these considerations, I think that is valuable. But where I think the agencies and others are going to be looking forward are those considerations where maybe you do have some consensus around some of these statements, and that those could be reflected in the body of the report. And whether or not there's consensus around them or not, where you have some guidance around a potential hunt, I think that could be valuable down the road as well. So I guess I just want to check in on, are those the three pieces of the puzzle here? And do you guys want to talk any more about hunting beyond kind of the considerations for and against, and focus on those guiding elements on behalf of a hunt and or considerations that are driving towards consensus? And Trina, you wanted to weigh in too.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that we move on to maybe going through this list that Cole added, that I put in the bottom of the document, that I will scroll down to, and see if we can come to consensus on those. And that would be a good place for us to start, and then we can move on from there with how we're going to put the rest of this together. I also don't think it would be a bad idea to let FWP and the governor know how many people on the council support a hunting season and how many do not, so that they are aware as they're considering.
Great, thank you, Trina. Caroline?
I guess I'm coming,
There you go.
it doesn't work when you don't have your mask on.
I think, Jonathan and Trina, what you said earlier, was really persuasive to me. I mean, I'm either for or against hunting. I don't want to see them hunt, to be honest. But that does not, and I really appreciate the paragraph we got about how we didn't reach consensus. But I do think if we don't put the recommendations in now, when will we? And that those recommendations are what's going to be helpful. And it is in no way saying that I vote for or vote against a hunt, because I really like our paragraph that says, this is an area that we cannot come to consensus, nor seemingly can the public. Thank goodness we don't have to make a decision. It's not our decision to make, and it won't be for a while. And here are the very strong feelings for a hunt and against a hunt. However, if there ever should be a hunt, I'm not saying I want one or I'm for one or against one, but if there is, here are the recommendations that we have come up with, and I think the ones that we've got would be helpful. So that's where I'm heading. So
Caroline, can I just clarify something real quick?
Yeah.
When you say that, because I'm looking at that input section, so that's where I see these going if we don't have consensus. Is that something you agree with, or something you would rather those be moved to the actual document?
I guess I don't feel super strongly one way or the other, as long as that we have that stated as if there should be a hunt, here are the council's recommendations for what that should look like.
Yeah.
I don't think it makes a huge difference, and I could be persuaded one way or the other on this, whether it's in the body of the document or in an appendix. I think Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is going to read it regardless. So I'm a bit agnostic on that, to tell you the truth, Erin. But I do think that those recommendations are the recommendations that we've been asked to make.
Thank you, Caroline. I saw Cameron's hand up and then Brett. Cam?
I'm not very articulate, so I'm probably going to butcher this, but I agree 100% that whether you're for or against a hunt, we need to talk about what a hunt would look like. And I guess I definitely think it needs to be in the body of the document. I mean, take the example that we just had with Lawrence and Chuck about drawing a line. There's disagreement there, but there's never a question of whether that should be in the appendix or not. And so to just say, well, we don't really agree on hunting, let's put it in the appendix, I don't think that's right, because there's a lot of things on here that I don't necessarily agree with, but I'm okay with it being in the document. I'm willing to accept it being in there, even though it's not 100% what I would want. And so to just flat out say I'm opposed to hunting, can't be in the document, can't talk about it, that's getting us nowhere. And I do think we need to talk about it, and I do think it needs to be in the body.
Thanks, Cameron. And thanks, Brendan. Either way, I really do want to just focus on that content here at some point too, and that's just where it goes. So, Brett?
And I agree. I think it needs to be in the body as well. Also, to Trina's point about where this council sets as far as its consideration on the role of hunting, that we already took that survey, or at least 15 of us took that survey, same survey that the general public took, and we have those results. So we've already made our thoughts known in a document. Cecily put that together. It's anonymous, and so that number is, help me out, Darren.
12 supported hunting in some shape or form, 3 said never, and 3 abstained and didn't fill the survey out.
So we already have that answer, and I think that's important to put in this document. I think FWP and the governor should know where this council stands. We, as a council, represent the state of Montana and the diversity, and that's where, I think it's important that they know that.
All right. Thank you, Brett. I'm going to suggest that we were supposed to take a break at 2:30. I'm on a check-in with you guys to see if you want a break now, or if you're interested in looking at these items that Cole inserted that might rise to the level of consensus, talk through those, or if you want to take a break and come back and grab those. Heather, did you? No? Okay.
Just one way that we could maybe resolve this is if we have the statement first about disagreement on the issue, and then say, but, these are the conditions should we ever have a hunt, and then have those two other sides. That might be, you know, if we at least reach this consensus that were Montana to ever hold a grizzly bear hunt, these are some things we'd like to see, because, I mean, all of you, you know, when FWP was put out a hunting package, it included all of those things that were in there, actually. And I know some people in this council disagree with me. That is why Wyoming's was a different structure. There weren't female subquotas in certain areas. There weren't, you know, they weren't trying to, frankly, limit take of females or, and anyway, the point is that's already withstood one court challenge, so I think it helps the state. And second, I mean, I guess, again, to say never have a hunt, I mean, 20 years from now, what if there are 5,000 to 6,000 grizzly bears in Montana? I mean, that is a, you know, with scientific integrity, a huntable population under responsible conditions. But anyway, that might be a way we could reach some consensus, is to have the statement, then those parameters, and then the others. I want to throw that up there. And lastly, Trina's point about what we would say, I don't have to say it's whether we're not saying we support a hunt right now. Obviously, the species is still on the ESA, but who supports the potential for a grizzly bear hunt upon delisting? It might be a better way to frame it.
Donovan.
I guess I'm just, at this point, just curious about our procedure here. I mean, we've talked, you know, for it to be a recommendation, we have to have consensus, but we're not talking about the recommendations right now. We're talking about what goes in our document. And so I don't know, does anyone know what we came up with on that? Like, does a majority of us have the ability to get something? Because right now we're stuck. We have 2 people or 3 people that don't want this in the main body, and the rest that are fine with it being in the main body, mainly because we were asked to put it there. And so I'm just wondering, what do we have to do to decide where this goes? And then we can do thumbs up and thumbs down, and we can say something like cubs shouldn't be hunted. And if someone wants to say thumbs down to that, they can describe why they think that's a bad idea to not allow cubs to be hunted. But we agree on these things, and all we need to do is figure out where we want it in the body. And then we can give positive consideration to what a hunt that respects grizzly bear populations and conservation might look like. So, I don't know, I'm just procedurally, how do we get past where something goes right now?
So if we look back at the charter that y'all put together, those first couple of meetings, we did have a thumbs process for making decisions, and we did, I believe it, yeah, so Trina's got the exact language in front of us that we're striving towards consensus, and we've used thumbs to see if we're at consensus. If the consensus is achieved when all council members can live with or in support of the proposal, where it says other part. When consensus is not immediately apparent, explore opportunities to build broader agreement. If the council is in general agreement on an issue, dissenting members are responsible for proposing alternatives they believe might achieve group consensus. And then I think we had distinguished that if consensus can't be reached on a recommendation, that would be forwarded as input.
Yeah, that's my impression too. I mean, that's how I've been operating through this entire process, is if consensus can't be reached, that we need to create a space within the document for either input or in some sort of an appendix.
We haven't
we did have that specific to your recommendations here, and I think Jonathan is just asking a question, does that apply to process questions too? Like, where in the body of the report do we want to have these hunting guidelines? You guys see a difference there, or those the same? Cameron and then Robyn?
Because I just have we haven't even had the discussion yet, nor done a thumbs up or thumbs down, or had the opposition provide an alternate. And we're just simply saying, well, I don't feel like talking about it, so we're not gonna talk about it. Like, we've got to talk about it and stop kicking the can down the road. I don't know.
Thanks, Cameron. Robyn and then Michelle? Robyn, are you there?
Yeah, I am. Boy, I'm sorry, guys. My internet all of a sudden has just gone unstable, so I hope you don't lose me. I don't mean to sound like a broken record, and please hear me. I hear all of you guys, and you're making great arguments, great points. And I just go back to what Erin is saying about process. I think we've come up with a good solution here. I would like to say that when originally I was tasked with writing the no hunting paragraph or section, there was science cited in there, and then we included citations. And I know the other side has that too, and therein lies the problem. That's why we are where we are here. And that's why I feel like the writing team came up with a perfect solution, honoring our process. We're going to get to say all those things that need to be said and shared, all the considerations, including the considerations of if there is a hunt. I may not be able to make those statements because of my viewpoint, and I do think that it has scientific basis as well, and I really don't want to waste our time arguing that. So I do think we have created a space for us to be able to put that data there, but I very strongly support using the appendix as we have it set up. If we need to make some tweaks to that, fine. But otherwise, I think we're just going to be going round and round and round with this discussion. And that's just my opinion about it. And I will.
Yeah, thank you, Robyn. And I think I kind of go back to Caroline's point here that the discussion is what is important, and that the agency's going to read it one way or another, but I want you guys to feel like it's fair to everyone as well. Michelle?
I might be reiterating what Robyn said. I feel like we have offered a solution to put it in the appendix, to have it there. I mean, I would rather not have it there at all, to be honest. So I feel like I'm making a compromise to say in the appendix we should put this considerations of hunting. So I really can't get behind the different recommendations and considerations for hunting because they create a foregone conclusion that there will be a hunt. And I understand what you're saying, and I'm not trying to be flippant or anything like that. I really hear everything you guys are saying. But I do feel that my position is fact-based. And I don't feel comfortable, and I don't think it's correct just because 2/3 of the council thinks it should be in the main body or thinks there should be a hunt, that should happen. I'm fine with putting that 2/3 of the council is for hunting, but I also think we should include all the public comment statistics as well then about hunting. So I feel like there's a good solution here that we can all live with, and that's where I am.
Erin?
Maybe just to take a little different turn here. When I read the considerations supporting the role of hunting, I see a lot of things in here that are about the hunt, should it occur, not not support hunt or whatever. It's if a hunt happens, and I'll give you, a governor's tag, once in a lifetime tag. That's something if it occurs. That's not support for hunting. That's not support against hunting. So I think we either need a new column or a new heading to, regardless of consensus or not. And I appreciate it. You're not gonna get behind it. I got it. That's okay. And that's part of the world. That's where we live in, and that doesn't mean we can't go out and have a beer afterwards. It's just, that's where it is, right? So, but I still think we need to say, if there's a hunt, and 3/4 of the group, and I appreciate your comments, the public comments are all there. They can do the statistics on them. I've looked at them pretty hard too, and I think a lot of us have. So, but as a council, we were asked to represent Montana. And so, my thought was, if we do, I don't know how we put it, majority supported, if a hunt should occur, these are things we felt and discussed that are important considerations. Should a hunt occur 100 years from now, 1 year from now? And we need to separate that just a little bit in format in my mind and take that and redo some of it a little bit. And I believe that should be in the main document, not an appendix. The appendix is great for and against. I'm okay with that. I don't have a problem. But should a hunt occur? This is what we think. That's the first opinion.
Can I just clarify that from the writing team just real quickly? So if you look at considerations supporting the role of hunting, bullet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those bullets were actually taken out of the following input without consensus around a grizzly bear hunt and put up into this column because of concerns we had heard. Those can actually go back down into that section. I still think that if it's not consensus, it shouldn't go into the body of the document, but those bullets could potentially go back into that. The following input without consensus around a grizzly bear hunt was part of the council discussion.
I think that's probably a good idea, that they should be called out, like you just said, Darren, as these are the recommendations if, not saying there should, but if, that should be separate from considerations supporting the role of hunting. It would just be clearer. And whether it's in the appendix or not, that would be the clarifying thing for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, that these are our recommendations should there be a hunt. So, yeah.
And I would say, we were saying there's not consensus here. We're not saying it's not unanimous. But of the people that would support some kind of hunting, it is consensus. There is consensus among those people. We've already documented that there's not 100% consensus about the group. But the people that do support a potential, someday, maybe never, whatever, this is what we'd like to have Fish and Game to consider. That's my point. We know there's no consensus. We've documented that. It's very well clearly wrote, and it's not, but we still have to, we can't kick this down the road. We've been asked to say, what does it look like should? So,
thank you, Darren, and thank you, Erin, for clarifying that. I was gonna ask the writing team to just kind of talk about that too, because I think there is some opportunity to go back. The other thing I'll bring forward that was part of your conversation last time is that we did have this category on substantial commentary that I think was included in the body of the report and not as an appendix. And so if it's about kind of where this lives, there could be a category like substantial commentary that's separate from your main recommendations, but still part of the main body of the report and addresses this issue in a way that doesn't necessarily relegate to the appendix, but separates it from those areas where you have full consensus. So I want to make sure that we can find a solution moving forward, but also focus on the content too. And we have two different things happening, the content and then where it lives. Trina, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah. Scrolling again. Okay, I'll get to this in a second, or Annie can. But what I wanted to suggest, is let's just do a vote real quick on whether we can have hunting recommendations in our document or not. And then we can move on from that argument, and then we can get into what Annie just copied and pasted into our document.
In the document somewhere.
in the recommendation,
In the body of the.
in the body. That's what I want to vote on right now.
The parameters we'd like to see if and when there would be a visitor in Montana.
Correct. Inside the actual recommendations, with all our other recommendations, with the paragraph that says, we don't all agree. But,
I mean, Trina, I guess I'm pushing back a little bit on you because I do think this section is valuable. I've said that before. I don't think it's any less valuable inside the appendix because the appendix is its own thing. I think if we started to split this up, and I don't know that this is what you were suggesting, Sean, but if we started to split this up into like an appendix on hunting and then substantial commentary, I think that might be kind of odd, but like in its own appendix, I don't think that takes anything away from it necessarily, other than to honor the process that we've agreed to throughout this entire, which is if we don't have consensus on it, that it should go, not be considered a recommendation. And in fact, the language around this first sentence originally said we offer the following recommendations, and we changed that to guidance as a writing team, recognizing that this is not a recommendation. This is a consideration from a portion of the council.
And I would just agree with that too, Erin. Thank you. Trina, I do think the Appendix C carries a lot of weight. In fact, I've gotten a lot of pushback about it from folks. And I've been arguing equally as passionately that I think that to honor our process, we have to be very transparent about the process and our conversations. And that's why I continue to be thrilled about what the writing team came up with. It solves that, in my opinion, it solves that problem and still gets the information out there. As Erin said, if we wanted to go back to that original format with just the tweaking to that last part of Appendix C, that's fine. If that makes more sense, but I would respectfully, and please hear me very respectfully, because I care deeply about what all of y'all are saying. And I appreciate this process, but I do think the Appendix C carries a lot of weight. And I think it is going to be meaningful and still it honors the process.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna hit the pause button here because I feel like we're starting to go around in circles, and I'm gonna invite us to take a 10-minute break and think about coming back with a proposal that helps address these. And maybe what we could do is assign a couple of people as a thought group or a working team overnight to really think about this and propose something back to the council tomorrow about where these different pieces live. It just seems like we're at a point now where we're just in different positions, and maybe if we take a step back and start thinking about what is it we're trying to achieve, how we want to communicate it, and maybe just take a little bit of the focus off this conversation for a minute, that might be helpful. So unless anyone opposes, I'm going to suggest a 10-minute break and come back at 5 after 3. at 3:30, we're gonna call on Dillon to help us connect with some members of the public who have been listening in and following the council's work and sharing their thoughts and input. So we're gonna hopefully see them live on Zoom this time and hear from them directly, so that'll be in 20 minutes. Members of the public, if you're listening now, there should be some instructions on how to dial in and become part of a waiting room, and then Dillon Tabish from Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks will help facilitate the conversation with you all and make sure that you are able to plug in at the appropriate time. So those instructions should be available now on the gbac website. And we look forward to hearing from you, and certainly thank you for listening in today. So we took a break following a discussion really on the role of hunting, and we spent quite a bit of time thinking about what is it that we want to say and where do we want to provide that input. And we really had three different things we were saying. One was just really clarifying the story about how difficult this issue is, that we've had substantial deliberation, we have diverse viewpoints, and those are reflected among the public as well. So we have a statement in there now. If we need to tweak that, we can. Cole has suggested that maybe there are some areas where we could reach consensus around the role of hunting, including things like, can the council suggest or say something that, there's not strong evidence, for example, that a hunt would help reduce or prevent conflict in the state, or something like that, and there's some specific language in the document that he's offered for our consideration. A second layer is around what if there is a hunt? What kind of guidance would the council want to provide to the state in the event that a hunt were to occur? And there's some language in the document now around that and in previous versions. And then the third piece are these considerations around a hunt. What are some of the reasons or what are some of the rationales in support of a hunt and some of those against the hunt? I think all of that helps inform the conversation and helps both members of the public and our management agencies really think about the role of hunting in the context of grizzly bear conservation and management. So I wanted to just thank you for all of those different things. I want to step away from the conversation around where these things should live in the document for just a moment and see if we have agreement on the different content pieces. And Trina, are you still driving the document here for us? So this opening paragraph has been there for a while. I think people like that for the most part, and we haven't had a lot of comments on that. The pieces that Cole has offered for our consideration, I think, are relatively new, and so I'd like to suggest that we look at those, as well as the elements about if there is a hunt, and see if people want to add anything around those. And then we can talk further down the road about where these things should live in the document, but I think it might be helpful to just focus on the content for a moment, see if we have agreement on what we want to include. So could you scroll down to the ideas offered by Cole? So Cole, I don't know if you want to frame this up again or not, but conceptually, I was just thinking that maybe there are some things that we as a council as a whole want to say about hunting that could provide meaningful input to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and partner agencies, to the governor's office, that really speak to what we've observed and what we talked about over the course of the council's deliberations. And so I think both in terms of conceptually and content-wise, we can have a conversation around these. The first is this idea that hunting is not likely to be an effective tool for conflict prevention or reduction. Cole, looks like you want to weigh in on and maybe frame this up a little.
I don't think I need to frame it up much. I think the purpose of the section, the idea of putting some of these out there are just, if we have come to a conclusion like this first one together, based on the presentations we've received, that hunting is not a good tool for conflict prevention or response, then it might be valuable to say that, because it's something with, if we agree on that. I don't know if we do. Because I think it diffuses what we consider as, bad arguments or bad, or positions that we together have sort of rejected based on presentations we received. That's it.
Thank you, Cole. Do people just generally agree that this is a useful conversation to have, to try to search for these areas of consensus within the hunting section? Is anyone opposed?
I don't understand the point of it. I guess I don't understand. I'm sorry. I guess I don't understand the point of these as, like, what's the reasoning to have them in, I guess?
Well, because we were asked to provide substantive feedback on hunting, and if we can come to any conclusions together, that seems helpful to me. I mean, whatever public process happens when hunting is actually considered by the commission, those people are not going to have had nearly the substantive presentation that we have had on this wide range of topics. I mean, we've sort of had an unfair advantage in receiving a whole bunch of different information over the course of this council. And so if we've come to any conclusions together and feel that they're somehow relevant, then I think we should consider putting them out there. It's possible that somebody would really like strongly to make an argument to the commission that conflict reduction and conflict response is a really big reason to have hunting. If we don't, if we come to a different conclusion, then I think that could be valuable. That's it.
Two, the council acknowledges that some people hold spiritual beliefs or participate in cultural traditions that place them in opposition to hunting grizzly bears, while others have equally legitimate beliefs and traditions that place them in favor of hunting. Michelle, do you agree with that statement?
Why are you pulling me out?
Because you said you can't agree with any of these, but in the pro side, it has the spirituality component, and so what Cole is doing is, I'm really struggling. In your comments in the last document, you wanted to move forward with what we can agree on. Right now, we're trying to. And so if you agree in the against hunting statement below that you can't hunt because people have spiritual beliefs about bears, can you agree with the statement? And that's what we're trying to get at is, what can we agree on? We agree on the paragraph. And then, is there anything else that people have spiritual beliefs one side or the other, and that's legitimate?
Nick, can you share the microphone after Michelle and then?
You just like holding it, Nick?
I just think there's so many layers into this. I was not the one that talked about traditional beliefs, but as far as cultural beliefs, but I do think that there are some cultures that go back a lot further. There's just so many layers to this. It's hard for me to get behind. And I feel like the direction was to consider the role of hunting, and I feel like we've done that quite well. And I'm not feeling good about being singled out right now. But I just think there's too many layers here to talk about this cut and dry. I really do.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. I've seen a lot of hands. Nick, I wanted to make sure you didn't have something you wanted to say.
As for the first one, Cole, you're right. I see a lot of stuff out there, people claiming that hunting will be a major tool in conflict reduction, so I think that's a good statement. But, if we want to, I guess, if it makes people more comfortable, does the consensus even, if all of this went in the appendix, would people be more comfortable with it? We need to decide that now.
Yeah, I think what Cole's offering up here is really an opportunity to talk about, is there anything that you can reach consensus on, or is this all, kind of categorically colored a little bit differently because you won't reach consensus on it? Seen quite a few hands raised here. Want to get to Darren and Chad, because we haven't heard from you guys as much, and then Trina and Jonathan. Darren?
I guess it's just time we make a decision. If there is the word hunting in any of these, and, we're not, obviously, there's none of these we've agreed on that's gonna make it, and I'm okay. I support you, and I'm proud of you for standing your ground. That's okay, right? You shouldn't feel like we're singling out at all. So, my point is if we're gonna keep doing this round in circles, it ain't gonna do us any good. So, agree to disagree, allow the people that can talk about hunting, and put it in appendix because it was addressed. Our governor said, address this. We wanna put it in, I don't care where it is. But things that should be, a simple statement that whether you're on board or not with hunting, if you can't talk about hunting, that's fine. We've said that's not gonna happen. Let the people that can talk about it say, if there's a hunting, this is what we think it might look like, maybe someday or whatever, and if we're gonna hang the jury every time on a 3 or 6 to 5, whatever, I don't care the vote, right? We still have to address it somewhere. With the appendix, that's fine, but I still think we need reorganization, and that's all I'm asking for, is reorganization, say, should a hunting season occur? These are the 6 or 8 that we have identified. Here's the opinions on each side, and let's get off this. We gotta move. I call for a vote to make that kind of movement.
Thank you, Darren.
Yes, thanks, Darren. Michelle wants to respond.
Yeah, no, I agree with you completely, and I didn't say I was against it being in the appendix. And I did put in I'm not afraid of the word hunting. I did actually make a recommendation because of all the comments, public comments pro-hunting that talked about conflict. It was gonna reduce conflicts. And I said, and make bears more wary, and I put in a recommendation under education and outreach that said, there should be a concerted effort to teach people that hunting is not an answer to conflict reduction and conflict response and making bears wary. So I'm not afraid of that. I just think this is just a weird context to me, and I don't know if you understand it or not, but that's where I am.
I'm trying.
Yeah, I know.
I think everybody's trying, but we also have to make progress, is all I'm saying.
So the proposal that I've heard from Darren, and correct me, Darren, if I go wrong here, but that we've got content in 2 areas now. One, under these consensus ideas that Cole has put forward, and 2, under the existing document. It's a little bit muddy now, but there are the statements in favor of a hunt, or in supporting a role of hunting, and then there are some elements that are more construed along the lines of, if there were a hunt to occur, some guidelines. And what I hear you saying is that all of that content should be put in the appendix, and that those who are interested in shaping that should dig into the content, and that for the body of the report, what remains is that paragraph basically saying that there's no agreement generally on the role of hunting, but that look at appendix C for all of the related information and guidance.
Yeah, everybody's in agreement that we're not gonna agree on this, but it's still something the governor's asked us to address, so let's address it, considering that it's not gonna be consensus, but we've gotta get it here. Sorry. We all agree there's not gonna be consensus, but the governor's asked us, as one of the directives is, should a hunting season occur, this is what we'd like to see and things we debated on. And so that's all I wanna see is get to this document, and we need to move off center, appreciating people that will not support that. I'm okay with that. That's the American population, it's our right, just as like it's my right to stand and say yes or no. That's okay, but we still have to get something down. And I think everybody's agreeing with that. We're getting bogged down in the minutia instead of moving forward. And Cole, I appreciate you trying to get all these common grounds. Maybe we're just not gonna get it. And so the first comment up there would be one of the comments I would say, should a hunting season occur? We're all, the people that can talk about it or want to talk about it are on board. So that's how I see it formatting. It's not anything else. So I appreciate trying to build that with strong statements We spent an hour and a half and had a hard time getting there, so let's try and move forward.
All right.
I'm
Thank you,
missing my
Cole.
thumbs up button. Thanks, Darren. I appreciate that. I think I am feeling the same sentiments.
So there are a couple of comments related to this, it sounds like, so I want to make sure that we hear everyone. Trina and Brett, do you want to share your thoughts? Oh, Chad, sorry.
I probably should bite my tongue right now.
So we started out with a thumbs up or thumbs down, and I don't know where we've went to, but we still haven't done what we initially started, and can we agree on any of these? And I think we should start that process.
Okay, Trina, I'm gonna jump in here now that I've had a chance to read for a minute. I agree with Darren. We do have to move forward. We've got to come to some kind of an agreement, I don't give a damn anymore, whether it's in a body or it's in the appendices, let's just put it somewhere. There's obviously a majority of the council that thinks that we need to do what the governor's tasked us to do. And if there is a hunting season at some point in time, let's put it in the document. This is what it should look like. I don't care where it goes. We can sit here and argue all day that everything in this document right now, from the preamble to where we're at right now, could be an appendix as opposed to a consensual document. There's a lot of people in this room that have compromised to make sure that the first 4 pages or 5 pages of this document, we have some sort of consensus on. We're obviously not going to get any compromise on the role of hunting. We agree on a paragraph. Let's take the rest of it, put it in an appendix, and move forward. But let's do it now.
Right. Thank you, Chad. So you're agreeing with Darren's proposal was essentially?
Yes.
And then, Brad, if I'm hearing you right, saying there's also the layer of going through the content. It sounds like that's embedded within the conversation of who's going to be taking that on, if it's around consensus or around certain members of the council. And I think Darren was saying, we don't need to ask everyone to be a part of that. If people want to abstain from being a part of the hunting conversation, they can. But for everyone else, there is value in working through these. Is that?
Ready?
Oh, Trina wants to win it. Yeah, Trina.
Ready?
I'm ready.
All right, so when we started talking about our charter way back in the day, we went through this decision process, which Sean already read, but what we didn't cover, and we honestly, well, I didn't even consider that we would need it until today, is abstaining from voting. So I think that would provide an opportunity for those of you that don't support a hunt at all to abstain from any of this conversation about hunting and say, I am not taking part of that because I don't believe in it. And we can note that somewhere in our document that says these people abstained, or we could say this number of people abstained, or whatever. And then the rest of us can finish this hunting conversation, write our recommendations, and then the appendix will still have the for and against factual statements. And the paragraph that we agree on, these consensus things that Cole wrote, and our recommendations can be part of our main document, just like everything else on that list of things that the governor wanted us to address. So I would propose right now a vote to approve abstention from voting on future things.
Yeah,
Trina, can we, I really appreciate what Darren said, and I think it honors the process, and I think what you're doing is, it's confusing, and I think if we could just put these in the appendix and still integrate them. I'm feeling like now we're changing a process we agreed to months ago, and that's extremely concerning for me.
I think Lauren's got something. Lauren?
I would agree with that too. I guess I'm getting a little bit confused. I'm all for going through these 5. I can only see 5 of them on my screen, but in the appendix, and we already have a section created for that. We've already addressed this issue, and if we want to have those considerations, yeah, I'm with Darren and I'm with Erin here. I just seems like the water just got really muddy for me. So I'm more confused than anything right now. I think we have a process that the writing team came up with. Let's just use that. And I guess I'm confused at why we're, why this has become so confusing. So you know what? So let me just be very clear. I'm happy to go through these statements, if that will be helpful. But I just want to also say that we already have a place for this in our appendix. I think it's D now, if I looked at it right, either C or D. If these want to be, the writing team wants to add these considerations in and we all take a look at them, for the next reiteration of this document, I'm fine with doing that too, but I want to stick with our process and honor our process.
Okay. Thank you, Robyn. Lawrence wants to weigh in, and then I do want to just check in on where we are with time and the public.
I'm just thinking that, if it goes in the appendix, we're gonna have to describe why it went in the appendix. And maybe that paragraph at the end does take care of that, but, we're basically gonna have to describe that it went in the appendix because, it's not consensus. But I don't see how we can put it,
could you speak more into it?
I don't see why we couldn't put it at the end of the document and still say the same thing, that, this was not consensus, but, we could say, I don't know, most of the people on the council went for it.
If that's what it says.
That is kind of what it says, but it could just as well be in the main document too.
But we're not moving forward with that. These guys have suggested it says that in what Chad and.
All right. So, it looks like Brett has a comment and maybe Nick, and I want to go back to Darren's proposal because it was a specific proposal. Can anyone not live with what Darren suggests?
Can I restate Darren's
Yes.
suggestion to see if I understand? Darren, your suggestion is just let's give up on the attempt to find consensus on hunting at all. And let's put whatever commentary those who want to participate, let's put it in the appendix. Is that the proposal on the table? Let's not attempt consensus because we don't have a chance at it?
My point is, if we're gonna spend 3 days attempting to negotiate back and forth, my attempt was to, if we are just simply not gonna agree on anything of hunting, let the dialogue proceed and let's move forward. So if there may be things we agree on, and I'm okay with these agreeing, but I still think it should be in a special section, and let's move forward with this dialogue with a thumbs up, thumbs down. I'm with Brett. Let's move forward and see where we're at. Let's get through these at least, and make a section that says, instead of for or against hunting, there should be a section that says, should a hunting season occur? And then if you look at the first 6 or 7 of those documents, that's should a hunting season occur. And yours, I'm fine putting those on, thumbs up, thumbs down. And we're not going to do it, but let's put them in there if we have a majority at least.
Right, and I think the original intent behind the part of the Appendix C is that those were included in that consideration section of if there was a hunt. And so I think we just go back to that format, if I'm understanding you correct, Erin. And if then what Cole has brought forth, maybe some other pieces to add to that.
Brett? No. Nick, did you want to weigh?
I agree with Erin.
And I wanted to make sure that what I was interpreting what you just brought up was what you were saying. So no, I agree. I think we should do a thumbs up and thumbs down, and we should calculate what that is. X amount of people had a thumbs up, X amount of people had a thumbs down, so we know exactly where we are. It doesn't have to have a name attached to it, but I think we should go through this process.
All right.
Now I'm really confused. I thought we had a motion on the table to decide to, in Appendix D now I guess it is, or in an appendix, in a specific appendix just for the role of hunting, that we do as instructed and consider the role of hunting, which is the two considerations of the role of hunting, and then should a hunt occur, the majority of the council members would like to see these things considered, without consensus, should a hunt occur, and you list those specifics. I do agree they should be pulled out, because otherwise they get muddled. So that's my understanding of what we have on the table. Is that correct?
That's Darren's proposal, and then part two of that was saying, of those elements, there still needs to be a need to visit and see, well, who really thinks that this first statement around hunting not likely to be an effective tool within that group of people who want to have the conversation around hunting, agree with that. Because those have not been vetted, those are new. So that's kind of, I see a couple layers to this. I do want to just check in, we did ask members of the public to join us at 3:30. Are you guys okay with taking a break and listening to their voices for a minute?
We're not gonna.
That little battery's on.
Oh, my battery's low? Yeah.
You can use this one. Chuck and I haven't said much.
Oh,
It's on my computer, this battery.
Hey, just real quick, Annie really helpfully inserted underneath the old format. I just want to, Annie, you may want to just copy paste the first 5 bullets of the new document into that instead, just because there were some edits made. So it's just a formatting issue for our discussion about considerations.
What do you want me to do?
The first 5 bullets.
Yeah.
Instead of using the total old document, what we want to do is use that format, but make sure that we copy paste the current bullets that were pulled out, if that makes sense.
All right, guys, just for members of the public, thanks for your patience. We just need to do a quick computer swap here to make sure that council members can see you as you're presenting, and then we'll get going with your comments. So,
hey, Sean, actually, the callers won't have their faces of audio. It'll just be audio.
Oh, okay. Well, then, Dillon, if you're ready to jump in, I think we're ready to hear from members of the public.
Okay, right now we have 2 members of the public who have called in. For others who are viewing and want to provide input, now would be the time to call in and get into this attendees list, and I will call on you and have you provide comments. So the first comment comes from a phone number with the last 3 digits, 720. So I'm gonna unmute you right now, and if you could state your name and where you're from.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, my name is Glenn Monahan. I live in Bozeman, and I want to make some comments in general regarding grizzly bears. First of all, we are at a time in history where the amount of habitat loss and the amount of species loss worldwide is at unprecedented levels. There are estimates that the extinction rate right now is hundreds or thousands of times above the natural baseline rate. This trend has been so profound that there are scientists who are proposing renaming the geologic period that we're living in the Anthropocene. So species worldwide are being heavily impacted by human activities, specifically for grizzly bears. Right now, grizzly bears only occupy 3% of their pre-Columbian habitat. We also know that just recently, a proposed reintroduction of grizzlies into the North Cascades was nixed, which means that Montana's role in the preservation of grizzly bears has become even more important. I just have a few more points. I appreciate the time you're giving me. In the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, there is data that shows that since 2002, the number of reproductive females has been static. So as those females age, their ability to reproduce will be compromised, very possibly leading to a decline in grizzlies. Also, since 2000, the number of documented grizzly mortalities, and this is for the GYE also, has seen a sharp increase. In 2002, there were 20 grizzly deaths, and by 2020, we're up to 60 right now. So these bears are not comfortable. They're in trouble. It appears as though the grizzly numbers, and this is based upon some research that I've done, the grizzly numbers in the GYE appear to have stabilized around 2002, and beginning in 2008, they may actually have dropped into a situation where they're in decline. And then the last point that I'll make is the loss of the food sources that the grizzlies have experienced, particularly the whitebark pine, has likely not yet been absorbed by the grizzly population. And I think it's very possible that as a result of the loss of that important food source for bears, that we may still experience population crashes due to food losses. So I'll just wrap up. I've been listening in for about the last hour and a half. I appreciate the work that the committee is doing, but essentially for the last hour and a half, everything that I have heard is about hunting, hunting, hunting. And I think with the facts that I've presented to the committee, that clearly demonstrate that this is a species that is in dire straits, even though there are some people who think that the bear population is increasing and actually becoming bloated. This is a species that's in trouble, is still very likely on the brink, and I think we need to do everything we can to nurture healthy populations of grizzly bears. Thank you. Now my wife would like to give her comments as well.
Good afternoon. I want to thank you for the opportunity to engage in this public discussion. I forgot to give my name, Nancy Schultz, also Bozeman, but this public discussion about grizzly bear management, recovery, and conservation. Thank you for this transparent process that provides engagement. I am glad that this council considers public input in its recommendations. I'm going to start with a quote. Without a reliable plan for genetic and demographic continuity between the subpopulations, the long-term prospects for recovery and survival of grizzly bears in the lower 48 states appears dim. And that's Dr. Fred Allendorf. And the only way to provide for the survival of the grizzly is to look at wildlife corridors, and I'm going to speak to that now. We know the locations, the corridors are mapped, the areas that provide the greatest movement at the least cost to the grizzly are mapped. However, these wildlife corridors have no protection. For example, in the Gallatin Range that stretches from Yellowstone north to the Bridger Range is a recognized wildlife corridor, but the latest forest plan does not leave that corridor open and a protected space for grizzlies. The same is true going west. The plan does not protect corridors. Please recommend that wildlife corridors are recognized and protected. The grizzly populations of the Northern Rockies and the Yellowstone need this, and also the salmon spillway. Thank you.
Thank you for the input. I appreciate it. So I'm going to mute you. We have one other caller who is called in with a number ending in 116. I'm also going to let everybody know we're having some website issues at the moment. It doesn't appear that our website is up. So I'm going to share the screen for anybody viewing this with the dial-in information, just in case they're not able to see it on online. So I'm going to unmute the next caller, but I just want to share this phone number here as quickly as I can to show this number. So this is the phone number, if you can view it, to call in right now, 1-646-558-8656, and then the webinar ID 987-3206-8450. So call that one in, and sorry, I don't know what's going on, our technical difficulties, but I'm going to unmute the next caller, ending in 116.
Hi, everybody. This is Kristen Combs. I'm the Executive Director of Wyoming Wildlife Advocates in Wilson and Jackson, Wyoming. What you guys decide in Montana will most assuredly be viewed by Wyoming, and we share the grizzly population with you all. So we definitely have a stake in this, and I'd just like to say thank you to the council for all the work that you've done, and just everything that you've put into this so far. I know it's been a long process, and I know how difficult it can be as well. So I'll make it brief. One of the things that I want you all to consider, I guess, is the public comments. There was over 11,000 public comments that were brought in. And from what I understand so far, those haven't been analyzed or really looked over in a systematic way to determine, what the public had to say. So that's one thing that I feel like maybe is lacking as you're making these decisions, to have that information in the background as something that is, you can base your decision on because the public feels a certain way. And the study out of the University of Montana that was being done by the Metcalf, that really seems like something that is extremely valuable in any decisions that are being made about grizzlies in Montana. And the outcome of that study, as I understand it, that hasn't been analyzed yet and is not completed yet. And so having these decisions being made without that information available seems like there's a piece missing here. And, the public, I really appreciate the fact that the public has been engaged, and you're offering opportunities for the public to interact. But at the same time, it seems like there's a little bit of a disconnect between actually connecting what the public's saying and then making decisions based on that. I mean, when you have a group of people such as yourselves that are coming together, really you're making decisions based on like what is best for the common good. And that's like how democracy works, and how we should be going about doing these things is not what is best for one special interest, but what is best for the common good and what is best for grizzly bear management for the Northern Rockies as a whole and for the country as a whole. So I know mostly from coast to coast, people disagree with trophy hunting and really don't want to see grizzly bears hunted. And so we would just encourage you all to think about that Montana's grizzlies are also the United States grizzlies. And we share these bears with you in Wyoming as well. So I just wanted to kind of encourage that, and hopefully that public information that exists out there will eventually be added into the comments as well, and into the recommendations. So thank you all again for the time to comment and for all the work you've done so far. So thanks a lot.
Thank you for your comment. So it looks like the website's back up too, which is good. And Charlie's also got the information up on the screen for other folks who'd like to call in. We've got a few more. Next, I'll go to the phone number ending in 673. It's a 406 number ending in 673. I'm going to unmute you right now. And if you could please state your name and where you're from.
Okay, I think that's me. I'm Claudia Narcisco from Missoula, Montana. And, I have sent in comments before on hunting, and they've been posted probably half a dozen times on the portal. So hopefully you have all seen them and can read them. I did select a lot of my comments from the first meeting we had in October, where the public was asked to list their questions, and so I framed my comments around that. And also, we had Fish, Wildlife and Parks put out a position paper on hunting, and I read through that and could find really nothing that substantiated that hunting would reduce conflicts in any way, shape, or form. My position paper or my comment that I had sent in has all the details, so please refer to that. Otherwise, I'm going to have to read you 2 pages, and I don't want to do that. Regarding the document that was presented today, the draft document, you had that section on hunting that said, it had 3 bullets. One of them was many council members recognize that hunting has been an important and effective tool in the North American model of wildlife management. And yet, as a council, we can imagine successful grizzly bear management does not include hunting. Now, I'm not very familiar with the North American model of wildlife management. I'm sure it's very important. But it would be helpful if you could add a concise statement of the purpose of hunting in the North American wildlife model in that section. And also please include specific reference to the application of hunting grizzly bear in context of the model. 2, 3 more sentences in the document to explain this, apparently a real key element. So I would appreciate that. I could see that the council is not going to be coming to consensus on hunting. And if you read my comments that I had sent in, I don't know, a couple of months ago, it explains the reasons why I don't think that it's suitable. Okay, regarding habitat, again, I have commented on this before and have sent it in the portal and via email, and I'm not certain that it has been well distributed, but there was a discussion earlier about habitat and how it was kind of not elevated to a position that I think it should be in the recommendations and in the report. So I think, it was covered quite thoroughly in the expanded spreadsheet that you guys were working off of. And I think that for the time, and even in some of the points that were made inside the report, I think that from my perspective, that some of the discussion could be remedied by simply adding the word habitat to the subheading that says grizzly bear distribution, relocation, connectivity, and habitat, so that people would know that it's, indeed elevated as an important discussion topic. Regarding definitions, now, I was at the December meeting where at the end of the meeting, after the governor had spoken, after people were already all enthused about sending in recommendations, it came to light that there was not common understanding of some key terms. And at the very last hour of the meeting, there was a short list that actually grew of some of the terminology that needed clarifying so that you could all be on the same page. Kind of disappointing to be, how many days and hours into meeting with each other where the realization comes that you didn't have a common understanding of some very key terminology, but words like what is conflict, what is tolerance, what is total recovery, what is connectivity, what is best management, what is prevention, what is long-term sustainability. Those are the few things that I had from my meeting notes, because when I sit here day in and day out at some of these meetings, I do take my own notes. So I would appreciate that you would include a glossary as one of the appendices so that the public is aware of your definitions. Some of them might be consistent with science, some of them might not be published or, even in Webster's. So yours would have a different definition and it would help explain your thought process. So I think that a glossary is imperative in the appendices. Regarding the long-term usefulness of the the Grizzly Bear Advisory Council's work and report. If the end product of the council's dedicated work is intended to have long-term usefulness, the GBAC might consider the broad range of conditions on the landscape and the changes that may occur over time. For example, the Northern Plains of Montana has large blocks of protected public lands, including the Upper Missouri River Breaks National Monument and the Charles M. Russell Wildlife Refuge, and that includes the UL Bend Wilderness Area. And together, they exceed, 3 million acres, 3.5 million acres, I believe, between the two of them. In addition, there are large tribal lands across the northern tier where free-roaming wildlife, including bison, grizzly, and many other species, is part of their heritage of the people. The American Prairie Reserve is also piecing together a landscape scale model inclusive to all components of ecological diversity. So I've been hearing all the talks about expansion, and I believe that, that needs to be considered as an area or a zone or a key. So if the council wants its work to endure, they might consider better reflecting the potential for grizzly bear expansion over this vast landscape. There are also ranchers who are already figuring out how to operate in such a context. And hopefully the council is able to clearly incorporate these landscapes, perspectives, and efforts into the outcome of their work on the council. And I think this is my last statement is on the consensus discussion and that you guys have been talking about how to proceed. And from my section of my notes from the October 3rd to 4th meeting in East Helena, I clipped a few bullets on decision making. One was very elementary: thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways. The thumbs down need to come up with an alternative. If a consensus, it is given to the governor as a formal recommendation. If not a consensus, that it can provide input, but is not given as a formal recommendation. So in that context, it shouldn't be in the recommendation section of the report. This is like, ground rules from day one. That's the first section of the notes, actually. Anyway, and question regarding not a consensus, could it be about responses to strive for consensus? And these are all from the first day's meeting notes. And Trina commented at that point, at what point does someone higher up in the council make decisions? So I don't really know. That's all is from my notes on the first day. But it is clear that any topic that does not result in a consensus can be provided as the input, but does not go into the report under recommendations. So if you want to kick it down the road or keep on rehashing it or go back on your very elementary ground rules, I guess, you could keep on talking about it. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Next up, we'll call on the number ending in 273. Number 273, I'm going to unmute you and please state your name and where you're from.
My name is Smith Nagel, and I'm calling from Bozeman, Montana. I am calling today, commenting, representing myself and representing the membership of the Gallatin Wildlife Association. The Gallatin Wildlife Association is an all-volunteer, nonprofit organization that advocates for wildlife, fisheries, and the respective habitats of southwest Montana. We have submitted written comments to the council prior to today and would like these to be considered as an addendum to those comments. First, I would like to thank the governor and the council for...
If you could talk closer to your phone, it's a little difficult to hear you.
Okay. First, I would like to thank the governor and the council for the opportunity to comment. I would also like to thank the council for the work, time, and effort each of you have spent on behalf of the council and of the grizzly bear. I would like to start off by saying that I've only seen one grizzly bear in my life in the wild, and that was in Glacier National Park from 42 years ago. on my wife's honeymoon. It is a memory as crisp and as vivid to me today as it occurred yesterday. I hope to have more chances, obviously not necessarily those of the nature of being described as up close and personal, but those that leave an everlasting impression, a vivid memory of the thrill, excitement, and the wonderment that there is life out there of greater stature than ours. I see the bear as an iconic species, one that humbles and should humble our spirit. I also view the bear as a species that should be treated with respect and dignity, and one that has a right of existence just as we claim we do. GWA and myself agree with the science that this bear necessitates connectivity. Montana is fortunate in a sad way to think we just might be the primary state to determine the final future of the grizzly bear in the continental 48 states. But it is equally sad to think we are the one state with that much influence over the status of anything. Because that tells me man has made a lot of bad choices over time through history, especially as it relates to the grizzly bear. It is also an opportunity, however, to do what is right. For the 6 recovery zones for grizzly bears lie totally or partially within the state, it is imperative that these zones become connected. If we want the legacy of the grizzly bear to be more than just a memory, like mine 42 years ago, we must do what is right in our relation to the bear today. Climate change, lack of available food supply, brought about by climate change, plus habitat fragmentation, are just some of the threats that the bear must overcome. But then perhaps the greatest threat of all, hunting. We at GWA and myself believe that the council needs to adhere to the science in regards to the management of the bear, and that includes the issue of hunting. We think we need to get our heads around the fact that there is no scientific evidence which states that hunting increases social tolerance of grizzly bears or that reduces the number of conflicts. Instead, the council should include those methods that are proven conflict prevention strategies. The council should highlight that education and outreach are a better way to reduce conflicts. Trophy hunting is not a right but a privilege, and a privilege that cannot be justified in this point in time. Right now, the science and the general public do not support such action. Before I close, I would like to state one fact that was provided to me the other day. In 2018, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Grizzly Bear Coordinator Hillary Coon told the Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee that conflict with humans is the main cause of grizzly mortality, accounting for 85% of known deaths in the GYE and 91% in the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem. It's hard to wrap my head around that statistic. That tells me that we are doing something wrong. This is the problem. Increasing that percentage is not the cure. In closing, then, GWA recommends actions by the council should be as follows. 1, promote connectivity between grizzly bear populations in Montana, including establishing relocation sites in and between recovery zones. Number 2, promote coexistence and prevent conflicts between grizzly bears and people and bears and livestock. Funding and implementation of conflict prevention should be prioritized rather than initiating it. For conflict prevention and outreach and education in communities where grizzly bears are expanding the range. Number 4, GWA would like to see the determination of and the establishment made of linkage areas throughout the state, along with the management of and the protections made in those areas. And finally, number 5, implementation of recommendations in the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team of 2009. We stated the high percentage of mortality of grizzly bears from man in the GYE and the NCDE. But much of this comes down to habitat fragmentation. Every time a trail or road is established, or a grazing allotment permitted, or housing development approved, or timber harvest granted, habitat fragmentation occurs. It is time for Montana as a state, the United States as a country, and we as a species ourselves to right this continuous wrong. I want to thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you for commenting.
You're welcome.
All right, next we've got one more comment from phone number ending in 720. So phone number 720, I'm going to unmute you, and if you could please state your name and where you're from. Phone number 720, are you there to comment? Okay, doesn't appear so. So that looks like all of our public comments so far.
Thank you, Dillon, and thanks to everyone who called in. Just want to open up the invitation then to council members. If there's anything you'd like to say to the public, express appreciation for all the input that we've gotten, respond to anything that you've heard or anything along those lines. I know that a lot of you have been sorting through those comments. There's been a lot of them. I think the woman from Wyoming said 11,000. It's I think been closer to 17,000 now, and I know it's a lot to look through, but I know that we've really worked hard to incorporate public engagement, public comment opportunities throughout this process, not just because the governor asked us to, but because you guys asked us to. You really wanted to engage with our communities and the public. So is there anything that council members would like to share? Jonathan?
I want to just thank everyone who did call in to make these comments. I, for one, have tried to keep up with every comment coming in. It's difficult to get into that with 16,000 comments, and I know up to the point of June 8th when we had to close down the initial comment page and start another. When those were all compiled, I think that was a 600-page document, and I certainly read every comment up to that point, and have tried my best to continue to do so. And so I really do appreciate it. I've considered that heavily, and I think a lot of others have. Besides reading those and taking them in and using that to guide decisions, though, I'd be curious as to what type of analysis we should be expecting or have before us to be able to properly input those. I don't know, Michelle, you seem to have an idea about that, but I appreciate them, and I feel though that maybe reading them and taking them in isn't enough to make decisions. So I'm curious about that aspect of it.
You're coming from why? You're asking me a question, I guess. Why are you asking me?
Well, you brought it up and it came up.
This is systematic. Yeah, no, in the past, comments used to be analyzed systematically, like where are they from, what are their points, how many people said, we're focused on this item, how many people were focused on that item. Even those that had multiple ones, they put them in each section, right? And I think that's really helpful. It would also be easier to put that in our appendix than the 600-page document. And it's definitely helpful because you can read them all, but you kind of, like when you're getting to your, 9,876, you've forgotten what 1 through 10 said. So it's nice to have that systematic analysis. But, I mean, it's a really difficult task, and the portal isn't set up to do that really efficiently, unfortunately. But it could be done. It just would take a lot of manpower and a lot of time. But it would be helpful to say, well, gee, this is, the percentage of comments that came in that really were focused on habitat or corridors or food security or, and because then you get a better sense of what the public feels is important as far as the council is concerned and what we're working on. So I do think that's important, and I don't know how we would move forward with that, but I do agree with that, and that's what I would visualize.
Thanks for that. I didn't want to be missing anything overt, and so that makes sense. Thank you for that. But yeah, and thanks for all the comments that did come in.
Yeah, and I just want to weigh in on that question too, Jonathan. And I know that Dillon at one point made an attempt to look at different ways to sort through the data, and it created these searchable PDF, so you could search by keyword, try to get a sense of some of them. It's not to the level of analysis though, and so what we proposed to try to help the council through these final stages is that comments that come into the portal from the time that last document was posted, so from July 17th, up until the August 5th Zoom meeting of the council to kind of reflect on where we are and to hear what the public has to say on this kind of next to last iteration of your draft report. We will dedicate some staff time to look through that and see if there are some key themes that emerge that we can share back to the council. And so I do want to thank FWP for listening to the council, listening to the public to try to address that in a way that meets the needs, but also kind of understands that sifting back through historical documents of that volume might be more difficult. So focusing time and attention on near-term feedback and comments that respond to the document as it's currently written and kind of the tweaks that you're making today seems to be where we can add the most value. So trying to respond to that. Yeah. So and just to reiterate to the council and to the public, so what we've said is that we would post the document as we did last Friday. That by this Friday, we'll try to capture any additional input or changes, substantive changes to the document. We might still make some formatting changes or structural changes after that, but get that posted by this Friday, the 24th, and give the public, a full another week after that to respond to anything that comes out of this meeting, that we could then use to inform the final conversation of the council on the August 5th Zoom meeting to really shape your kind of final direction moving forward. So those are the pieces in place. I think, just for members of the council or public that are listening, if you could get your comments in by the day before, at least by August 4th, that would be helpful. We'll be looking at them as they come in. Nick?
Well, I just want to say to the members of the public who commented that I appreciate it. I can't say honestly that I've read all 16,000 comments, but I have certainly tried to get a sample on those. But, the people who spoke today, you're really hitting on all the major themes that we've been talking about for 8 months now. I mean, connectivity, conflict reduction, transplants, and to me, it's so unfortunate that so many of the public comments were so centered on hunting when there are so many bigger themes in grizzly conservation. And I'd encourage all of you, there's a story in this month, the most recent Montana Outdoors, showing a map of grizzly bears where we've had confirmed sightings. And, we said this at the first meeting. I mean, this state, we know how to live with grizzly bears in Glacier Park in the heart of the Bob Marshall Wilderness in Yellowstone and the immediate surrounding lands. This discussion is about the lands in between and the areas where grizzly bears have, frankly, got in front of their social tolerance. And there are numerous people on this council who are doing a lot of work to try to prevent these conflicts and allow grizzly bears to move. And I just this morning read the range rider report from the Centennial Valley Association. They're doing fantastic work. Cole's family in the upper Blackfoot, or the Blackfoot watershed, what's the Blackfoot Challenge? Of course I know that. I mean, they've been doing this for 20 years, so we hear what you're saying, we understand these challenges, and they are immense, but it's pretty shocking to see how far grizzlies have, not just wandering bears, but we have established bears within 60 miles of each other from the northern continental divide of the Yellowstone ecosystem. So, our challenges are getting out in front and ahead of grizzly bears in areas where they're getting out ahead of their social tolerance, and that's why we have lengthy meetings but anyway, we appreciate all those comments, and I do try to look at all of them. I hope we can get some kind of breakdown because I think they're valuable. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. Michelle?
And I just wanted to also say thank you for all the public comments that's coming in and the thoughts on habitat and the land in between. I wanted to speak to what Nick had to say, that they're getting ahead of their social tolerance, and And they're moving into areas where they have areas that have not been prepared for grizzlies, at least as far as education and outreach, and that's too bad, and we need to get on top of that, and that's what a lot of this document needs to be about. But an interesting, Tim Manley had, offered to have us work with him, and of course we couldn't do that because of the COVID situation. But he did say, he goes, what's really funny, because I spoke with him on the phone the other day, and he said, it's really funny, everybody's talking about how not having bears here and that we can't have bears here. He goes, the other day, in a process of 1 or 2 days, there were 56 bears that were wandering through the Swan Valley, through residences, the whole deal, 56. So, I guess the thing is it's very doable if you have all the things in place, if you have good conflict response, if you have good conflict prevention, if you have education, it's doable. And I think we need to recognize that and really hope to get there and push ways to get there.
Thank you, Michelle. Anyone else want to make a comment or a statement around either public comment or to the public that's watching today? Okay, well, thank you again, Dillon, for facilitating that. Thanks to everyone who called in. It really is helpful to hear your voices. For those who are following documents, we'll continue to post those online. As I mentioned, we'll have another iteration of the council's document that reflects our conversation today and tomorrow. Posted by the end of the week, this week on the 24th, for you to reflect on and comment as well. And please continue to send those comments in online through August 4th. Just in terms of where we are and what's next, it's about 4:15 right now. I'm going to conclude by 5 o'clock today. Want to see if we want to pick up the conversation on the role of hunting and start walking through some of those specific guidelines and recommendations, see if we can make some progress there, and then kind of just summarize where we traveled today. For me, it's really helpful to reflect on this morning's conversation, because I thought we had really productive conversation, and then it ended up landing in some draft text that we're all mulling over and really considering. If we could get to the same point with the role of hunting today, that will be a really big success. 2 big chunks of the report will have some clarity around them. So, Trina, are you connected from here, or do you want to do some screen sharing again? Yeah. So we did get interrupted. Not interrupted, but I wanted to make sure that we hit the pause button and caught up with members of the public, not too far away from where we were in the agenda with our 3:30 target there. So I interrupted us to say, let's grab those thoughts. Where we left it, my understanding was that we do want to have a conversation around the role of hunting. We aren't going to reach consensus at this point on, full consensus on a role of hunting, but we do want to talk about it in a meaningful way in the report, and that we want to capture that not just in the considerations for and against, but in guidelines that we want to put forward. And we, I think, consolidated the ones that Cole offered with the ones that were previously there. So do you want to scroll down there, or do you want to start somewhere else? Okay.
Well, maybe we should start and just have an official vote on this paragraph, so we can be done with that.
Okay. What's that?
You make it bigger.
So request to zoom in a little bit to make the text a little bit better. And then this is in the body of the report, and the proposal here is for us to reach agreement on this paragraph as being what's in the body of the report. Michelle?
Well, it's the very last sentence. I think I put this in again, or I did it last time. It says the council would like to provide, and that sounds like the whole council. So maybe, sorry.
Oh, yeah, microphone. Thanks,
Sorry
Michelle.
about that. That last
that last sentence, what input would the council, and that sounds like the whole council, I know later on it says without consensus, but I would say, you could even say the majority of the council if you like, or 2/3 of the council, which is what the vote, that's who chose to vote. But I don't want that to just say the council would like to provide this, because I'm a member and I'm not really behind that.
Okay, so get at the same thing that without consensus would have, but puts it in front of it, the majority of the council, then we don't need without.
No, I want to keep without consensus in there, just to be clear.
To me, that says the majority doesn't have consensus.
Why don't we just say, to be consistent, because when you go down into the appendix, this is the language we use, I think. I'd have to look at that, but you could say, instead of the majority, you say, some members of the council. I'll go look at my copy, my hard copy here, and see if I can see how we talk about it in the appendix.
Yeah, and you know, the other key word here is input or guidance, which we're distinguishing, you know, as different from recommendation.
If you do a thumbs up and thumbs down, you'll have a number.
Yeah, I would just like to suggest that we change input to guidance just to be consistent. Thanks.
All right, so, yeah, Shannon.
So I rewrote, I added a sentence on the end, because as it's written, our conversation talked about those two things. And then later in our document, we can say, well, I added the sentence, the majority of the council came to consensus on the following points.
But the majority isn't consensus, Trina.
But the majority is going to come to a consensus.
The majority agreed on the following.
Well,
I just don't think we need that sentence. I think it's repetitive.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
All right, so I think it is confusing to use consensus, full consensus versus consensus of a majority of the council. So you could say a majority of the council agrees or something like that, but that may already be listed in Appendix D. So I think there was a request to consider this language, but before we do that, Michelle, it sounds like you weren't in agreement, so do you have an alternate proposal you'd like to offer before we vote?
As far as what that says?
Yeah. It's sub 2 that you're having a concern with, is that correct?
Sub 2, yeah, that, just the way it's described, and I could be wrong, I just, what guidance would the council like to provide without consensus? I guess that says it. Yeah, I guess it does.
Trina, can we just leave it at the original instead of adding an additional sentence and see what folks think before? At what we just did with before since, because I think that gets to the point, and then we'll. Oh, there we go. Okay, I was confused at what you were trying to do there.
I know, because I'm not done yet. So I was going to put that sentence at the end and then take out without consensus, because number 2 says we were going to have a conversation about this. It doesn't have anything to do with the conversation that we had. It only says that one of our jobs, one of the 2 things we were going to do with the role of hunting was talk about this.
Can you just change recommendations to guidance? The guidance on the role of hunting is located.
All right, so
Okay, I think you have to leave without consent.
so Michelle's saying that, let's try it with leaving without consensus in there, and I was the one that facilitated the breakout discussion around the role of hunting, and it really was in the context of not having consensus, so I think that was an important piece of it, that what guidance would the council like to provide without consensus in the event that the commission moves forward? All right.
I'm liking the way that that's now, yeah.
And then there's a new sentence, since the council could not come to consensus, the guidance on the role of hunting is located in Appendix D. Want everyone to take one more minute to read through this in its final version. Oh, Trina wants to say one more thing.
Sorry that I'm sitting on the floor, but my charger doesn't reach all the way to the table. What I would like to say is, Darren's proposal to put all of the hunting stuff in the appendix, I do not agree with. I would like the hunting stuff in the body of the document, like I have stated several times, because I think it's an important thing to have in there regardless of whether we agree or not. However, if I am the only dissenting vote when we vote, I will change my mind.
Are you talking about this, or are you talking about?
I'm talking about when we vote on where to put it. So I guess that last sentence is contingent upon that vote.
But this paragraph is going in the main document at the very end. The rest of it, the considerations and everything are going in the appendix.
All right,
Sorry.
so what we're going to do is we're going to do a thumbs on this, okay? And it sounds like Trina's going to put her thumb down because she does not agree with that last sentence that it should be located in Appendix D.
Okay.
So her proposal to get on board would be to not have it in Appendix D, but she's just said that if she's the only person that feels strongly about that she's willing to go along with the rest of the group and have it in the appendix. Is that fair, Trina? Okay. So let's go ahead and do a sensing on this with your thumb. Who can support?
Get the people back up that, so we can see their vote.
Yeah, so let's do some sensing here, and then we're going to have Charlie help us with thumbs on the screen.
So a thumbs up is a vote to not put it in the appendix.
A thumbs up is to have it in the appendix. A thumbs up says you agree with everything that's in this paragraph now, including that the guidance on the role of hunting is located in Appendix D.
But what is the other choice? The other choice is in the body. In the body, okay. I just want to make sure I understood that's what you're proposing, the body.
That's what I want. I want it in the body, yeah.
Sharon?
The first discussion I said is, the first discussion we had was I didn't care right now. I wanted to be able to have the dialogue. We were getting hung up on this. So these are new votes or new things we're proposing. And so I want to make it very clear what we're voting on, because I'm not so sure I understand it yet. So first it was this paragraph. Now it's whether we're going into appendix or not into appendix. So I need clarity on that before we even think about voting, in the sense that, are we voting on a paragraph, are we voting about it in the body or out of the body? So that's my point. And we got to move here out of the body.
Well, and I'm just, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, we could just vote on the paragraph without that last sentence, because the last sentence could always be added later. So if we vote on the rest of the paragraph, at least we know that we're done writing that, and we can move on to the next section.
I agree. Let's separate them out.
So, yeah, return down the last sentence and then vote on top.
Oh, wait.
I dumped you out of there
I was looking for a way to see the thumbs up.
Nope, that's fine.
Oh, no.
Okay, so,
Microphone.
it's hard to agree with the paragraph if I don't know where the considerations are going. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to agree to the paragraph if I don't know where the conversation is going. Does that make sense? Well, because it's there because it's the stuff is in the appendix, like, that's why that is there.
We originally put it there, we originally put it there regardless of where, the rest of the recommendations were going, to explain that this was our process that we went through, and we knew we weren't gonna reach consensus the first time we met. So this is what we considered, and this is what we came up with. So regardless of where the rest of it is, that will be the first paragraph in the section.
I'm a little frustrated. I feel like we could move on from this and get to the meat of what's inside of these. If we could just if we could have some agreement on this being in the appendix, because I feel like it's valuable there. And I feel like we are not getting past recognizing that what we chose to do was to put stuff that wasn't consensus into an appendix and then create a solid appendix on hunting that is valuable. I think I'm just frustrated. I really feel like Darren's proposal to just move on and then start to work on the meat of that is extremely important in this. And I am not discounting your concern, Trina. I hear you. I am listening. I recognize why that shifts things, but I also feel like it is important that we get to the guidance piece. And so I want to do that. And in order to do that, I feel like we need to recognize that we're not going to come to consensus on this going into the document. And anyway.
Charlie, will you pull Trina's screen back up, please? Oh, Trina, will you put it up there?
Seems like every time we go to
I would just add to that, I think
We've lost you, Robyn. Can you try again?
yes, I apologize. I thought I was talking over somebody. So if I did, partly, I apologize. Yeah, I would just, again, add on to what Erin is saying. Because when I was reading that last sentence, it seems like if instead of parsing it out of two different things, of course, I'm acting under the assumption that all of this is going to go into that appendix. And I would argue that, or make the case, try not to argue, make the case, that it would be stronger having all that together in that one appendix. Because I guarantee you people are going to go read it. It's not going to get lost because we have realized, you know, how important this conversation is.
The rule of hunting paragraph, is that okay in the body?
If it's so important, why isn't it in the body?
Well, yeah, for a lot of folks, we feel that way, and I feel, and I've compromised on resources. I thought resources should all go in the appendix, but I've compromised on that. As people have compromised on other parts of this document, we are compromising as adults. Can we vote on this paragraph, saying this paragraph will go right there in this document? We're not talking anything else right now, just this paragraph. Can we do that right now without anything else being added?
Yes, we can.
Sean, do it, now.
All right, any thumbs down or thumbs sideways on this one? Anyone? Online?
You want me to stop?
You have to get a verbal, I can't.
Erin? Are you okay? You thumbs up? Robyn? I can't see you, so can Could you just give me a verbal?
Oh, sorry, thumbs up, sorry.
Thumbs up from Robyn.
All right. That's everyone, right?
Is that the timer?
Yeah. Success.
All right.
You guys beat the buzzer.
So Trina is now going to highlight this and bold it, and we will not ever change it. It is going to stay right there as it is with the wording. So no wording changed, no location movement. We voted on our first thing. Shock for everybody.
All right.
Call her Dave. I thought when you clinched it when you said we should vote like adults. I love it.
Yep, y'all are a bunch of kindergartners to me.
All right. Are we ready to tackle the next sentence? Yeah, let's see where people are.
Can we see the screen?
Trina's gonna pull it up now, just a second.
Scrolling through that. I know.
Lose the internet?
Oh, I lost.
All right, there we are. Okay, so only looking at that sentence, because the council could not come to consensus, the guidance on the role of hunting is located in Appendix D. Let's see everyone's thumbs on that. Where are you? One down to, is that down, Cameron?
Yeah.
Okay. Online, what do we have? And remember, if your thumb's down, you have to give an alternative. So Erin, thumbs up. Robyn, thumbs up. Greg, is Greg on?
Down.
Okay, so okay, I know this is going to make people's head explode, but can you please help me understand what we're voting on now? I lost you just a little bit.
Yeah, we're now having the conversation about where this should live in the document, and that we were looking at the specific language of the sentence. Because we could not reach consensus, the guidance is provided in Appendix D. The council members are split on that according to our thumbs process, and those with their thumbs down are supposed to provide an alternative for the council to consider. And again, you know, we're kind of at loggerheads here, so try to be creative about what this could look like moving forward. Heath, did you have a thumb up or down?
So the paragraph that they just voted on, that was to keep it in the body of the recommendation. Now you're asking the question, the remainder of the information about hunting, where would it reside?
That's correct. So Charlie was just confirming that that paragraph we voted on will absolutely stay in the main body of the recommendations. We're talking about everything else now. All right. So thumbs down. Who are thumbs down? Proposals, alternatives. What would you suggest?
I would suggest that the council members who are able to come up with a hypothetical, what we would like to see if someday, maybe in the future, a hunt were to happen, I think that should go next under this. I then think that our considerations around the role of hunting, opposing or supporting, would go in the appendix.
All right, so let's check in on that. That's a new proposal that's on the table. So that would be keep the existing paragraph. It would say under that, for those who agree or could support a hunt, we propose the following guidance. And then the alternatives for and against would be in the appendix. that correct?
Yes, and we would note that the other conversation is in the appendix.
Okay. Does everyone have clarity on the proposal? Everyone ready to vote? All right, let's see where thumbs are on that one. Who can get on board on that? Thumbs up, one down online. Robyn, are you thumbs up or thumbs down?
Robyn's down.
Erin? Greg, it looked like you were thumbs up.
Did we lose Heath?
No, he's going.
Heath, are you thumbs up? Yep. And Erin, I can't see you. Can you give us a verbal? Okay, so, yeah, so, 3 thumbs down now, so 15-3 on that, and not surprising, really, based on the conversation of where we were. So we're struggling with how to move forward with this. Is there an alternative that any of those with the thumbs down would like to provide? Michelle?
I just wanted to say that the idea of them being in the appendix is a big compromise for me. Like, I would have proposed that they don't go in at all. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, that that's a big compromise for me. So, I mean, my other choice would be, let's take them out altogether, you know?
All right.
And I,
Thanks for sharing that, Michelle. I think the way that it's drafted in the charter is that if you're thumbs down, you're supposed to suggest an alternative that could be agreeable to the council as a whole. And so just to keep that framing in mind, I certainly understand where you're coming from. Erin or Robyn, do you want to suggest an alternative?
well, I just want to make a clarification too, as I am thumbs down because I'm trying to respect the process of consensus inside the document. It's not because I don't find this section not valuable. So for me, that's where I'm struggling, and I find this section, if a hunt were to occur, valuable. So I don't want folks to be unclear about that. It's just trying to recognize that we are not in consensus on this, and that if that's the case, we have a place for those things to go. So.
Thank you. Robyn, would you like to suggest an alternative or share your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. I would agree with Erin. It is an important discussion. I agree. And to honor our process about what consensus is and isn't, I'd like to see it go down in that appendix as the writing team had originally put it, because I think that carries a lot of weight and I think it carries strength. So I think that that would be my alternative. That's what makes the most sense to me, to honor our process.
Looks like Jonathan would like to weigh in, and I just, I don't want us to keep going round and round on this without kind of asking the question why. So is there something in the way that we could frame the narrative around what that is or isn't that would give people with a thumbs down confidence that it's not the same thing as a recommendation, that represents something short of a recommendation?
I too am on my position because of respect for process. We, at the beginning of our entire meeting series, agreed that we would address the role of hunting. Our consensus building approach is based on recommendations, which we as a council are now refusing to acknowledge their existence. So we haven't voted, we haven't attempted to achieve consensus on the recommendations for a topic that we all agreed we would take on as a consideration at the beginning of our meeting series. So the break in process to me is an outright refusal to discuss something that we all agreed we would discuss. There are recommendations under there that I've said it before, I find it hard to believe any of us wouldn't agree to the recommendations that are under the consideration for the role of hunting. If we were to go about being able to just not have consensus on the topics of consideration, I don't think we'd end up with much of a document at all, because people have been more than willing to engage in discussions about topics they personally are not interested in with grizzly bears, like where they exist or connectivity zones or lines on a map. Yet we are willing to acknowledge reasonable and rational recommendations towards shared values on that. So I'm just saying, I don't think that dissenting to where this belongs is a break in process, because we agreed to talk about it, and we've never once yet put a single recommendation under the role of hunting to a vote in the council. And I think there's ones that would be very hard for anyone to give a thumbs down to.
I think it's really important to distinguish, the thumbs process is the consensus process. What we agreed at the beginning was that if anything was represented by the council as to have full consensus, it would have either all thumbs up, it basically would have no thumbs down. We did not agree to apply that unanimous process to every single question about the document, like where does section A go and where does section B go? I think it would be crazy to try to write a document together where we had unanimous consensus about where every word went. The unanimous consensus process is not relevant here. The thumbs process is really about this, does everybody say with one voice, this is a recommendation for the government? But we can't apply that to where does a paragraph go. Right now, in front of this, what we're talking about here, it says we don't have consensus, so we're not representing it as consensus. And so the thumbs process doesn't apply. If we have to make a decision, which we do as a council, of where are we going to put this, that might be a different process, which is a vote. And so what I want to say is that we've got to distinguish the unanimous consensus thumb method from making a decision together about the order of things. We're not breaking our process as long as we make sure to put the heading that it's not full consensus. So I think it's legitimate to vote together if we want to put the non-consensus, if there was a hunting season component, in a particular place in the document. I think it's legitimate to vote.
Thanks, Cole. Trina.
So Cole had an excellent point there. I also want to point out in our charter, it says when the council strives for but does not reach consensus, the discussion will be documented and provided to the governor's office and Montana FWP as input. It doesn't say where it has to go. It doesn't say any guidance about that. The other point I want to make is we didn't discuss any of our other headings and where they were going to go. They just automatically went in the document where they belong. The role of hunting is just one more of those things that needs to be in there that the governor and FWP specifically asked for, and to me is very important. We've already had the discussion about how important it is for all of us to be able to have a voice in that discussion. Therefore, it can live in the document, and we can just say there was no consensus.
All right. Erin, and then Robyn, and then Lauren.
I'm struggling with this one because I think these are important. And I think if these are going to live in the document, I mean, I think we have to also recognize the document includes the appendix, right? So when we say the document, the appendix is a part of that, and I think that's important. I think if we are clear that this was without consensus, I could see a place where this lives under that paragraph. I think this is really challenging, and I hate for us to get hung up on location when we need to get to some of the details of it, because I think that's where it will be, also challenging. But I think it would have to be extremely clear that it's not a recommendation, right? So I guess that's where I'm at this point. I don't know what that means, if that's a sideways or what, but that's where I'm at.
Yeah, thank you, Erin. I'm just going to reflect for a moment on what I've heard, and then we've got Robyn and Lawrence that want to weigh in too. To me, this conversation is about, even though you guys are loggerheads in some ways about this, it's about honoring those differences, right? And you guys are really struggling with how do you honor those, how do you honor the folks who don't want this here, and you're turning to process because that seems like maybe the fairest way to go about it. And I think that's probably why we ended up offering this alternative to put it in the appendix in the first place. And I guess I was going to ask Erin or members of the writing team kind of when that conversation arose, because I think from the beginning it was really about distinguishing between recommendations and input, and then, you know, it wasn't necessarily around placement. And so I wanted to kind of understand how placement became part of this. As long as we're making that distinguishing note that this is not a consensus recommendation, that this is input, it feels like it's recognizing and honoring those differences and doing what Trina said is in our charter, which is to just say that. Say, you know what, we don't have consensus here, this is input, and as long as that's clearly articulated. Robyn, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, thank you, Sean. That's very helpful, because in all opinions aside, my opinion aside, my position, or whatever you want to call it, my interest, my value aside, just in how we put together this document, it just makes sense to me to put this in that Appendix D bucket that keeps all of that together, because I think it makes a more powerful presentation of what that discussion is. So I guess what I is to council members who want to see that makes it different down in that appendix. Why do you think that it needs to be in this place?
Yeah, so I think you were kind of breaking up, Robyn, but I think you were just asking for some clarification of why council members who want it in the report as opposed to the appendix really see it as being more appropriate there. Cameron, did you want to weigh in directly on that question or respond? If not, Lawrence was.
Something else.
Okay. Lawrence?
Hello? Okay. The title of this section is the role of hunting. I think it could be council input on the role of hunting. And if you need to, you could even put in parentheses non-consensus or something like that. And then the paragraph immediately says that it's not consensus. And then that should take care of the issue, I think.
So Lawrence is suggesting that another way to handle this and just to clarify that this is different than the rest of the body of recommendations is in the heading itself to change role of hunting to input or guidance on the role of hunting, not consensus.
Here.
Anyone opposed to changing that heading?
Call the question.
What did you title it, Lauren? Oh, yeah. What did you title it?
Council input on the role of hunting, I think is what he suggested. Yeah.
Can we use guidance just to stay consistent? Sorry.
We can. Okay, and I didn't know if anyone wanted to respond.
I like that. Yes, yep.
Okay.
I will respond to Robyn if no one else wants to.
She don't want you to ask.
Oh, she's okay with that?
Okay with this heading, but if you wanted to respond to the question of why it should be in the body.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it needs to be in the body because we had our list of headings that we started putting things under, and the role of hunting was one of them. And so it's just as important as everything else that's in the document, and I think it all needs to be together. So, yeah.
Let's go with Lorenzo's compromise. Put
Okay, Michelle, do you want to comment, or do you want to vote on this?
I'm hearing everyone. I feel like there's been a lot of compromising. We just keep pushing more and more compromise on our side, or first off, it wasn't going to go in input with the rest of the input. It had to be its own, separate piece in the appendix. And so we decided that it would be together in its own separate, so it wouldn't be in the rest of the input. So that was the first compromise. Now it's, okay, now let's put it in the document. So I guess I'm kind of lost there. I feel like it, I keep getting pushed in a different direction. But we were asked to consider the role of hunting. The paragraph that's in the main document talks about our considerations of the role of hunting, that we couldn't get together, and that we decided that we would create a section in the appendix that explained all of it and offered these recommendations should a hunt exist. And we all agreed on that, and now we're...
I don't remember a vote on it. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's what I thought. I thought I was making that compromise, and now another compromise, and so I feel like I'm spending a lot, and I'm not getting, where's the other...
Yeah, thanks for offering that, Michelle. And Erin, or members of the writing team, I am curious to know, I think it was the writing team that made the recommendation of putting it in the appendix, because that wasn't a decision that we made as a council as a whole in terms of where it would live. And so I think that's part of what I'm trying to remember as well. Cameron?
Just really quick, Cameron, I was going to clarify, at the last meeting, we had that fifth bucket that was in the document. There was nothing about the appendix. That definitely came from the synthesis team when they put the document together.
I think what we did as a synthesis team was, throughout all of these iterations, in the appendix at one point in time, we had substantial commentary. And so that's kind of where we dumped everything besides this paragraph that we just agreed to, because we needed at least something with regards to hunting, because that was in our charge. And so when we, as a synthesis team, were doing this hunting section, we knew it would be a big component, and we just, the five of us decided, and even before the five, Trina and I just said, stick it here, and we could deal with it. And so it was kind of a catch-all for, we'll come back to it. And so it wasn't unanimous. We really didn't have a huge discussion because we knew we would have this, is how I remember it, was kind of under substantial commentary for now, and then the paragraph was its own thing.
Yeah, thanks. That's how I remember. We had this substantial commentary bucket that was for these areas of input without consensus. Cameron, you've been trying to get in here for a bit. You want to share your thoughts?
I'm struggling because we voted, we had 3 oppositions, and their opposition is to the process of how, whether it was consensus or not. And then in the rules, the same rules that we're arguing over, they're supposed to come up with an alternate. And not any one of them put up an alternate. Lawrence came up with an alternate, and it's like, so we want to follow the rules in one sense and not follow the rules in the other sense. And we're just going in circles here. It's driving me crazy. And Lawrence came up with the alternate.
Yeah, I hear you guys are frustrated with this, and I think it's challenging, but you're all trying to honor 18 voices here, and I appreciate that, and I understand how it can be frustrating too. Looked like Cole or Jonathan wanted to say something, but then we do have this alternative to, I think, test out and see if that works for everyone.
Yeah, I just want to make one more comment about the appendix, because part of where the appendix came from is when I suggested, hey, let's think about these different sections: vision statement, preamble, recommendations. It's not been my understanding that the appendix is necessarily consensus or non-consensus. It's been again, there might be a lot of details that are good ideas, that we might even all agree are good ideas, but they're not sort of consensus recommendations we want to bring forward, and so the appendix is a good place for that. By putting those areas of agreement, but that are not, we don't necessarily feel like they're the most important thing to say, by putting them in the appendix, it allows them a place to live, it allows people to search them out who want to find them. So I just want to say, I don't think we should consider the appendix as a place for just all of our disagreement. It probably makes sense, even within the appendix, to say, here's some good ideas that nobody has a problem with. Here's some footnotes that should not be construed as consensus, if we need to label it that way. But I think the appendix is the place for details that, whether we agree or not, may not be as sort of significant as kind of the main body. And what Lawrence is suggesting, which I personally really like, is here's a place where we don't all agree, but that it's a really significant issue. And that's why we're trying to give it some prominence in the discussion, prominence in the document. But I think we're staying very true to the process, because we're specifically giving it the heading that it does not carry the weight of full consensus. But my main comment was that let's not treat the appendix as just a place for all our disagreements. I think that is not do justice.
All right, so we've got a new proposal on the table, and it is to change the heading to council guidance around hunting without consensus, to include the opening paragraph, and to include guidance around if there were to be a hunt. Let's have a thumbs on that to see where people are. So, you show your thumbs? So, the new proposal is a new heading here. This would be in the body of the report. The heading would be council guidance around hunting, in parentheses, without consensus. It would include the opening paragraph that's highlighted. It would also include the council's majority guidance on if there were to be a grizzly bear hunt. So Michelle is down. Erin? Robyn? Keith is up. Greg? And Robyn has her hand raised.
So, I am, okay. Is it my turn?
Yeah, Robyn, if you could go now, that'd be great. You're kind of...
Can anybody hear me?
We can hear every other word. But go for it.
Okay, I'll try to go slow. I'm getting there on this issue. So I guess now my thumb is no longer down, it's sideways. And I guess the point I'd like to make is, as long as we can make it clear to the public, that was one of my biggest concerns, that it is not a recommendation because we did not reach consensus. So as long as we can continue to wordcraft that and wordsmith that, and so we are very, very clear with the public, there's a possibility that I can move from this neutral position into an up position. I'm not quite there yet, but I'm getting there.
All right, thank you, Robyn, that's helpful. Michelle?
Well, I'm trying to come up with some sort of option that works. I feel strongly about non-consensus items not being in the main document. We did decide that, and you're correct, Chad, it was an appendix, it was going to have a separate bucket, but what would we call it? To take the paragraph we just voted on out of it, out of the main document, and have a bucket for the role of hunting and all that goes around that. I could see, as long as it's very incredibly clear that there was no consensus on this, and this is not a consensus recommendation, that it's somehow separate from the main document.
Okay.
I might be a little bit confused, Michelle, because at the end of that last meeting, when we put that fifth bucket in there, that fifth bucket was part of the main document. It did not, this is my recollection, we knew we weren't going to have consensus on this issue, we added it as a fifth bucket of the main document that stated that we weren't going to have consensus on it, and it was a placeholder for those extra items. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I remember from that last meeting, and it was part of the original document.
I thought it was gonna have its own separate section, and I think that's
But
what
it's
you
in
said.
the main body of the document.
Then that's, I didn't, that was not clear to me at that time, because I certainly wouldn't have agreed to it.
I have clarification.
And in fairness, I would say that that's how I understood too.
That's how she understood it as well, the same as I did.
So when you were saying it's not part of the main document, but it's not in the appendixes, where is it?
I know.
Well, what I'm hearing you and what I'm seeing is this is the very last thing before the appendix, which seems like kind of its own bucket at the end of the document where we say there's no consensus for this section. It's like we are, after this is the appendixes. So if it's its own bucket that's not in the appendix, this seems like a really logical place to put it.
Section 1, recommendations for the council gain consensus. Section 2, recommendations for the council did not, guidance. Section 2, input, not consensus. This is why, in the pros and cons, all of that in there, does that work? So it's a separate section that makes it very clear that this is not a part of the consensus document. I'm just trying to come to some sort of compromise.
How much
here.
more clear can not consensus be?
Michelle, I think that's identical to Lawrence's proposal.
Yeah.
I'm completely open to that.
That's what I'm trying to get is, how could we, Lawrence had a really great step in that right direction for making this very obviously not resources or education, conflict prevention. And so how could we make that statement stronger?
Explain to me what you see Lawrence is saying, because maybe I'm hearing it differently.
Council guidance around hunting without consensus.
Right. Could that be its own separate section, like as in council without? Well, no, it's not.
I think the way you
Can we
phrased
just
it,
put
Michelle,
section? Can we just, sorry.
If we went around, I bet you we'd have consensus on
Section?
that.
I guess, so I'm trying to understand more.
I don't know. I'm so lost right now.
Can we add section to this? Like, would that be beneficial here? Like, would we set,
Yeah,
the writing
that's what I
team did
was
not,
wondering too, Erin.
That suggestion would help.
the writing team did not do this because we're not there yet, but this could be section 2.
Yes, that helps my thumb start moving from the neutral position even further. Thank you, Erin.
Okay, Trina?
Okay, so in the interest of me not having a heart attack, it's 5:08. I think that, with where we are right now in this document and not having formatted it yet and whatever, and the fact that there are 17 people that are okay with this and one that is very strong in her beliefs and doesn't want to compromise anymore, I think we're done with this conversation. I don't think it's going to go anywhere.
Yeah, Lawrence is gonna try one more time, give us a last chance at this here.
I was just, looking at the, preamble, and I don't think in the preamble or anyplace else in this document do we say that everything, all the way down to hunting is consensus recommendations. And maybe we should add a little sentence at the end of the vision, at the end of the preamble, even in parentheses, saying something like that this entire document is consensus of the 18 members of the Grizzly Bear Advisory Council, all the way down to the rule of hunting or something like that. Because we don't really indicate that any place, I don't think, that everything is consensus.
I would ask maybe we can hold off on, I mean, I think, I see where you're going, Lawrence. I'm just wondering if that's necessary, if we can clarify like a section 2 and then the specifics on the hunting piece. Because I'm just wondering if we're trying to add something, we're trying to force add something right now.
Yeah, thanks, Erin. I do see Annie has a comment, and then I know we're after 5 o'clock already here too, so I do want to start summarizing where we landed and what's next for tomorrow.
If for the 1.5 thumbs that are down and sideways, so we're getting there with the section 2, correct?
Yeah, and I just think we should sleep on that.
Well,
Yes.
So that's where we're kind of getting, but I just want to clarify, if there's a section 1 for consensus and a section 2 for non-consensus, but part of this not in an appendix, will the other part of the hunting that's currently in the appendix go to section 2, and it will not be in the appendix? Okay, that's kind of how I.
Together, as we discussed before, because I think it's important for it to all be together. Oh, sorry. Yes, I think it's important that it's all together, because that makes a better statement about what we talked about.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So we've got a proposal to sleep on it. So we've got some tired people. I really do. I know this has been frustrating. I think it's frustrating because this is really where there are divisions and some really strong emotions from members of the council, members of the public. There's so much of the rest of this document that we do agree on, and that, you know, Nick emphasized during the public comment that we're really taking proactive stances on a lot of this other stuff. So I don't want you guys to be frustrated by this. This is the one piece that really is a thorn, you know, and we knew it was going to be challenging from the beginning. I was reading some of the interview responses from when Heather and I reached out to you guys at the beginning of this whole process in advance of today, and somebody in response to the question of, well, what are your concerns about the council? Somebody said, well, you know, I think it's going to go well as long as we don't get stuck up on where bears should be or the role of hunting. And I was like, oh, well, that's exactly what we spent all day really wrestling with. And it's because those are really challenging issues, and that's where there is social disagreement, but that's also where you guys can provide a voice. So I really do want to thank you for being thoughtful about not just the content, but the process. I know the process stuff can be tiring. Charlie?
I'm curious, I thought we were right on the brink of having it. There was
That's what I thought.
proposal to add that very clear header, call it a new section, describe what this is and what it isn't.
Yeah.
And that we had just about everybody, at least medium to thumbs up. And I know Cam's not able to keep with us tomorrow morning. It seems like if you guys are close, we might be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that was the proposal, and I think even with that proposal, Michelle said she wanted to sleep on it. Is that? So if there's a change in the proposal, Cam, is there a way we can?
Just to be clear, yeah, if it's in the main body, whether it's subsection or whatever, I'm okay with it. So you got my vote tomorrow, if it's in the main body.
Okay.
You can subsection it.
But I think just to reiterate what Charlie said, so our where we left things is having these different section headers that make clear the distinguishing factors of the different sections. So we've got the consensus recommendations, we have those that are guidance where there's not consensus. and being as clear as possible in that. So everyone sleep on that, we'll come back, we'll see where everyone is in the morning. Just to kind of wrap things up for today, so this morning's conversation, the recommendations that you created over lunch, the initial language around those two are all things to sleep on, to think about, hopefully jump into the document and take a look at later tonight after you guys have a chance to get out of a room with no windows and get some fresh air and get some food in your bodies and just take a deep breath after today. It was a big day, but I really do thank you for digging in on this. I think in terms of members of the public, thank you for tuning in. We'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We are starting a little bit later tomorrow, so we'll see you again at 10 in the morning. Thanks for being here again. And I think Dillon and Charlie, if you want to turn off the live link, I think that's the conclusion of today's meeting. So thank you guys for tuning in.